Money on an Auburn victory. That's what I'm talking about. What up, guys? It's another beautiful afternoon for football in the great state of Georgia, our second favorite state. No, it's probably like our 30th. But anyway, Alamo, what do you say? My wife, laughing? Does that mean leaving or loving? I don't know. You could go one of either way. Hello, guys. I am stoked to be here today. Thank you guys for joining me here on The Brain Drain, or the Drain de Brain, whatever. That's how we say it in France. My name is Jay Tate. As you can see right here, I'm the publisher / Commodore at auburnsports.com, which I think is a terrific website, although my friends are involved in other subscription websites at Auburn, and I think they do a great job too. So I strongly suggest that you join our site. Most of you guys in the chat are indeed members of the auburnsports.com community, and I love you guys. It's great to have you guys here. Auburn, of course, taking on the University of Georgia Bulldogs in the shadows of the Tate Student Center, no relation to me, there at Sanford Stadium in Athens, Alabama. Auburn is a 24-ish point underdog in this one, and I would really like to see Auburn be closer than that, because if it's less lopsided than it was when Harsin showed up last time in 2022, then you can say it's progress, and then there could be some kind of a snarky Sunday tweet for that turd, for the pink-slipped potato who loves to celebrate winners, which is interesting because he didn't win a lot here, so he probably wasn't celebrated, and he shouldn't have questions about why he wasn't. We've got some God, I have my sound effects down. I'm sorry, guys. I promised you guys last week we would have one. We have one now. Let's see. Super Chat's coming through from some of our the pillars of the community. Warrigal 0008, who calls in occasionally. We love it when he calls as well. And he's also Super Chatter and a great member of the site. Ward I'm Eagle family. Let's play hard and have fun. Thanks for the JDT.
Super chat.
I'm going to turn that down just a little bit. Thanks, bro. I appreciate you being here and jumping in as we prepare for this showdown in Athens. Cassidy P. from the greater Atlanta area says, Riddick has a message for Mr. Lambo. You better check yourself before you wreck yourself, because I'm bad for your health. I come in real stealth. That, yes. He's talking about DeMarcus Riddick. But, of course, we all know that that's Ice Cube. O'Shea Jackson, as some would know. O'Shea Jackson Sr., I guess, if we were discussing him appropriately. Thanks, Cassidy P. Unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to make good on an hour, me and AA's desire to go to dinner with you and your wife and present to you your championship bottle of liquor that you won in our bourbon giveaway, because of that pesky hurricane that caused a lot of pain and grief for people up that way. So those of you who've been affected by that, I'm sorry about that, and we've been thinking about you. Cleveland Brown, of course, I'm going to need you today because wifey is not here. She's at a birthday party this afternoon, and that means I'm going to have to drink and hydrate responsibly. That means Cleveland Browns mantra of stay hydrated will have to be followed very carefully this afternoon, because I got some strong stuff. We'll talk about it later. Stay hydrated, JG. Stomp them dogs. War damn eagle. Why did it quit on me?
Super chat.
Yes, we've also got super chats coming through from Dion Jasco, my man, just a stud in general. Here with us, opens up every show with a super chat, and we appreciate you hanging and kicking it with us today. I'm going to try to work in some more Ice Cube references or NWA references as we move along, but that one didn't come to me right here. But thank you, Dion, for that. Also, Alamo Tiger Grad says, my wife leaving the house doesn't want to be near me today. Oh, this is a big one, man. I've said many times that for me, this is just me, and I didn't go to Auburn. The Georgia game is a bigger deal to me than Alabama. The Iron Bowl is amazing, and I'm not shitting on the incredible pageantry and what the game means, but for me, Georgia's a bigger deal. I feel like overcoming Georgia, like getting back to the point where Auburn, at minimum, is like, 50-50 with Georgia, and if not ahead, I want those days very badly. Malachi Starks, they're showing on my screen right now. Absolute stud. Had a chance to scout him on tape this week. And he's a player. He's their strong safety, and he's an absolute badass. He'll be a first-round pick in the NFL draft. And I think Auburn's getting to a point where when you get Eric Winters in here, when you get Newboy in here, I think you're going to start having players like this right now. Maybe not quite as much. Darkside says he's headed to Montgomery. Hope you're heading to my area, my neck of the woods, which will be Hampstead. Hope that I can run for a mayor one of these days. Neil J jumps in with a super chat coming in from over the pond, across the pond, I should say. Neil, of course, is our friend, our Welsh friend who lives in Scotland. Says, always a pleasure, Mr. T.
Super chat.
My man. Been messaging with Neil. Actually sent Neil. Courtney was doing, administrative assistant was doing no hand shots last night at the bar, where she just kind of wraps her mouth on a shot glass and just throws it back. And I was sending some pics to Neil because we have partied with him a number of times. Spicy P in the house says, what's up, Jay? Was at the game last weekend. Here we go again, LMAO. Auburn says, why does Neil $ look weird? I imagine it's because he's coming from the EU. And, it's a translation thing. But we love having him here. Dark Side, jumping in with a super chat, says, heading to Montgomery, favorite bar pub. Definitely the tipping point in my home neighborhood of Hampstead. There are other ones that are terrific. Taste has a good bar, which is also in my neighborhood. But tipping point, of course, is number one. The Gin, which is over near East Chase. If you happen to be staying in Montgomery, that's probably where your hotel's going to be. If you're in a hotel, there's a place called the Gin over there in the backside, closer to Chantilly Parkway. I've partied there a number of times and enjoyed it. Good folks. There's a great place called the Cigar Bar downtown. And if you're looking for bourbon, if you're a bourbon connoisseur like I am, discerning about your bourbons, that is the spot. A guy named Justin runs that place, and he knows more about bourbon than I do. And I know quite a bit, but he has a great selection, and it's a very chill place. The one downside of it is they smoke cigars in there, and I'm not a cigar smoker. I'm not hating on you guys if you are, and if you're not, maybe that bothers you, maybe it doesn't. When I go, I don't mind it as much, but my wife does. It's just something to kind of keep in mind. But if you want good bourbon, that is definitely the spot to go. Chris M., the man himself, the legend, number 19, says, Thorne been throwing to the white jerseys all year. He's prepared for today. Or Tim Eagle. Give me a laugh on that one. As I mentioned earlier, AA is not here, so I'm letting the cat. Hey, buddy. I'm letting the cat roll through the house unabated. You want to come on the air? You want to come on the air? Come here. There he is. Hey, buddy. You want to say hi to the peoples? Who you got in the game today? You taking the Georgia Bulldogs? I think that's probably a wise idea. Good boy. There you go, the kitty.
He's our kitty.
We also got another one coming through from Cassidy P. Getting close to kickoff time here. Says, all good, JGT. It takes a hurricane to keep us apart. Because it will never keep us apart. Little in excess for you. Thank you, sir. Feel like a stranger. My man. Word up. Much love, Drainers, Swoogans, and Tates. Can't wait for the post-game hoops practice report. Yes. Just don't let Tiger Wild know about this. But, yeah, we can talk some basketball for sure. I had a chance to go to practice on Tuesday, I think it was. Tuesday. And got to watch a scrimmage. And didn't necessarily learn a ton that I didn't already know because I'm familiar with the team. Saw them during the summer. But got to sit with Hoke and watch practice, and that was fun. Hanging out with my G. J.R. Harris in the house. I think were you tweeting at me earlier? If so, Auburn X, appreciate you, bro. Waiting on that thing. Auburn Fan 123 needs to go to the GOAT tipping point, JG. Yes. I think that's the best spot in town. I know the bartenders there. Obviously, Mark, the owner, and Christy are good folks, and it's a nice place to hang out. Spicy Pieces, JG, could we use this game, by the way?
Super chat.
Or an upcoming event to raise money for Western North Carolina. Those folks need help more than we can comprehend. You're absolutely right. I will say that Caleb came to me in the middle of the week, and he said, JG, I need off this weekend. And I said, sure, what's going on? He goes, I'm taking my kayak up to, whatever, Western North Carolina up near Asheville, and we're just going to go try to get goods and stuff to people who can't get out because they're washed away, because their roads are washed out and they have no way to move around. So he's actually up there right now trying to deliver stuff to people, and that's a very noble thing to do. Let me bounce over to the in-game situation there. As we are not at the final. We're starting the game, so good job, Jay. Way to be. And I had to make a choice about Georgia's score bug there, whether I was going to make it red or black, but I decided to go with the black color because it looks cool, and I don't know. Just kind of wanted to do that. Cass DP with another super chat. My man. My sports attention is admittedly divided today. Detroit in the Tigers in the ALDS, Auburn Dogs, and 2-year-old graded stakes at Keeneland, and Santa Anita. Looking for some bright spots. I didn't know that. Courtney and I actually were talking. We already know what we're going to be doing for our off week next week. We're going to be going on the road a little bit. But for the next off week, we're thinking about going to Churchill in November. That would be pretty sweet. I would like that. Hey, guys, the chat is working. Knock on wood. But I'm going to reload it because I don't like that red color. I just don't like red, especially today. Auburn's biggest critic, my man. I'm so glad to have you here. The start of every show, he says, let's go, Georgia. No matter who Auburn's playing, Auburn's biggest critic is the one there to cheer against him. And I respect it. I do. Appreciate you, man. Always doing it with respect. E. Robinson's got Auburn losing 42-10. That would surprise me. Amidro, what up, man? Haven't seen you in a minute. Stoked to have you here. Terrence W's here as well. Cleveland Guardians fan is here. Cassadp, sorry, not sorry. I would probably go with the Guardians myself if we had a choice between those two, just because I like Emmanuel Clace and also love Tristan McKenzie. I know he's not part of what the Guardians are doing right now for reasons I don't fully understand, but because he's down in the minors and he really didn't pitch very well in the minors, but still love him. CDF, my man, coming in from the United States, but areas a long way from me, says, we asked Browse, headed to Lanakai Beach. Holla if you're coming to Maui. I'm going to give him an applause for that one. I never really want to say where he's from, where he's at, I should say, but he's kind of letting you know right there. He's out in Hawaii at this point, living out there. Moved his whole family out there, and what a stud. Tim the Tool Man, who I absolutely love and adore and respect, says, Jay, we're going to get ravaged, aren't we? I don't think so, but don't hold me to that. I have Auburn losing this game, I think, by 24-13 is what I saw. I just think Auburn's – I like this. This team fights, man. This team does have problems. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be, full of poop. You guys know I don't do that. I don't lie to you. But I think Auburn's going to fight this game out. Won't win it, but we'll fight it. Renard in the house. What up, G? Glad to have you here, man. And then Ravin, I like this. He's got the new name where he says, Ravin, War Tiger 13. What's everyone drinking? Great question. I'm going to be drinking in 2 waves today. Thanks for asking, Ravin. I'm drinking one of my 5 favorite bourbons to start with. This is the Luxro 12-year. 118 proof. So this was put in the barrel in 2008, and it come out in 4 years ago is when it came out of the barrel. So I've had this since I guess COVID, yeah. And I have 2 more bottles, so I was like, hey man, let's go ahead and sip on this, even though I consider this some of the absolute best stuff in the business. It's a bourbon you don't necessarily hear a lot about. Luxro, not as popular. It's right across the highway from Bardstown Bourbon Company, which is a difficult place to be because Bardstown Bourbon Company, if you guys haven't been there, is an absolute palace. It's the most beautiful bourbon campus, if you will, in the world. It's just absolutely gorgeous. And then Luxro is stoic and kind of old school. Very different things. But I really like Luxro. Blood Oath is good stuff. This 12 years good stuff. They have a 4 grain that's good. It's not amazing, but it's good. I like Luxro. I'd be curious to see what Cassidy P says about it. Let's see what everybody else is out here drinking right now. Tim Toolman is drinking some Elijah Craig Toasted Barrel. That is a good choice. I like that one. Small Time Republic does not say what he's drinking, but says Molly McGrath is nice. She seems like a nice person. I agree. D. Dean Todd says headed to Bardstown in 2 weeks. My man, that is going to be a good time right there. So many great places to visit in Bardstown, and oh man, some really good stores too that we ran into. I did a big, my wife and I did a big pick video on the internet from a little place we found in Bardstown. They had literally everything. It was priced pretty high, but if you're looking for stuff, you can find it in Bardstown if you're willing to pay for it. I'm kind of over that now, paying big for stuff. And I've noticed that some of the places that I source my bourbon from, a lot of the Wellers, like the White Weller, the Blue Weller, are starting to become a lot more common. I can find them at almost a reasonable price, and that's good. But if you guys are out there holding bourbon and you're trying to flip it for money, you better get rid of it pretty quick because I think this bubble's about to pop, 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 pop. Blake R., our man from one of our East Coast czars. I'm going to be up your way, Blake, next weekend. We'll talk about that later. I'm into hizzy JGT. Ready to enjoy the drain, even though we know the inevitable is about to happen. Cheers or bottoms up drainers.
Super chat.
My man, Blake. Glad to have you here, G. And also glad to have you part of the bunker community. Daniel D says, does Bama beat Vandy? God, by how much? Stu Pup, my man. We got some great news on Stu Pup. As you guys remember last week, he was talking about he was going in for some, some work. Was concerned that he had cancer. Got an all clear on that. And so we are very stoked to hear that for Stu Pup. I'm sure he was stoked the most. He and his wife were both equally stoked. But, yeah. Fired up for you, bro. And thank you for the super chat. He says, this could be a really weird ball game. I think you're right. I think that Auburn's going to fight this thing out. But they're underpowered, but I think they're going to fight. Terrence says, JGT, yeah, I have to constantly pay for it. Oh, wait, you were talking about liquor. Never mind.
Drop.
My man, there it is. Kyle asks, is McPherson starting? I'm not sure on that, but I know he was upgraded to, what was he, probable, I think, this week. And I know he practiced, he's been practicing for probably a month now, but I think he was practicing more ardently. I think they're getting to a point where if he can hit 50-yarders consistently, they're going to activate him. And I don't know whether that was the case or not. I haven't checked in with Tanner on that one. War Tiger asks, is UGA banged up from last week? They are. They are going to be missing Smell Munden, who is a stud. He's probably my favorite player in their whole defense. He's an outside linebacker who's kind of an apex defender. Now, they're playing that Rip Liz concept. The cover 3 match is what they do. It's what Alabama does. It's what Saban actually designed with Bill Belichick years ago. They run that, and when you do that, those apex defenders are super, super important. So they're missing their number 1 guy. Now, they're going to move another guy named Raylan up in there, and he's good too. He just ain't quite Munden. So we'll just see how it goes. Let's see. Steven says, JG, is Cam 100%? I'm missing what that means. My bad on that, G. Let's see. I'm Bailey 5 says, yo, not going to lie, I picked the good guys, Auburn, to win. Let's go. Damn, that is ballsy. Of course, Auburn hasn't won since 05, and I was covering that game, and I still can't believe they actually won that game. I was sitting next to Troy Johnson, maybe? I don't know. One of my friends that was on the beat, and I said, there's no chance they get out of this. And guess what? They got out of that. Brandon Cox throws a ball to, I think it was Romashadu, and he went like 1,000,000 yards, and he got right to the goal line, and he fumbled, but Courtney Taylor got a hold of that bad boy. Not the lead singer from the Dandy Warhols, but the actual wideout, Courtney Taylor, and got a hold of that bad boy. Hugh says he's sipping Redbreast 12. That sounds delish. I like that. Steven, you were talking, when I see Cam, I always think Cam Newton, but you're talking about Cam Coleman, which is a perfect thing for you to be talking about. And why didn't I pick up on that? I don't know. Cam is not 100%, but he's reasonably close. Probably 90, 95. Stu Pup says, my wife was counting the life insurance money. We're going to give him a splash. Of course, we can make those jokes now that we know that he is good. And Stu Pup can make those jokes now that he knows he's good. One of our all-time favorites, Pipe Layer, is here. The last I checked, his Boilermakers were having a tough afternoon against the Wisconsin Badgers. I don't know what the update is on that one, but I'm guessing it's not great, considering they just fired their offensive coordinator. I mean, they technically fired him in September. It's pretty early. Diego says no hope today. Listen, Diego, look, it's another beautiful day for football. Let's just hope that these kids have a good time. Nobody gets hurt. The fans have a great experience, and that the dog barks good. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what they're pulling for there. Let's see. Ravin says, Kirby Smart, dumbest haircut in college football. Hey, man, you get your digs in where you can when it comes to Georgia. What I've told the story before, but I had a pretty serious crush on his wife back in the day. His wife was a basketball player for Georgia back. I mean, she's a little bit younger than me, but not much. She's like maybe 3 years younger than me. Mary Beth Lysette was her name, and I thought she was lovely. And then she ended up marrying Kirby Smart, which makes sense. If I was him, I would have done that too because she was gorgeous. And she's an athlete too. Double bonus. And she's nice. I mean, I only interviewed her twice. But he did good for himself. Let's see. Cassidy P, my man, says, I'm good with Ezra Brooks. That is also one of the Lux Row flavors or expressions. And I think it's important to have on the shelf. I'm not a fan of Blood Oath after one, they call them chapters, is chapter 1 through 4. Rebel, I could take or leave. I enjoy Davis County. Want the higher proof, which is tough to get a hold of, right? Because I think Davis is usually lower end proof-wise. Rebel, I like the Rebel store picks. And they're at the distillery. They sell I think in the state of Kentucky, but specifically at the distillery, they sell the Rebel 100, like the black label Rebel. And it's pretty good. I drank this on the show a couple times. And I've been a fan, so. All right, guys, we're getting to be about that time. Luke Duke jumping in. What's going on, JG? I just hope Auburn is at least competitive. That is exactly how I feel about it, too, my man. I think that they will be. By the way, the Tate Student Center is right beyond that big-ass scoreboard, if you guys care. Again, not related to me. Cleveland says, get your shots ready. I'm already poured, my man. I'm going to be very interested to see the way that Auburn attacks Georgia's defense through the air. Georgia's good on defense. Without Smell Munden, though, that takes some of the sting out. But the way that this system works, the cover 3 match, you got to think of it as like an imaginary line 5 yards from the line of scrimmage, because that's at the point where the defense, the kind of defense that they run, has to decide whether they're going to man up and go meg. Man everywhere he goes is what a meg is, or you're going to zone back. And so if Auburn runs routes at the 5 yard mark, whether you're talking about digs, jerk routes, drags, whatever, it puts them in a weird spot where they're not sure whether to go zone or man. And I think that that's something that we saw Alabama playing with them a little bit. Now, Alabama really kind of gashed them bad on some deep routes, which is what this defense should never give up, the way that it's set up. The number one concern for this defense is to keep verticals handled. They're going to run out of a cover 2 shell. I'm sorry, 2 high safeties. So in this case, it is an actual cover 2 shell, and we'll see what Auburn does. They're going to try to overload that left side is what Auburn's doing right now. Is what I've got on my screen. All right, first play, sack. Great. I'm not sure there's a lot that Payton could do there, but there's maybe something he could have done better here. SMU beats Louisville. Wow. The Red Jet is 5-1 now. Changing something at the line of scrimmage here. Georgia's got a fairly light box. This is a gap run. Off right tackle. Auburn hoping to get some leverage out there and just really didn't get it. Been using Jeremiah Wright a bunch in the power game, which I love. I thought he was terrific last week against the Oklahoma Sooners. Decatur Tiger not a fan of that first call. War Tiger just gives it a LMAO. Spicy Pete says punt now. Oh, man. Just go ahead and punt. We've seen Spurrier punt on 3rd down before. All right, Auburn's got 4 wides up high. This is interesting. So this is where you're trying to mess with their coverage paradigm. All right, there you go. Damari Alston gets a first down as the he's the back receiver on that 4-man bunch. It's kind of a cool play, one you haven't seen from Auburn yet. And it was specifically designed to go against the way that they defend things. Auburn's got a numbers advantage out there with Damari being a free runner. So that's cool. Rip just says, let's punt it. All right, we got a first and 10. Luke Deal's in the game. That's always good. Let's see what Payton has to do here. It's a power run. Great outside leverage by number 8. He played his position perfectly on that. And then Allen, number 3, cleaned it up. Georgia plays some good defense now. I don't watch them much for obvious reasons, but when I watch tape from my scouting report, they're a disciplined ball club. Now, they just got beat a little more than I expected them to in the Alabama game. But, Ryan Williams is a problem. And I think Auburn's really only got 2 guys, Keandre and Cam, that can play that kind of shit, that can just overwhelm guys with their athleticism. I think Auburn's playing Cam right now, Cam Brown. P-Pass says, is still 0-0. This is good. Someday we're going to have to get past this, guys. But, I get it. I totally understand. Hey, man. He's got a super chat coming through, one of my favorite handles. Investing in bourbon. Grow up, Peter Pan, Count Chocula. There's a lot of people that do that, though. You know what I mean. I call them taters, even though I'm myself Tate. All right, Malcolm Simmons is out there as the number 1 receiver top. Auburn's still going 4-by-1 here. I don't love this call, especially on 3rd down. Fuck. So if in that play right there, he basically immediately took off, right, running. He didn't like what he saw. Why didn't they change the play? If it's terminal before you even snap it, then we'll just change the play. I don't know what's going on there. I don't have a good answer. Oscar Chapman out there to kick the ball away. It's a hell of a punt. No return possible. It goes out of, 18? Nope. 22-ish? Oh, man. Live to punt, Colby. That's a guy who's been watching Auburn for a while. I love it. Live to punt. That was the, what was that? We called him driver's ed. That guy that ended up going to LSU, Ensminger. Steve Ensminger said that. All right, let me go ahead and update some of these stats after the first drive. They're about to take over, Georgia is. Well, I didn't like that drive very much. Really one good play. Peyton's 1 of 2 for 13. And 3rd down is probably, 1 of 2? Yep. All right. Those are the relevant stats here. I mean, look, dude, Georgia's good this year. I think they're going to be a playoff team, but they're not, amazingly good. They're not amazingly good. They're just good. They're really good. They're not crazy good. P-Pass says 72 is overrated for us, and I hate it. Yeah. I kind of wish he was underrated, you know what I mean? Let's see, Diego says instead of the drop counter, we should probably have an INT count. Probably had more INTs than drops this season. I wonder if that's true. I can find that information out for you pretty quickly here. At least according to what PFF says. I mean, for what that's worth. Drops. Auburn has 10 drops this year. And how many picks? 9. Pretty damn close, bro. It's amazing that Hank has 3 picks in 44 snaps. Good golly, Miss Molly. That's pretty damn close. I kind of laughed at you in my head initially, Diego, but that's actually pretty good. Fat Crack jumping in with the super chat, one of our channel legends. So, JGT, we got a first down. Let's go. Let's give him an applause for that on the way up. 9 picks and 10 drops. So, Diego, you're close, man. That's very, very close. Russell says Thorne's showing that stellar arm early. And that's a good point, Cleveland, that a couple of those picks, at least a couple, maybe 3, were drops that Cam Coleman tipped up to other people. Man, This is 9 picks. Dang, yeah, it's been kind of bad, dude. It's been kind of bad. Carson Beck. They, I don't love them on offense. I think they're good. I think their defense is better than their offense. I would still give their defense probably an A. I would give their offense maybe a B. And here's the thing, man. Like, they have players, but Mike Bobo's the one running the offense. And, I mean, guys, we know. We know what's up here. We know. Mike Bobo, of course, has worked at Auburn, albeit he's working for somebody that wasn't very good, but nonetheless. Philip Bleedy with the first tackle of the game holds him for a very modest gain up there. Got some players up there. Bleedy and Isaiah Rakes. Already switching DeMarcus Riddick out. Looks like Eugene is back in there and Mousy. So you got your regular group here. Kay and Lee at corner. Good response, good trigger from Jalen McLeod on that, and also Eugene. So defensively, they're swarming. Raven called it a midfield hug. It's kind of what it was, honestly. Third and modest, 4-ish, something like that. Don't like the pass rush here. Hey, Jay Crawford. Jalen Crawford with a really nice play there. He played so many snaps. He led the defense in snaps last week. Which shocked me. I didn't realize he had played that much. And then he's getting the start today on that far side, basically taking over for Champ. So, really nice tackle there. And it's going to be 4th and 2, I think. It looks like they're going to try to go for this. Oh, no. Was there a penalty or something? What did I miss? Is that where they spotted the fucking ball right there? Are you serious? I don't buy this. I got to go back and watch this play. What the? What? Hold on. There's no way. That's 2 yards off where he got tackled. What am I missing, guys? Too many men on the field. Okay, I didn't see that. My bad. I can't hear I don't have the TV on. So, all right, cool. I didn't see the illegal substitution call. My bad. Totally. Got you. All right, 2nd and 6. Defense has been holding up reasonably well so far. Of course, it's early. Very light box here. I bet that's what he's trying to adjust to. Auburn's daring them to run the ball right here. Boy, Dorian almost got to that quarterback. Nice tackle right there from Wooden, who I love talking to. Great kid. I could talk to him all day long. What's up, Caleb? This is a Sup Auburn family. Hope everyone is doing well, question mark. I was hoping for a period there, but that's all right. Glad to have you here, bro. Scotty P just says penalty, no real explanation. Yeah. All right, 3rd and 2. Auburn had him on 3rd and 4 last time, so doing okay. Auburn loading up the box here. Nice seam route right there. Really nice concept. And that's probably not somebody screwing up so much as just gambling on a blitz here. And, yeah, Georgia just had a good call in there for it. Yeah. When you send that many people forward, you almost have to play that zone underneath, and you can get beat on those kinds of routes. So we've got a flag to adjudicate here after the play, I guess. There's Sir Mike Bobo. He was a nice human being, but I'm kind of surprised he's the offensive coordinator at Georgia. I think if he wasn't like longtime friends with Kirby Smart, he probably wouldn't be doing that job, right? Dean Tots' flashback to Brock Bowers. That's good and bad for me as a Raiders fan because he's been terrific for the Raiders. But, man, he was a mess last year, wasn't he? Basically extricated Georgia from trouble last year by himself. Hey, that's a nice play right there defensively. Is that Amon Lane? I was trying to figure out who the hell that was. It is. Oh no, it's Kinsley. Okay. My bad. I can't see the numbers as well as I should. It's Kinsley Faustin. Boy, I don't think of him as playing very much. I wonder what's going on. Got to hold him right there. Jaron did get the tackle, so. Yeah, Robert B thought that was offensive PI. I think you got a point there. I probably would have done that. Boy, Durkin's getting very aggressive here on third down. I like it. It's what I would do on 3rd and 3. I would force them to do something here, but this is where Auburn brought the blitz last time, got beat on a seam. Let's see what they do this time. I like at least they're jamming the trips. I don't know that he got that. No, they're gonna mark him as having gotten it. It was close. What's up, Poppy Clan? I was thinking about you the other day when the Raiders beat the Browns. Browns, man, that's tough, dude. Yeah, it's first down. P-Pass says, Jay, if Simpson doesn't get hurt, UGA loses last year. Jalen had Bowers in a locker. Yeah, Jalen being knocked out of that game was tough. Auburn's run defense has been pretty solid. Bobby Jamison Travis with the finishing move on that one. He's played a bunch this year, more than I thought he would. That's a Brian Matthews All-American. Not really, but BMAT thought that he saw a lot of potential in Bobby last year, and it's starting to come through now. Number 97. Second and 8. Auburn's defense, I mean, Georgia's had to kind of piecemeal their way down here except for the long throw to the tight end on third down, which is a good sign. Make them sustain drives. Worked the wrong shoulder on that one. Man, wrong shoulder. This is where your outside guy is working the wrong side of the defender, and then they get outside of you. As before this replay, but
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Well, they got it in. Proverbially and actually. Good long drive for them. Let's see how long that drive was because I don't really count this stuff in my head. 11 plays, 75 yards in almost 5 minutes. And they were 2 of 2 on third down. PAT is right down the middle. So Georgia's up 7-0. And Auburn will take over when we come back from these words. Bill M says behind on time of possession. Still just one drive each, but yeah. Gotta get the ball moving forward and convert on third down and hold this ball because you don't want your defense to get wore out. When they start defending over about 60 plays, they start to really wind down. And I don't think it's a conscious thing. I think they just, depth-wise, don't have what they want. Ed D says Auburn being Auburn had a stop, but a penalty gave them life. That's right. Jay Crawford made a great tackle 2 yards short of the sticks. And then it was a substitution penalty, and there you go. Let's see. Hornicius says, attention. This is all caps. We got to speak in all caps. Attention to details was the reason for that TD. Fucking gifted him a first down because we don't know how to get 11 players on the field or 11 players off the field. Mang super chatted me earlier. Why aren't we getting set on D? They tend to move around with Durkin, so that's not shocking to me. I can understand why maybe you don't think it's a great idea. I'm not a huge fan of it myself. but that's just something that they do. Fat Crack jumps in to say, should have been off the field. Dumb penalties will cost you. Yes. CDF, who said he was going to the beach and he was out, says another third down stop that wasn't leading to a long touchdown drive. Mark of a bad team. Third downs have been a problem. Seriously, a reoccurring problem. Recurring? Yes, one of those. It's been a problem all year. Oh, man. Let's see. Green Peace has something good to say. The youngsters look pretty dang good for freshmen. These transfers and Harsin hangers-on can kick rocks. I like that. Brandon J says hot knife through butter. I disagree. I thought they had to fight for that touchdown. I mean, they got it, but 11 plays. I like the way the defense was playing, particularly against the run. Shane jumps in with a super chat with a
Super chat.
This is another third down penalty that extends a drive. Yeah, frustrating. Substitution infraction that should have been a 4th and 2 off the field, and you're back. So something else for Hugh to bring up and say, these are the things that screw us up every time, guys. Dadgummit. Let's see. P-Pass says, did anyone see the Houston game last night? I watched it a little bit because my boy, my friend from high school, Aaron, went to TCU. So I was pulling for the Honey Toads, and they lost 30-19. There's your transfer quarterback. He thinks the quarterback at Houston, who I didn't have a chance to really watch last night. I personally would really like to have the quarterback at SMU because I think he's pretty damn good. Kevin something or other, Simmons maybe? He is a problem. Real deal, my man, one of our Huntsvillians. He says, we got this family, settle down, the wins are coming next year. Tim says TCU is trash. I'm afraid that you are correct, sir. It happens. The pride of Fort Worth. My man, Aaron, I think he's a realist, though. He ain't like. Now, his man cave is painted purple for his frogs. So he is into it, but he's also not like he realizes what they are. Robert Vince says, amazing how they got to the red zone and then they ran the ball. That's a revolutionary way of thinking. Now, let's see what Auburn does in the red zone. Assuming they get to the red zone. Again, starting out with the 4 bunch receivers, and they're going to shift it back into a more traditional look. With Robert Lewis in motion. A little RPO play. They only get like 2 or 3 yards out of it. This is the thing we got about Georgia is that when you're trying to bust them laterally, and I don't blame them for trying this, but when you try to bust them laterally, they're just so fast. They really have speed. Their apex defenders are really quick. I'm not as in love with their corners, but I do love their apex, their nickel. I don't know if Aguero's playing or not, but he's really good. And Bolden plays there some. Malachi Starks plays down in the box a lot. So they have a lot of guys that will just chase you. And they're fast, and they get you on the ground. A lot of Luke Deal today. Hey, he kind of broke away from an arm tackle there. That was good. 3rd and 3-ish. Still no throws to Keandre. I don't even know. We've seen a lot of Cam today. I'm sorry, Cam Coleman. We have seen some Camden Brown. Robert wants to know if Auburn can punt on 3rd down. There's Cam Coleman right now. He's your, I guess he would be your ex-receiver right now. He's in tight, though. He's jammed. This is going to be a major blitz. This ball better get out quickly. Hey, there's a nice play. Now, my concern here was the rollout, and I don't think this is a designed rollout. He rolled out right into where the pressure was coming from the middle linebacker, which is not great, but I guess it was a rollout, the way those routes are moving. So never mind, it was just coincidence. Serendipity, some would say. It's actually a really nice throw. We got to give Peyton some credit on that one. GW, ease up, bro. CFB Addict says 73 is atrocious. We love CFB Addict. He ain't one sit around rag on people all the time. There's a little shift. They do a little bit of shifting. Less than when Muschamp was the co-coordinator. All right, that ball's just got to be thrown. I'm sorry, that's on Peyton. Pressure's in too fast, but, I mean, he's got Hunter. Just loft it up for Hunter and avoid the sack. No, Hunter's not going to get a lot of yards, but looks like they were running a jerk route for Robert Lewis, who was open middle of the field, too. But, again, pressure got there pretty quickly. Auburn fan 123 says Thorne is the softest guy ever. I'm not sure I would agree with that, but I feel like he does run into pressure more than you would expect. War Tiger, same thing, bro. I don't know. I think he should have thrown that ball up, lofted it up. I know it wasn't going to be a huge gainer, but if he breaks one tackle, that's going to be a double-digit gainer, you know. Robert Lewis was waving his hands at the sideline as if to say, what the hell? He was confused. Maybe he didn't understand the check or whatever. I don't know what's going on. He's not one you really hear about screwing stuff up. Robert says not Peyton's fault. And that guy Rick says is too tall hurt. Too tall has been hurt. Yeah, he's dealing with an ankle sprain. He doesn't have the usual agility. But they really don't. Well, they may have no choice in this game, as you guys are mentioning, but they may have to pull him. When you do that, you got to push D-Wade out to right tackle. And then you again, I mean, like Real Deal's saying, Percy's so slow. Then that means you're relying on Percy too. They just don't have good options at tackle. I am surprised though that Percy hadn't been better. He was decent last week. He actually was decent against Arkansas and Oklahoma, but today, not so much. Galatian, who I love a lot of his takes, says Percy Lewis has been a major disappointment. Here's the problem with Percy, from my perspective, is that he was overrated. He was oversold to you guys, and I'm part of the problem on that. Where like. He was like their 8th choice to play tackle, and he really had 1 year where he was good at Mississippi State, and it was kind of a back-end year in the sense that he wasn't good in the beginning of the year, and he's better as it cooled down. He's obviously a very large man. He's not in great shape, so he's better when it's not so hot. But it's just, whatever. Let's see. Caleb says he's out. Got to go work. Night shift life. I'm going to pray for us. I'm going to give you one of these, Caleb, to wish you luck today. Hope you splash it up out there tonight, G, and be the badass that I know you are. You have missed a chance here, Hornatius. It says Percy would eat you if he knew how. If he knew you were talking smack, you could have said Percy would eat you if he knew you were talking snack. That would have been a better play, but I like it either way. Crocky Poo, my man. Says, do we have the worst first down offense in CFB? It's not creative. We will certainly give them that. I feel like we've seen worse. Like some of Tuberville's years, it was like, hey, guess what they're going to do on first down, guys? It's going to be a belly run or an A-gap run over and over, right? But the lack of creativity right now is kind of astounding to me. I understand you're dealing with Georgia's defense, though. They're pretty good. They're definitely quick. Uvid says only Thorne can have a good play and then turn right around and just fall down when pressure comes. He had 2 guys on him that time. I think he should have just thrown it. But I do think he runs his way into pressure too much. It happens sometimes, but it happens with him a lot, What I mean is your typical quarterback does that sometimes, but he does it a lot. Canoeman, my man. What's up, G? I think Canoeman was correcting Crocky Poo on that, saying that he thought Gus has the worst first down offense. Ed D says, yeah, Malzahn, run up the middle. Let's do 17 runs to open this half, guys. I'll never see it coming. That's a pretty good idea. I like it. Oh, man. I hate it when I come to the end of the road on a chapstick. This is it for my snow cone here. Snow cone is actually just fruit punch that they market during the summer. I guess that's Smell Munden right there. I don't know the numbers. Oh, yeah. Okay. Guess we know why he's out. 2nd and 17, guys. No big deal. Oh, that was a lick, man. Dan Jackson, number 17, is their free safety. And I like him. He just don't have a lot of range. But he does have instincts, and he will hit a man, which he did right there. Number 17 comes in and gets a good lick on him. All right, so he's a little short. That's a great gainer on 2nd and 17. Shit. What, first down? Okay. Never mind. That's a great gain. Hell. They've had a few decent plays here. Real Deal wants to know, when will Auburn be dominant again? Dominant? I don't know if Auburn will be dominant again. I mean, they might be someday. Oh, my goodness. What a nice run right there, and got shoestringed. I want to see what the concept was here. I'm sorry. I was watching him, wasn't watching the blocking. My guess is that this is a gap run. Hell yeah, it is. Yeah, that's just like a – yeah, that's a power run with Jeremiah pulling, and they were trying to do the like the pin on the backside. So I guess you just call it a one-back power. This is a I thought he was going to catch that. I liked Cam Coleman's body control on that. I wonder if the ball was catchable. I thought Cam Coleman really put himself up to make a play here. It almost looked like I didn't see the Georgia defender's hands, but it almost seemed like Cam didn't get his hands up in time, like he was being held on the hands, but I'm not sure. Well, Tim, hold on, bro. When you say, when have we ever been dominant? When Cam Newton was here in 2010, when he converted like 55 consecutive 3rd and 3s and shorter, that's dominant. Auburn was really good at that point, but that's a while ago. All right, that was another nice gap concept right there where they were pulling guys around, and Jarquez kind of cut it a little more narrowly, or cut it inside against where his power was, but it was a good idea. He saw a hole and he took it. Jackson again coming downhill to make a play. I like this kid a lot. 3rd and 6, Auburn doing some substitutions, which gives Georgia a chance to move, about 7 guys in and out. Spicy P says, run the god-dang ball. I don't know if you can do that right now. I mean, you're inside the 10 with 3rd and 6. This is probably not a running situation. I don't like that play call at all. I think that's just absolute trash. I don't know how many people he thought he was going to lure out of the box by sending the tailback out. I guess Hugh thought 6. He sends Jeremiah Cobb out, thinking that's going to widen the defense. But your left tackle, no, hold on. That was Jeremiah, wasn't it? Here, I got to make sure that Towns hits this kick. And then we'll go back and look at this play. Actually, when I saw it from the backside, it actually looked a lot better than it did from up high. All right, Towns Magoo hits one. All right, 3 points on the board for the Auburn Tigers. I want to go back and look at this play. That's a good example of a play. It looks like looks terrible to me from up high, and then it looks really good from behind. That's what she said. So Jeremiah Cobb darts out. It does widen the defense. The safety and the corner went with him. And there's a big-ass gap. But Jeremiah Wright aims at the wrong spot on the defensive player. He essentially shanks the block. This is a play that Georgia was running against Clemson, actually. No, I take it back. Clemson was running against Georgia in the first game of the season for them. It's extremely frustrating. This play should have been better. The problem is you're getting too much penetration from the left tackle and the center, Nazir Stackhouse. But even with Stackhouse getting the pressure, it was really 77 missing that block. Sorry, guys. I get a little bit carried away with some of these play calls. Ed Deese is tight formation just to run a quarterback draw. It was there, Ed. It really was there. I swear to God. It's just 77 missed his block. He had no concept of what. He just aimed at the wrong shoulder and damn near whiffed. Hornatius says Ed on 3rd and 6. Again, I like the call. I didn't think I liked it, but it actually was gonna. It should have worked. Dylan McElroy says Percy blowing up again. Yeah, they're having a hard time at tackle, guys. We know this. If they had really good tackles right now, shit, just Lee Zemba, like a good SEC average tackle. I think they'd be better, a whole lot better. All right, 7-3 with the seconds ticking down here at the end of the first quarter. Little power pitch. And Auburn's run defense has been pretty good today so far. Malik Blockton out there playing a bunch. That's a huge development for Auburn, I think. The fact that Malik Blockton can give you reliable snaps right now is huge. That guy is going to be so good. I was saying earlier, I was telling somebody on Tuesday, I think he's going to be like DeMarco. DeMarco McNeil is a damn good player, and he just had the knee problems that tailed him off a little bit later in his career. But I think that Malik Blockton can be that kind of a player. That's a great example of how football has changed. I think 10 years ago, Jay Crawford's going to line up a helmet-to-helmet and knock that guy's teeth out. But in this era, he has to be much more careful. There's Drew Bobo, a young man who was committed to Auburn at one time. Great kid. Great kid. All right, that's the end of the first quarter. Georgia up only 7-3. Kind of from a 10,000 feet perspective, to be down 7-3 after one quarter is probably good. From the way this game is played out, and we'll be watching it play by play, it's been kind of disappointing. The penalty that extended their scoring drive, not enough resistance past the 40-ish, kind of let them go a little bit there, and then not finishing the drive, not finishing Auburn's drive, 3rd and 6 with a quarterback power that probably should have worked. And didn't. Auburn fan 123. Auburn team first quarter team grade JGT. I would say defensively C+, offensively C was where I would be. Georgia's defense, I would give them a B, and offensively B. So they're one grade better, and they're 4 points better. It's kind of where I'm seeing Ed D, who we always listen to him. He's like E.F. Hutton. When he talks, we listen. Peyton has to learn to put the ball up in the air to Cam Coleman on the fade, not the back shoulder. His leaping ability is his talent. I would say, yeah, that's his special ability is like aerial duels, and they haven't given him enough opportunities to win those. So I think you're onto something there, Ed. Good stuff. Hayden, who we love, he's been with us a long time. I think he swam in around COVID times. We're glad to have him. Just says points. See, Hayden thought they might have gotten shut out, but no. Au contraire. P-Pass says that's fair. UGA, he's given them a B- on defense and an A- on offense. Okay. I'd do that. I mean, yeah, an 11-play, 75-yard drive in 5 minutes without any real problems. They didn't get like a hold or an offside or anything. That's pretty good. So I guess I'd say that's pretty good. I like those. Tumor's Corner says, when's the kicker coming back? What's up with him? That you talked about Alex McPherson. He had a complicated digestive issue or abdominal issue during the summer that caused him to lose about 30 to 35 pounds. He was pretty sick, and they could not figure out what it was. Fortunately, they did figure it out eventually after a lot of tests at UAB, but that wasn't until like maybe July 31st or August 5th or something like that, and he's still kind of in the process of getting used to the medications and gaining his weight back. So he's still kind of weak. So that's kind of the situation there. Anonymous says, also looking for Riddick on passing downs. What's up with that? We saw him out there a little bit. I don't know how many plays he's played, but he was out there. The thing is, like when you're playing Oklahoma and Hawkins is their quarterback, he's fairly mobile. You need a spy. With Carson Beck, you don't really need a spy as much. He can run, but he's not really a runner, so I think it just changes it a little bit. Now, Jacob, I'm going to have to call you crazy. I think we pull this upset. War damn Eagle. I love the optimism. I absolutely adore it, but I don't know, man. I mean, I just want to see a little bit more before I even. But I had a feeling. I told my wife before the show, I was like, they're going to fight today. And I told you guys the same thing. I think they're going to fight. Oh, Ravin with a. So McPherson just couldn't stomach this offense. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Looks like Auburn got caught in a zone right there. And there should be somebody over there underneath Cayenne. But there wasn't. So they get a big chunk play right there. Probably 15, 18 yards. It's a 1st and 10 for Georgia, just over the 50. Somebody lost outside contain on that one. I don't understand why that run was able to get going so easily. Jalen McLeod, I don't know. He looked confused about what he was trying to do on that play. Auburn had a 4-2 box with Jalen McLeod as the defensive end, the strong side defensive end. And he just got absolutely faked out by the Y going out into pattern, which is all just to fuck him up, and he fell right into it. Cassidy P jumps in with another super chat. This guy, unbelievable. Some early thoughts. Can Durkin keep Bobo predictable? Can we at least push on turnover margin, which would be great. That happens rarely for Auburn this year. And can we consistently get 2nd and 6? We can keep it close if so. It goes back to what Crocky Poo was saying, like least imaginative offense ever on 1st down, which some of us took umbrage with, But although it hasn't been good. I don't know if it's been epically bad, but it's not good enough. So 2nd and 6 would be terrific. Good idea, Cass DP. Oh, there he is. Get him. Oh, Mr. Falk doing his thing right there. Pulled a wrestling move on him, just kind of chunked him, but kept it legal. Boy, he beat 73 bad on that play. Keldrick Falk, young man making the most of his considerable athletic potential. Young man from Highland Home, Alabama. Home of the Flying Squadron. I believe that's Crenshaw County, Alabama. About 30 miles south of Montgomery. His brother Caleb is going to be coming here next year. So there you go. Great play from Keldrick there on 3rd down to end the thread. And we will go ahead and chalk up Georgia for a failed 3rd down attempt. You have failed. Drop. Auburn is 1 of 5, but we're not going to talk about that shit. No, I'm sorry. Take it back. 2 of 4, 2 of 3. I think some of my Peyton numbers are off, but we're just going to stick with it for the moment because I want to see this drive. Auburn's going to take over on the 12. I'm doing a lot of compressed formations, as Ed D mentioned earlier. I'm not sure what the advantage of that is. Oh, shoot, man. Nice run by Damari. That's the 2nd time today that an Auburn tailback has been one shoelace away from breaking a big daddy right there. Jarquez had one on the last drive, and this one from Damari Alston. He's got the man, Jeremiah Wright, out in front of him. Now, that time, Jeremiah made a nice block on that one. He generally does a good job. Got his shoulder square and just drove that dude right out of the lane, so that was nice. Spicy P wants to run the ball, but they just ran the ball. So I know you're a little behind, though. It's not your fault. That's actually my fault, I guess. Throw the ball. Throw the ball. Throw the ball. Okay, you can run it out of bounds. That's fine. Let's see. Hornacia says he's drinking, I guess, an 8-ball. I like that. An Old English 8-ball. I have only had in my hands an Old English one time. I bought it in Los Angeles, California, and I put it on Easy E's grave. An Old English 8-ball. Yeah, Small Time Republic says Jeremiah is mean in a good way. Yeah, he definitely has ill intent when he is pulling. Hey man, I've been relatively happy with the run game so far. Now I feel like their best runs have been aimed against the guard because the tackles haven't been awesome today. Although they've been better in run, I think, than they have in pass pro. Interesting stadium this one is. Been there a number of times. It's kind of like the mezzanine is like road level, and the football stadium is actually kind of below ground in a way. It's kind of built in a hole. But my experiences over there have been good on game day. Folks have been pretty nice. I like to just kind of roll around. This is back when I used to go to games. Roll around, tailgate, try to find some Auburn people to hang out with. Not because I wanted to eat, just want to hang out and talk ball with people, see what people were thinking. And it was a pretty good tailgating environment there. Did he catch that ball? Guys, that's an A-plus play right there, assuming that they're going to. Yes, he says, get your ass over here. That's a first down. Wow, the concentration on that catch. Holy shit, man. That was amazing. I need to see what kind of a run concept this was. I think of Damari as being more of a zone runner. Let's see what the concept was on this. Yeah, that's zone. Auburn's getting a piece in the run game now. They're not getting a home run, but they're getting to almost second base. They're getting some lit for sure. Metaphorically, you know. Spicy Piece has run the ball. They have been, easy on that now. Auburn's thrown the ball 7 times and they've rushed 14. So come on now. They can't run it all the time. Boy, Jeremiah did a nice job on that one, but there were problems inside on that particular run. I'd like to see that from the other angle. I feel like Damari made a bad decision on the run with that one. Grit Squad just says Valdo. I didn't understand that either. Sometimes I just have to let stuff go. AU Taxman, yeah, AU is playing well. You're absolutely right. By the way, I'm drinking well, too. I don't know if you saw earlier. I'm drinking this Luxro 12-year. Some of my favorite stuff. And me and Casa DP like this stuff. It's delish. And I bet you've had a bottle or two yourself because you're a discerning bourbon consumer. We got a flag. Flag. Oh, Spicy P says, I'm just saying it as keep running the ball. Because as we all do, there's a frickin' penalty that they tend to get away from the ball, particularly when they run it well. My man, I got a picture from Ravin, who is, I guess, technically at a wedding. Oh, I don't know. Is that your picture, Ravin? But he's instead watching the game because he loves us. And he loves the Auburn Tigers. Auburn guy wants to know, is Hugh calling plays? Of course. No, I'm just kidding. Derek Nix is calling the plays. Everybody knows that. 3rd and 8, which is exactly where they don't want to be. Lots of pressure coming. Get the ball off. He did get the ball off, but it's for a modest gain to Dre. Actually made a nice catch. Contested catch. And after this long-ass drive, they're not even over the 50 yet. And that's going to wrap up the drive. 7 plays, 33 yards. At least you kept your defense off the field for a little bit. Small Time Republic with the correct answer to her question. It just says, if it's going well, he is. That's exactly right. That is not Oscar's best punt, but it's not atrocious. They're going to take over on the 20. There's Uga. I got a hot take on Bulldogs. I would rather hang out with Bully than Uga. I feel like the people at Mississippi State are a lot cooler about their dog than the people at Georgia. They get a little pretentious about it. One man's opinion. David B. says, what are we even doing there? Is he talking about, are you talking about 3rd and 3 or 3rd and 8? Hornation says, I bet there was at least one guy wide open for a touchdown on that play. Let's see. We're working our way through the second period here. It's CDF. What are you doing, bro? Wow. He probably won't mind if I share this picture because there's nothing, crazy going on in it. Let me see if I can pull it over here. CDF sending a picture of his current situation, and I will be happy to share that. Yeah. This is where he's at right now. I think that's his current view right there. Not a bad way to enjoy the afternoon. I think that's even a better view than what Ravin's got. Thanks for sharing, G. Now I'm jealous. I'm jealous all the time, honestly. 3rd and 8 is what David B was saying. Throw beyond the stick. Yeah. Hey, dumbass. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, you got to have 8. 5 ain't going to help you on 3rd and 8, right? Yeah, I get it. I think he had a lot of pressure coming, and he just kind of found one open dude and said, take it. Colin says he's setting himself up for disappointment, but he's going to let himself believe. Hey, Octobers are for believing, my man. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got to check with Coach Hunter. Let's see. I'm almost certain Alex is going to be good. And let me check with Alex, too. Well, let me change that right there. All right, let's see what's going on with those fellas. Let's see. So Vanderbilt got on the board first, and then you got a pick 6 to their benefit, and now looks like Diego's saying Vandy's up 2 touchdowns on the Alabama Crimson Tide. Justin C. saying what we're all thinking, anchor effing down.
Drop.
Oh, man. That would be great. How about an Auburn win in Georgia and then Vanderbilt win over Alabama? That would be nice. Got a long way to go with both of those, though. And Auburn ain't even leading here, but you know what I mean. Knox is kind of scared of Vandy. Boy, I understand. I really do. They're a hell of a lot better than they've been. And they got themselves a quarterback probably better than Auburn's. Hell, better than Auburn's. He protects the ball well. Carson Beck sees something here. He must have seen that back judge. That's what he saw. That's a dangerous way to get rid of a ball. It's just to throw it over everybody. I've seen that. I've seen quarterbacks try that a lot of times and get picked off by a center field safety. Didn't happen in that situation, though. Robert B's calling it right here. Defense causes a turnover. This drive, I'd love to see it. Everybody here would. 2nd and 10. If they hold them here, that'd be 3rd and 10. That's the insight you guys come here to hear. Boy, that tailback really, really popped through that hole at the end, who came over from Florida during the offseason. Just saw a run there in that gap, and he was gone, bro. Got a first down out of that. It's tough. Auburn's run defense has been good. Auburn going with that 3-3 front. Actually, it's like a 3. Well, there you go. They switched it over to a 4-2 now. There you go, Eugene. Good effort on that one. Fairly narrow formation here for Georgia. Auburn's got 5 on the line. They're doing an end around. Backside pursuit is absolutely not there at all. Uh-oh, is he hurt or is he just frustrated? I feel like every single time a team runs that end around against Auburn, the backside defensive end is not there. In this case, it looks like it was Key Crawford. I'm not sure. I got to see better. Yep. It's Key Crawford and 18. Wasn't really helping there either. 18 kind of willingly got blocked on that. Yuck, man. Yuck, 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 yuck. That was a gap concept run, and number 6, Keys, just jumped right in there and should have held that to 1 yard. It ended up being 2, I think. Yeah, Spicy Pieces, absolute ass. Started with Key Crawford just completely overrunning the pursuit. He's got to he has to have a outside contain on that. Not good enough. Just straight up not good enough. All right, they're going 3-by-1, very, very wide here with that 3-man set, that bunch set up top. Auburn's jamming it, which is what I like to do. Nice stop there by number 18, Caleb Harris. Is that Caleb Harris or is that Sly? I'm still learning the numbers on these young guys. Yeah, Caleb Harris. Oh, calm down, homie. 3rd and 1. Hey, man, it's an opportunity for a hold here. Russell says, play your gap, stay at home, or not. It's fine. Spicy P asks if we're getting Hunter on the horn. I have communicated with him, and I'm waiting on an answer for that one. Well, they got the first down, but not by much. Pretty good play by the defense, but it's tough when it's 3rd and 1, you know. All right, so they get a fresh set of downs. They're around the 28-ish, something like that. A. Robinson says Auburn defense is terrible. I feel like they played decently today. Not great, but not awful. I mean, it's okay. No dice from Hunter. He's got some stuff going on. I mean, 3:45 to go in the half, and Georgia's got 7 here. I mean, that's not bad. I mean, they may be cruising for more points here. And you hate to see a first down gain of 7 or 8 yards. I mean, jeez. Yeah, same for me, AU Taxman. He says, I'm not getting terrible vibes. I think they played decently, honestly. Yeah, Ambitious Engineer says, how can you say the defense is terrible? You don't know football. I mean, honestly, yeah, I think defense has been playing pretty good. I would probably give them somewhere in the B's. Wow, shit, they just gave one up right there. God dang it. They're somewhere in like the B- C+ range. I mean, it's not amazing, but it's not awful. Oh, got a hold, so that play's coming back. That's nice. I don't know, but Bob says Durkin is a dud DC. I don't know, man. I don't agree with that. We'll just move on to the next comment here because I don't see a ton of holding. Oh, never mind. I did. I saw it on that hold. I saw it on that view. He had his hand right on the chest. All right, 3rd and 9. They have a good kicker, though. He can probably hit from here, but you'd like to just maybe knock him for a 10-yard loss. Oh, that's a hold, too. Well, it doesn't matter. They got him down. Keldrick got held on that, but I think even if they call that, he'd probably just decline it just because you got him 4th down. I don't think their kicker can hit from here. He added another 5 yards with that sack, and that's Keldrick's 2nd. By the way, it's a 3-man rush, right? Yeah, 3-man rush, and they were able to get it. They were spying the quarterback on that one. They're going to go for it on 4th here, which I'm not sure about that one. What is this, 4th and 13, 4th and 14 maybe? All right, they're just going to call a timeout. They don't like to call it that, but the 2-minute warning. That's what we're looking at. Scotty P says we have some dumb fans. Everybody does, but I like the defense in general. Yeah, I'm not saying this isn't like Tuberville's best defense or anything. Don't get me wrong, but I really got if they would just get some turnovers, right? I would probably give them a B or a B plus this season, honestly, if they would get turnovers. And I think AU Taxman's running the money here. He says defense hasn't lost us a single game this year. I agree with that. I think the Cal game's turnovers, Arkansas game's turnovers. Oklahoma game is just offense not finishing opportunities, really, is what it comes down to. And defense played a whale of a game against Oklahoma, so I don't know. And in both of those games, Auburn outgained the opponent by either double or almost double. So I'm with you on that tax man. And Scotty P, I think, was making a reference to that as well. Oh, A. Robinson thinks he's portraying it as a like a reverse jinx. Blake says, unfortunately, Scotty, Auburn ain't immune to stupid fans. To be fair, A. Robinson's been here with us a long time and had a lot of reasonable takes, so he's probably just goofing off. He's not typically that guy at all. Jesse, don't talk like that. Watch Georgia somehow get this MFer in the end zone. Don't you do it. I don't know about you guys, but I am freaking sick of political ads. I don't want to see another political ad, I swear, for the rest of my life. I don't need an ad to tell me what I'm going to do or don't do in the voting booth. You know what I mean? I don't need it. And that goes for both parties. I mean, I get what they're doing, but Chipotle. By the way, I upped my position. I added 25 shares to my position in Chipotle CMG last week. I'm a huge fan of that company. Completely off topic, but just want to let you guys know. I'm a big fan of CMG. I'm a huge fan of VOO. I think that's the way. It's the way to a happy retirement right there. So you guys think it's CMG, JG? What? Love it. Bob says not good compared to Kevin Steele's defenses. Hold on, man. He just showed up here this year with a defense that was under. He has better talent than Rob Roberts did, but he's doing a lot more with it. I don't know. I feel like Durkin, to me, probably I would give him something in the B range, like B, maybe B plus. But just because I'm JG and been covering Auburn this long doesn't mean I always have the right answers. I could be wrong. Anonymous says, I like my food without listeria. That's fair. It's been a while since I had that problem, but it did happen. Yeah, and Terrence is so right. Both sides consider each other to be radical, or at least they position themselves as the rational people and the other people are radical. You know what I mean? Like they're always doing that. Both of them. They have different ways of doing it, right? Republicans are like kind of aggressive about it, and then Democrats are like passive aggressive about it. And I do my very, very best to try to hide my political views from you guys. And since I get about half people saying I'm a dumbass Democrat and about half people saying I'm a GOP turd, I feel like I'm doing a pretty good job on that end. Shane jumps in. Moe's is greater than Chipotle. I'll die on this hill. I'll give you I don't have a soundbite for that. I like them both. But I like Chipotle as a business. And really, when it comes to stock market, that's really all that matters to me. Make me money. Let's see. Poppy says, is JG a closet independent? I am not independent, no. Although I have voted in the last election, I voted for at least one person from each party. I'm not like a straight ticket person at all. Keontae Scott doing what he does only or best or whatever. Been a disappointing season overall for Keontae, I think. Expected him to be a real stud this year. And he's just been so-so, if even that, really, because he don't play as much on defense. Great punt, great coverage. Auburn's going to take over on the 2. David B. says, you're a journalist. We know you're a lib. I don't really think of myself as a journalist, although that is part of my job. But I think of myself as a message board moderator. Yes. Blake R. says,
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
I'm loving the smoked brisket at Chipotle. Auburn Gal says, buy some Tesla stock. You know what? I've been thinking about it. You got the Robotaxi event on Thursday, right? So I definitely expect TSLA to be going up as we get toward Thursday. I wish I'd already had it in my portfolio so I could sell it on Wednesday. I'm not there yet, but I'm just not totally bought in on Tesla. It has nothing to do with Elon Musk. It has to do with their cars don't excite me that much. Cassidy P with a super chat says, Keldrick Falk, so come on and check yourself before you wreck yourself. Because sacks and pressures are bad for your health. My man. Thank you for that, bro. Galatians says, don't buy Tesla. Glad I sold mine. I would love to own a Tesla for a minute as a second car and just kind of see how it goes. But, I don't live that life. Brandon J, are you a Tucker Carlson fan or Don Lemon? If only it was that easy, right? Oh, well, let me talk about that. Hornation says non-political, please. Yeah, I ain't talking about politics. Nobody else is. Killer Breeze says, have you ever driven a Tesla? I have. AU Josh from the board, actually, because I was whining about having never driven one. I really wanted to drive one, and he said, hey, JG, I'll come to you, and you can drive mine, and that's exactly what he did. I met him downtown, and he let me drive his, I think it was an S Plaid. It was definitely a Plaid of some kind, and it had the yoke steering wheel, I guess you call it, or whatever, and it was amazing. It was great, but it's not mine, you know. He probably paid, I don't know what that car is worth, $100,000, $110,000. Like, I don't have that kind of money, guys. I drive a Hyundai. You know what I mean? Hey, I'm switching over. I was drinking the Lux Row 12-year earlier. I don't want to kill it, so I'm going to drink this delicious Journeyman Featherbone that my man Mike, my friend Mike from California, sent me this. It's a store pick from a place called High Time Wine Cellars, and I love this stuff. A lot of times you'll see this in the ABC and you'll overlook it because it's just kind of sitting there and you don't even recognize it. But it's pretty damn good. It's Michigan bourbon, which, you know, I'm a Kentucky guy and I like Kentucky bourbon, but this stuff's pretty good. So thank you, Mike, or Michael, for sending this to me. He's probably not watching. But I love him anyway. And Shane jumps in and says, LOLJ, you've outed yourself on the rubdown saying you've gotten all the jabs. We love you no matter what your political views are. Well, I've gotten all the jabs. I don't know what you mean by that, but I'm sure I said it. I don't really know what I don't know. It cracks me up, though. I get them both ways. Boy, that's a tough-ass run, plus a finishing blow right to the jaw for Jarquez. But ultimately, I mean, 5 yards, you take it. It feels good about that. So, yeah, long story short, I would definitely like to drive a Tesla Auburn Gal. I mean, I just don't have the kind of financial wherewithal to do that. Looks like Luke Deal may be down. I mean, they just had a long time out, so I doubt that's a fake one. Oh, COVID shots? See, now, for a lot of people, they say COVID shots are political, but they weren't for me because I just don't want to die. So, I've had several COVID shots. But my dad's a physician, you know what I mean? And his best friend was a epidemiologist, so I'm kind of biased in that way, I guess. Let's see. Hugh says, I got the shakes 2 weeks ago and had to sip on some Evan Williams shoe polish until I got home. Dang it. Spicy P says, would a lot of people would agree with him, probably including me? Although he is a great kid, but we love Luke Deal. Just get off my goddamn team. And Mad Beast is Quez gets a fairly blatant face mask call missed every big game. I feel like tailbacks just kind of like lately. I feel like that's something you can get away with against tailbacks. You don't see it as much. You see it more on wideouts, right? I don't know. I'm with you though. It's good eye. Good eye. Grit Squad says, "Oh no, JGT trusts science. # not my moderator." Again, my dad's retired now, but he was a physician, and so I was around it my whole life. Actually, my daughter, I guess technically, she's a nurse now. So there you go. Brandon J says, "Was I a mask hole?" The answer to that was, I gladly wore a mask when I was asked to, in situations where I was specifically asked to do it, and in every other situation, I did not. I was not. I probably quit wearing a mask before a lot of people did. But again, to me, that wasn't I just try to be respectful of other people in general. I love the idea of a mask hole, though. It's pretty funny. I don't think I've heard that one. It's pretty good. Auburn Gal says 2016 Model 3 for $23K. My daughter loves it. Now that's doable, but again, that's what, 8 years old or something like that? No, it's still fair though. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll try to pull one of those. I want the one like my friend, like Josh, let me have though. I want an S plaid, so I can go 0 to 60 in half a second, like he did. That was really fun. Also, my wife wants to kick me in the face about it. She's like, "You have a car that's like 3 years old. Why would you be worrying about another car?" And she has a point. So, my car is completely paid off too. I paid cash for it, so I kind of like paying cash. We didn't pay cash for her car, but anyway, I don't know why I'm talking so much. It's just been a lot of commercials and shit. AU Law says, "My bad. I haven't been as present as before. Thank you to JG and the team for all the great content. Word amigo, we love it. AU Law, of course, absolute stud. I think of you more as a basketball fan than anything, but I know you like the Auburn Tigers. Feel like a stranger has one as well. No politics, please. If we're going to do that, put up the hoops depth chart and let us discuss Brewsketball. Falk is a certified beast and boogeyman." We're not doing politics. I'm not. I was just talking. I promise I'm the last one to be out here ragging on people about politics. I promise. All right. I guess Blake's had enough too. Cleveland Brown says hydrate. It's just been I feel like we've been in commercial break for 8 minutes here. We were talking about Teslas too. Let's see, that guy Rick says he drives an 01 Cherokee. Good stuff. I like that. I'm big on driving a car until the wheels fall off. I went almost 300,000 miles on from start to finish in a Nissan Maxima that I bought in '99 when I started at the newspaper. I finally had enough money to buy a car. I was like, sweet. Got a Nissan Maxima SE, with the blue-gray color. Oh, my God, it was so good. All right, second down after a... So who was it on, Spicy P? Damon says, Auburn Athletics me, talking about the wife helping with automotive decisions. No, I respect her opinion on it. That's all. Oh, my gosh. P-Pass says his truck to sit 410. I thought I did well to get to 300. I actually was short of 300. It was like 293 or something. Peyton sees something. Over through Cam. Cam was open. It was a small window. Seven is carefully walking back to the defensive huddle, because he got beat. It was too tall again on that penalty. Guy. 3rd and 9. You got to be careful here, because with 1:15 and Georgia has all of its timeouts, you really don't want to punt from here, because then you're giving them probably a prime opportunity to at least get some points on the board. So this is a big play call right here, 3rd and 9. And just as I say it, they run inside zone and get about 4 yards. So it's going to be 3rd and 5-ish, 4-ish. At least they have enough room for Oscar to punt now, so that's good. So we can't have it both ways. So AU Skip says 3rd and 9, let's run it up the middle. But Spicy P was saying earlier, got to run the football all the time. So I kind of get it. I'm okay with that play call, honestly. Yeah, running 24 is impressed. P-Pass with the 410,000 on the truck. Great job. Yeah, let's go ahead and I want to get Peyton's numbers updated here. He is 6 of 9 for 71 right now. All righty. And Jarquez is 7 carries for 39. And Tamari is 4 for 22. And I think Dre has maybe 1 catch. No, he has 3, Jay. Good job, man. Was that a shitty snap? Ooh, got some good special teams coverage on that. And let me get the third downs updated, and we will be fresh. Third downs. Auburn 3 of 7. They're 3 of 6. All right. We are now fully updated on the stat tip. Update the state. Oh, stats. Yeah, thank you. I got you, brother. Yeah, the punt coverage on that biscuit was amazing. Great job. Great stuff there. And a bad snapping on a mouse. You did see the same thing. I was kind of glancing. Made the most of it, though. Got him out to about midfield. They've got 102 and 2 timeouts left, so you'd really like to go to halftime. 7-3 would be a terrific. I really like this play design by Georgia. So they had a pulling left guard was going across the formation as if they were going to run that direction, and then he threw the other side. It throws off your second-level defenders. The tackling in the open field has been really good for Auburn today. And that was another nice stop by Eugene. They did get the first down. Oh, Robert, you're scaring me with that. Making sure you're not ahead of me or something. Russell says big tackle. I agree. Eugene had made a really nice stop there. And there's been a bunch of those. Auburn's tackling's been good today. Whoever said earlier that Auburn's defense was garbage is just, I don't know, man. I guess they're trying to figure out where the ball should be spotted. My guess is that he's a little short. Just, like a length of a football. So they'll review it. On to review. Great. But the games need to be longer. That would be great. All right, so halftime. We're not going to get Hunter, but we are going to get B-Matt. He's not going to be angry, though. And Kozan says he's good to go. So what we'll do is we'll lead with B-Matt. Or should we lead with Kozan? Yeah, let's lead with Kozan then. And then we'll go to B-Matt after that. Coach Hunter has been out doing some stuff, and he just turned the game on, so he's not going to be able to provide any meaningful input on what he's been seeing because he hadn't seen enough. About A&M just absolutely curb-stomping Missouri earlier. Ends up being, 41-10, but it was like, 35-0 or 31-0 or something. I mean, wow. Let's see. Luke Duke says, I think the future looks great. Get a one-year quarterback out of the portal and then let Deuce Knight. Yes, we got to talk about Deuce Knight a little bit. Committed during the week. I guess, Thursday or Friday. And outstanding. Left-handed quarterback, can run. He's more of an RPO guy. I think he's a better fit for what Hugh is efforting to do, what he wants to do, his vision for what Auburn's offense would do. More of an RPO situation. I think of Juju as more of a passing quarterback, more like Carson Beck. I think Juju's going to be a really good player in college. I think he's a really good player. And I think more of his passing ability than Deuce Knight, but I like Deuce Knight's dual threat ability. I think Deuce Knight's a much better runner. And I think, when it comes down to it, if you're going to be an RPO type offense, I think having a running quarterback is good, and he's bigger. He's more of a physical runner too. P-Pass says, do we use Knight Rider memes, or is that too cheesy? To me, it's too cheesy, but I'm not the judge and jury on this. We need to run that by Pablo Escobar or whoever. Galatians says Pavia, Diego Pavia, of course, the quarterback at Vanderbilt. He was at the quarterback at New Mexico State last year, famous for having put Auburn on its head last year, as being a great fit in this offense. Yeah, he's playing at Vandy, doing a great job. He's been playing great. That I know of, Auburn never even considered him. Which is interesting because, I mean, he played such a great game against Auburn. And then Auburn doesn't think about, hey, man, remember that guy that beat our ass? Maybe we ought to get him. Call reversed. How about that? So they're going to be short. Still got 31 seconds, though. Stephen G. That's pretty funny. Bob has a good point. So for Walker, Hank, both portal out, I don't know. I'd be curious. I would think that one of them would have to go, and then definitely Holden would have to go, unless he just wants to, be a student at Auburn, I guess, and graduate and be great another way in his life outside of football. But, yeah, I mean, there's not going to be a ton of room here. Spicy Pieces head ref is from Sylacauga, Bama grad. I had a conversation with, I have a friend of mine that's an Auburn grad who's a ref, and they don't let him do Auburn games. And then when I asked him about the Alabama thing, he was like, I don't think they let him do that either. So, but he wasn't like, he didn't know about every single schedule situation. All right, after that long-ass review and all that, Georgia runs just essentially a run-off right tackle, right guard to right tackle, and they get 25 yards out of it. They're inside the 20 now. Again, the tackling's been good. When they get to him, they get him down, but they've had some runs today where they don't get to him. Yeah. Cleveland Brown with the, he's sick to his stomach emoji. Yeah. There you go, Guardians. Shut out the Tigers. I think Terrence was pulling for the Guardians in that one. I don't know if that game was still going. I don't pay attention, really. Oh, look at this, man. Come on, man. Fucking A, dude.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk off. Do I make myself clear?
All right. Well, Georgia, a little fortuitous. He overthrows the ball here. It deflects up and right into the hands of a receiver. I don't know. He might have been trying to take his hands down, realizing the ball was not aimed for him, but whatever. Kind of a fortuitous twist there, and, yeah, they get a touchdown out of it. Dadgum. Yeah, throw another chicken on the Barbie, I guess. Throw another shrimp on the Bobby. Yeah, I think 86 was trying to pull his hands down. The way he just kind of went like that, yeah. So it wasn't as fortuitous as I thought it was, but shit. Guys, you can't say that's the game. Like, come on now. You're down 11. Now, Georgia's going to get the ball in the second half, but as Chris M notes. And a lot of us were just defending the defense too, right? And kind of spit the bit a little bit there to give up that touchdown. It's a backbreaker. See, Robert S., I don't agree, man. He's saying that Auburn can't score. I mean, their offense has been all right today. 123 total yards to their 193. So prior to that drive right there, Auburn was probably ahead or close to it. They've had balance, 71 pass yards, 52 rush yards, Third downs, 3 of 7 I'm talking about Auburn's offense, which ain't too bad. 25 plays and a half is not enough, but they only have 33. And I think they're even on drives right now, so. Is that Jay Crawford returning that kick? I wonder if they have the nuts to take a shot here, or they just try to kneel down and get to halftime. At 7-3, I would do that, but now, I mean, like, golly, man. Chip, chip, Ted, bad teams find a way to lose. BRT says, why does every quarterback have a 90% completion percentage against us? Jeez. Does seem to be that way. Hey, there's that face mask we were talking about earlier. Yeah. You don't call it on the tailbacks, but you'll call it on other people. So Auburn's going to start this possession on the 40, which would normally be really good news. But there's only 11 seconds left. Oh, God, he just literally took his helmet off. Cheater. Well, Auburn's got 2 timeouts, so let's say they completed like a 25 or 30-yard pass here, then you would have an opportunity for a field goal. Auburn going 2-by-2. They put the tailback. Oh, geez. All right, Peyton's going to get 15 yards there, but only 5 seconds left. They're at the 45. I still think you got a chance here. So run like an out route. You can throw the ball anywhere because you got timeouts, but it's got to be a quick throw, so it can go middle or outside. And they're going with a full huddle, which is something you don't see necessarily a ton of from Auburn. Now they're going to call a timeout. They got the timeout, so it's fine. It's still concerning to me. Like, have the play ready. You know your situation. There's been 15 timeouts in the last 30 minutes. Like, you've had so much time to know what's coming up here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter, though. They had 2 timeouts left, so. AU Skip says, at least Peyton didn't try to slide in bounds. Yeah, at least he didn't do that, right? Tennessee at Arkansas could be an interesting one tonight. AU Taxman's predicting a sack on this one. Hail Mary Holden, feel like a stranger's right on the money there. That worked out so well last time, right? He ran out of bounds. And when the head coach went over to ask him like what the hell he was thinking, he was like, he had no comment. Oh, my goodness. Auburn Gal thinks he can't get the ball off quickly enough, so he's thinking about a Hail Mary here. Georgia's certainly defending for a Hail Mary. I'm sorry. I would throw this ball immediately to one of these wideouts on the short side. Georgia calling a timeout here, I bet. That defensive look didn't look right to me because they could have gotten an easy 7 or 8 yards, catch the ball, drop down, call timeout, and then you're kicking from the 40. And I don't know. How about Alex McPherson come out there and attempt that bad boy, huh? Be pretty sweet. Yeah, Alamo Tiger Grad says Bandy beating Bama. I think they're up 13-7. At this point, they're probably well into the second quarter now. You guys probably know more about it than I do. So, oh no, Vanderbilt scored another one, 19-7. That's interesting. Boy, that would be a stinger, man. Long way to go in that one, though. Long way to go in that one. But yes, that would be a stinger. Good golly. UCF Florida. I feel like this is a slam dunk. I think UCF's going to win that game. But I noticed that Florida's got whatever AWS says they got a 52% chance of winning, and a lot of the people in our pick'em picking Florida. I was like, what? Hank Brown. I'm sorry. Oh, you're just messing around. 20-7 EPW updates the Vanderbilt lead on Alabama at this point. So that's certainly interesting. All right, Georgia in a much different look here. This makes more sense to me. I feel like Dre could have gotten another 3 or 4 yards and not wasted more time, but whatever. It doesn't matter. All right, here they come. Out for the field goal attempt. It's going to be Towns. It's going to be a long one. He skips, says, oh, no, are we going to miss a field goal? Brandon asked, do I think they're delaying McPherson to potentially redshirt him? I don't think so, but I don't think so. CDF just gives us a Jabba right here. Please, I hope you don't know something I don't. Does this mean he's going to miss it? $54 yards. This is a long kick, dude. This is tough, man. If Daniel Carlson was kicking this, I'd be nervous about it. Ball's blocked. Pull for Christie. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Well, the attempt was blocked. I didn't like the snap. I thought it was high. And I feel like if the front guy hadn't gotten his hand on that, there was another pair of hands behind that. You know, at 50-something yards or whatever, you can't kick that ball super high. So, you know, whatever. Yeah, not a fan of that. Daniel, I totally agree with his take, though. He says, stop playing Peyton. This year literally means nothing. I could not disagree more with that. We will head into next season again with a quarterback who has less experience, or no experience in this case, sorry. Having one or both of the young guys get valuable snaps is better long term. Listen here, G, this is the way I look at it. I think there's a 2% chance Walker White is Auburn's quarterback 2 years from now. I think there's a 7% chance it's going to be Hank. I think there's a 55% chance it's going to be a portal guy who's playing at fucking wherever he is today. And then the rest of it is Deuce. So the chances you're gonna put a lesser quarterback in the game to develop for the next team he plays for, because I don't think either one of those guys is going to play for Auburn based on how things are going now. So it's just my opinion. I think Peyton is easily your best choice right now to win football games, and they got to win some football games. Like, period. They've got to win some football games. They should win this game. They need to win this game. Are they going to? Probably not. But this idea of, we'll tank this season and play fucking Hank. Like, no. They're not going to do that. No. It's just not. It's not going to happen. All right, let me get B-Man on here. Sorry, I don't mean to be getting on you or anything. Appreciate you. Galatians says, portal quarterback is our only hope for next season. You're right, dude. It's true. Vegas, I was saying the same thing. Vegas Dad says SMU quarterback. I love him. I love him. There's going to be guys out there to get. And I think that he could have gotten somebody in this last wave, and he chose not to do it. I don't know about Cam Ward because that was pretty expensive, but he could have figured something else out. I don't feel like he pushed as hard as he could have for Riley Leonard. I don't think he pushed as hard as he could have for the guy that's at North Carolina State now. And there were some other guys he was talking to that he didn't push that hard for. Jacob says, but how do you know Walker White? Guys, seriously, stop the Walker White stuff. Please, Jesus, stop. He's their worst quarterback right now. He's on the scout team. Like, no. No matter how bad that you want a quarterback to be better at Auburn, and I do too, it's not him right now. 0% chance. 0.0. Stu Pup says SMU coach too. Oh, man. God, that would blow some people up. They'd be like, what? You're going to go hire a guy who's one of Gus's people? Like, no. Let me get Alex on here. We love Alex Kozan. The guy's an absolute stud. He knows football, and he's really funny to talk to. I love how just straightforward he is about stuff. Thanks, CDF, for the super chat, G. Calling Alex right now. It's ringing.
Hey, Jay. How's it going?
Hey, what's up, Alex? How are you?
I'm doing okay. What did you think of the first half? To me, it was,
I
not
thought
quite the same execution in Georgia.
I didn't like the way the defense let that second touchdown come in there. What about a minute to go in the half? I think if they go into halftime 10-3 or 7-3, man, it's a totally different deal.
I think, yeah, especially when you're on the road. I mean, every touchdown is huge because Auburn hasn't gotten too many of those between the hedges. So it definitely changes the dynamics of the game and the play calling in the second half.
Yeah, I definitely. The run game's been a little better than I thought, Alex. I thought Georgia would eat their lunch, and they've been running some good gap stuff up front, and they've had probably, 3 explosive plays, got like 60, 65 yards rushing. They've been okay. What have you thought about the offensive line?
You know, the offensive line, I think what you're seeing, I saw a couple of missed assignments. To me, I think, this is the team's first game on the road, so I'd imagine their communication. This unit just hasn't had a full game together on the road, so ideally you would have liked to have gotten that one before. But for this season, you saw Percy Lewis. He got laid off the ball, and that led to I think it was either a sack or a big TFL. So when you're playing a team that's better than you on the road, you can't get behind the chains and having plays where you just something as simple as a snap count and getting off the ball on the right time on the right cadence. That's huge.
Yeah. As far as defensively, there's been some folks in the chat, Alex, that think the defense is playing like ass. But for me, they've been decent. I didn't like the way they gave up that last touchdown, but I would probably give them a B or a B- for the half. 14 points, it's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We were talking about it. I mean, Georgia has been very slow to start all year, so I would have liked to have held them to one touchdown. It seems like every single game, Durkin's giving up a touchdown the first drive of the game to the opposing team. So it would be nice to get off the field, not start yourself in an immediate hole. But I think the last drive, I'm with you. That's where you got to hold firm and you got to at least hold them to a field goal, giving up a touchdown there and making it a 2-score game. Especially, I think Georgia's getting the ball to start the second half.
Yes, they are.
Can get away from you pretty quick.
Yeah, I know. But they were Auburn's supposed to lose this game by 24, 25 points, so I mean, it's looking okay. I don't know. They've been all right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you're going in there and you want to show signs of progress. I think, to Thorne's credit, I mean, he's facing pressure. He's throwing off his back foot a lot. He had a couple of nice passes. I love the third down call when he was rolling to his right and he dropped a dime to Lambert Smith right
nice.
there on the right sideline. That was a great drive, and then I hated that QB draw call. But what are you can't? I guess you can't win them all. But I think I don't know. I don't know how to feel overall. I think this is a very good Georgia defense. I don't think they're quite as elite as they've been in the past. So take it for what you will.
The quarterback power, quarterback draw you were talking about, I felt like the right guard, which is a position you know pretty well. I thought he just whiffed that block. But I don't know. Was that did you look at the replay of that particular call?
To me, so QB draw usually, from my experience at least, it works when you've got guys who are going to win against their defensive linemen. When you're playing defensive linemen like Georgia or some of the elite teams in the SEC, it's more of a stalemate draw. And when you get that draw set up and then it starts to collapse in on you, that's when that's when you end up with a negative or very low gain in terms of the gain on the play. To me, it just looked like it. I didn't see the right guard specifically on it to answer your question, but to me, it's not the call against this sort of team unless you've got them kind of on their heels a little bit. So to me, I would have liked to have seen a shot at the end zone, and they did take a shot. It looked like it was a borderline PI there on that one he threw on the left hand side of the end zone to me, but. It's an offense that they're still trying to figure it out. And it's kind of a little bit of a mess at the moment.
Yeah. There's been a lot of complaining, a lot of groaning about tackle position right now. The left tackles missed some blocks. I don't think Tall's healthy. He doesn't look healthy anyway. What letter grade? I mean, I don't know if you don't want to talk about it too much and don't want to be harsh on them, I understand, but what do you think about the tackles in general?
Yeah, I mean, to me, yeah, I think they're probably average to below average currently. I mean, I think they're kind of middle of the road at best. They're two guys who are trying their best here. I know Too Tall still got some. He's got a ton of potential. He's playing banged up, and that's always tough. And I know Lewis is still trying to round into form and get in shape here. So I will say you've seen some better things from Lewis the past couple of weeks. I just think playing on the road, and if you're not getting off the ball on the right snap count against a team like Georgia, I mean you're going to give up some bad plays and put on some bad tape. So
cooked.
It's it's not what you want. Again, like I think this is a very good Georgia defense, but I don't see some of the same players that I saw in previous years. So to me, I think they're both capable of doing better.
I'm with you on that. What are your expectations for the second half, Alex? Obviously, Georgia's going to get the ball to start with. As you noted, they've been better in the second half than the first half. So I don't like the way this is setting up for Auburn, but they have been fighting. So I don't know. What are your expectations here in the second half?
Yeah, I would say a win for Auburn would be if they could get off the field here and then go right down and get a touchdown drive and make it a one-score game. I mean, that would be an encouraging sign. I think, the defense holding them to 14 or less in the second half, I think that would be a good sign. I'd hate to see them kind of give up and make it easy and Georgia get, three or four quick touchdowns in the second half and run up the score. Because again, I think this is a good Georgia team. I don't think this is I don't know if this is a national title team.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's just my 2 cents.
All right, Alex K. Appreciate you being on with us. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
See you, man.
Yeah.
Bye. There he goes, Alex Kozan, former Auburn offensive lineman who picked Auburn over Iowa in a memorable recruiting showdown and played a lot of guard for Auburn through the years. I can't even remember how long ago that was, 10, 15 years ago. And just a great guy to talk to. I love talking to Alex. He's not involved in football anymore, but he still knows the game very well. He's an extremely intelligent human being. Navy, 34-7 over Air Force. As a former Navy brat, I'm fired up about that. I got to turn the air conditioning down 1 degree, so hold on a second. Yeah, I had to get that down 1 more degree. Getting a little hot up here. And administrative assistant is at a birthday party. So she's out. Blake says, go Navy. I did not realize you were a Navy guy. My man, that's what I like to hear. My dad was a lieutenant commander in the Navy. We had some super chats come through. I'm going to get to BMAT here. Just want to make sure these super chats get called out. Cleveland Brown jumps in at the rant on Walker White was funny and true. I wasn't trying to get on anybody's case, but hey, Blake, I didn't realize you served in the Navy. Thank you. And also, badass. Yeah, Walker White's just not the answer, period. I mean, there's just no way. There's just absolutely no way. Not right now. Not a mouse. That joke gets old. But it's funny the first time. Also, I liked your comment about Trent Seaborn earlier. It's pretty funny. Ravin jumps in with the super chat, says, who cares more right now, coaches or players? Interesting. I don't know. Both? There's that Arkansas Stadium. Sure has changed a lot through the years. Done a lot of work. I wonder why they left that particular corner open. Maybe just so you could see campus or something? I don't know. Used to be kind of an ass stadium, but it's nice now. And D. Lucky says, girls' night. Congratulations on the sex, JG. She's at a birthday party for a 2-year-old. It's one of those deals. You know what I mean? Hey, Mike, I said that earlier. He says, Georgia's up 14-3, but did the Bulldog run good? Did he bark good, is what I said earlier. All right, let me get B-Matt on here. He's not going to be angry, B-Matt, I don't think, because he is he's probably going to be relatively satisfied with the way they play, is my guess. But we're going to let him do that on his own.
Hello.
What up, B-Matt?
What's going on?
I don't know. People in general are not thrilled.
Well, I mean, there's nothing to be thrilled about, right? I mean, it's going about how I expected. The positive, Keldrick Faulk is playing like a bad man, right? He's getting after it, and Peyton Thorne's playing pretty solid. No turnovers, which is a big plus for him, and he's completed 70% of the passes, which never happens. So,
yeah, that's not bad.
And I don't mind the conservative play call by Auburn. I mean, it is what it is. You're playing in one of the top teams in the country on the road. You know, if not for a few mistakes here and there, they just can't be much closer. I mean, Georgia's first series had that penalty, which keeps them giving a 3 and out. Percy Lewis has had a rough game at left tackle.
Yes.
Obviously, and you know that 3rd and 1 run, that 23-yard run by Etienne there on that final drive was a killer.
Yeah, it was.
Auburn had been playing the run pretty good, you know, forcing Georgia to uncomfortable situations, but that was tough.
Yeah, and
that
remember
kind of changed
their
game.
first touchdown drive. I think they had him at 4th and 2, and then there was a illegal substitution penalty. So,
yeah, that it would have been a 3 and out, and they allowed it to keep going, and that gave them a touchdown. So, I don't have really a lot of negative things to say about the game plan or how it's being called. I mean, I'm sure everybody wants to go out there and throw the ball around, but it might be 28-3 if they did that.
Correct.
Because we know what this passing offense looks like if they get too carried away with it. So
what would you
I
say?
don't mind
What would you say to people that it's time to play Walker White?
To say what?
It's time to play Walker White.
I mean, he's not even. Well, my feeling is that there's going to be two new quarterbacks on the roster next fall, and they're going to be the top 2.
Completely agree.
All right, and Walker has been on the scout team. He finished 4th in the competition. He's more of a developmental guy. He was never I'm going to come in and play as a true freshman guy. So let's see what he can do over the next 3 or 4 years. You know, if Auburn goes out there and signs a 1-year guy that can come in and start as a 5th-year senior or something, a quarterback next year, then Walker can compete with Deuce Knight and whoever they sign in the 26th class, and that'll be a good competition. May the best man win. But right now, Auburn needs every single win they can get. You don't want to play your 14 quarterback just because he's a freshman. You know, go out there and find a way to scratch out wins, have some momentum. This is not the game. You're playing one of the best teams in the country and place yet won in 19 years. So expecting Auburn to come out here and just dominate this game and have everything go well is not rational thinking. Now, if everything did go right, Auburn would be in this game, but it didn't go right.
Yeah.
You know?
Little mistakes.
I mean, even Oscar Chapman on the punts, his first 2 punts, Auburn had a chance to pin them deep. And, that didn't happen. I think they started both those drives around the 25 or so. He had a good punt there at the end there to, push him back near the midfield. But still, it's just been little things, the penalties, the lookout blocks, the giving up a big play on 3rd and 1, you just can't have those things.
For sure. All right, G. We appreciate you jumping on with us, trying to give us a little bit of rationality on this, because I think people are just getting frustrated, man. They're sick of losing to Georgia.
Well, yeah, they should be frustrated, but this is they're doing the right thing with the game plan, and if everything had gone right, this game would be a lot closer.
Agree.
It would be a lot closer. So,
all right.
That doesn't mean they did a good job coaching this team up, because if they coached them up better, they wouldn't be making these dumb mistakes over and over again. I'm not giving them a pass. I'm just saying I just don't have a problem with the way they're going about things. It's just not quite working out. And I expected it not to work out because they're playing a really good team who's pissed about their loss last week.
Yeah. All right, B-Matt. Yep. Appreciate you, G. Good stuff.
All right. Peace.
See you, man.
Peace out, brother.
I'll see you after the game.
Bye.
Bye. There he goes, B-Matt. Not angry B-Matt. Frustrated a little bit. Just thinks that they could have been coached up a little bit better, and I agree. But not disgusted, and I respect it. I mean, I I don't know why he would be disgusted, why anybody would be disgusted, honestly, at this point. I mean, I don't. Let me bounce over here. We had some super chats come through. Definitely Ravin says, oh, yeah, that who cares more on our coaches or players? I'm not sure on that one. Probably players. Coaches too, but I don't know. Neither one of them, I thought they've been fine. Josh C says, Auburn has given us hope, and it's the hope that gets you. Little reference to the Shawshank Redemption, which Jim Kramer was referencing on Squawk on the Street this, I think on Thursday morning. It made me laugh. Abby Laker jumping in. Says, suffering on the beach, quit throwing the ball on first down. We've been talking about that, Abby Laker. Like, come on, man. Be a little more inventive on first down and try to find maybe some creative ways to beat Georgia instead of running the ball. Or throwing the ball, I should say, on some weird plays on first down. At least try to get it to 2nd and 5, 2nd and 6 would be a great way to make some improvement that people feel good about. Mobile alum is in the house as well. She would just really like Auburn not to get blown out, which I think we would all be on board with for sure. Spicy P goes a little further. He says, coaching has been ass all year. I don't know about that, man. The team is performing below expectation. I think we can all agree with that, and therefore you put it on the coaching staff, and I think that's completely fine. But ass is too far for me. I think this team's – see, I still think this team's like middle-of-the-road SEC. I think they're just middle of the pack. They're not currently in the middle of the pack because they completely screwed up the Arkansas and Oklahoma games, but I don't know. They're playing about the way that I thought they would play today. They're putting up a fight. They're playing a hell of a lot better than they did in 2022 when Pink Slip Potato was in charge. I love the way that he gets to be the one on social media sitting around talking about, here's to the winners. Like, fuck you, man. He sucks. He's so bad that nobody will even hire him anymore. Dick. Poppy Clan says, what is the criteria to get on the Legends Chiron scroll? We have a very esteemed and august group of folks who make those decisions. It's me. And it's based solely on, I don't know, just kind of how I feel about it. Some of those people are big-time super chatters. Some of them are big-time chatters. Some people have had epic calls. Some people have had my back in special ways off the air. Poppy Clan, you have done, I think, 2 of those 4 things, in my opinion. And I will certainly take you under consideration moving forward. Because you're awesome. You're always here with us. Love hanging out with you here on the show. Glad to have Julia back with us here for the second half of this barn burner. Let's see, Jay, do you think it's going to be like the Clemson game? They just run us out in the second half. I am concerned I think that's the most likely scenario here. This is a lot like the Clemson game. I'm talking about Georgia playing Clemson. But the first play of the half was a nice little play there with Jaron Thompson rolling down, making a stop, and then like Keldrick kind of cleaned it up. So that was nice. Stu Pup says give money. Stu Pup has been he's done all the things though. Stu Pup's been huge. But like C-Web is on that scroll, and I don't think he's ever given me a super chat, but he's done a lot of stuff in other ways. He's a stud. And as you guys know, the real ones know, I mean, Stephen P's not even alive anymore. But the support that he showed, both financially and for me off the board, was just amazing. Unfortunately, he's not with us anymore, and he's missed. And I just decided to kind of leave him on the list because the people who knew him, and there's I'm not the only one on this. Actually, I didn't know him nearly as well as some of the people who are who are stars in this show who knew him. Just leave him there, just as a remembrance. Mobile alum asks about thoughts on getting Deuce. He's good, man. I think he's a really good fit for what 3rd and 5, by the way. It's going to be an incomplete pass, so that's a hold, guys. Now, Alex Kozan was like, hey, man, let's get a hold to open the third quarter and go down there and score some points. Well, we got half of it done. I think Deuce is a great fit for what Hugh and D-Nix want to do on offense. So I think that's a big-time add. I think Juju Lewis is an outstanding player, too. I just think he doesn't fit quite as well, quite as snugly into what – I mean, he's more like Stidham
and Deuce is more like Nick Marshall. I mean, but Deuce is more nuanced than Nick Marshall was. I think he's a better passer. Nick Marshall had an amazing arm strength. His accuracy was kind of off. I think Deuce can do a lot of the things Nick Marshall did, but be a better passer. So, yeah, I mean, I think he's a stud. I was arguing with somebody yesterday, not really arguing, but fussing with somebody in the bar yesterday about, hey, is Nick Marshall one of the top 5 quarterbacks ever to play at Auburn? And I thought he was in the 5-6 range. I mean, you got Cam Newton as a stud. Pat Sullivan's a stud. Who else? There was the third one that was an absolute stud. I'm just not thinking. Oh, Jason Campbell. Finally. I mean, his senior year was amazing. But now, at that point, you got to start thinking about, Nick Marshall in that spot, or do you think about Jarrett Stidham in that spot, or Ben Leard won a lot of games and came along at a good time for Auburn on the way up. Yeah, he did go off, absolutely. Small Time Republic says he turned into Joe Montana against Alabama in 14. Unfortunately, they lost 55-44, but played a great game. And I think Auburn ended up putting up 500 yards or something like that in that game. And still lost, but, yeah, they played great in that game. Offensively, they did. Go ahead and switch this to third quarter, duh. 2nd and 9. Ran a play there, kind of a, at least they ran the ball. Peyton Thorne's got some space here. If he gets a nice tackle. Come on, man. You got to give him credit for that tackle right there. Boy, that's a really good tackle. Actually, a really nice play by Peyton to elude the pressure and get moving. And he just thought that 8 would have made a block there. And I guess Cam, I'm gonna be diplomatic here and say he didn't think he could have a legal angle to make a block there. Anyway, 3rd and 1. Spicy P saw a slot receiver running wide open there. Julia says, does anyone notice that Hugh is calling the plays? No, we don't, because it's obviously D. Nix. Tell Lane Kiffin, all right? There's that little shift that they like to do on the defensive line. All right, so that's a read option, and Peyton made the right call there. Good idea, 1st down. Blake, I think that he thought that Cam was going to block him. I think he thought that he could run behind Cam, and Cam would be able to at least obstruct that guy. And Cam instead just kind of stared off into space. I don't know what he was doing. Again, diplomatically, he didn't think he could get a block on him legally. I'll just leave it at that. First and 10 Auburn Tigers. Starting to get close to midfield here. He really wanted a wheel route. He's going to get about 12 or 13 yards on that scramble. So Peyton's been terrific on this drive so far, although I suspect he's missed some open receivers. I don't know that. I didn't see that, but I suspect that he did. Because when he starts pumping, that tells me he sees something, but the window wasn't big enough for him. I feel like he usually needs larger windows than most. I like Robert Lewis right here. I think he can win this. Okay, it was a run play. Didn't matter. You're asking a hell of a lot of Robert Lewis to have to make that block right there. Good God. He's going to have to run 15 yards. Patrick P. Peyton making some Heisman moves. Yeah, maybe running like John Heisman. I don't really know if John Heisman was a good runner, though. 2nd and 6. Hey, that's doable. Chris M., if he's still here, he likes 2nd and 6. Okay, so that's an outside zone run. Auburn had some good blocking on that. Jarquez is out. He's out, and he is gonzo.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Little outside zone run concept, and Jarquez was just able to break a tackle and get in, man. I mean, I don't know what else to say on that. It was the right decision to hand off. Peyton must have thought he had a numbers advantage that side. I didn't get to count bodies, but he looked good there. It looked like a good run. Towns puts it through, and that's 10-14, guys. Just like Alex Kozan said, hey, man, let's get a stop, get a score, and you're right back in it. And here they are. They did both. Hey, Jarquez gives you some home run now. When he gets out, he's gone. That's one of the things about Jarquez. He's kind of like Ben Tate in a way, but he's got the home run speed that Ben Tate didn't have. Let's see. Hornatius thought that Perry and Luke Deal were making some key blocks on that run. Let me take a look and see again. I wasn't specifically looking there. And Perry very wisely let go before he got into trouble. Because he was getting into that area where it would have been a hold, and he let go. That was very wise of him, considering his age. Now, Georgia did make a line shift away from this run. And the cool thing about this particular run was the blocking was going the other way. So they were pulling guards. Let's see if it was a GT or it was just a G. Yeah, this was a GT block to the left. And then they ran it to the weak side. So that's completely going against tendency. And Jarquez, again, as Hornatius said, nice block from Perry, nice block from Luke Deal, and then strong running from the tailback on that one. That was a great play. That's a wise play, a shrewd play, and well executed, and Jarquez gets extra credit for fighting through that tackle and continuing to just take off. I like Hayden. He's letting it get to his head a little bit, but I love it. I love it. He says this could be a legendary day, but I could say this right here.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Hate to be that guy, but yeah. That's pretty big, man. That's pretty big. To get that 3 and out, or whatever, was a short possession for Georgia anyway, to open the second half, and then Auburn gets the touchdown. That's a big, big situation there. Let me get some of these stats updated. Peyton's passing numbers didn't change on that drive, but he sure did run the ball well. 9 carries for 31 overall. I don't have the numbers specifically for that drive, but that drive itself was 6 plays, 68 yards, and 345. And Jarquez is up to 10 carries for 82. Of course, he gets a lot of yards on that one run, but that's all good. And Damari, I don't think he had a carry on that drive. No, he didn't. So this is now updated. Oh, I need to get third downs updated. Auburn is now 4 of 8. They're both 4 of 8 on third down. That's a huge improvement for the Auburn offense. And that's a step backward for the Auburn defense, but it's we're still kind of a small sample size. But yeah, Durkin would sure not like to be 4 of 8 on third down. Auburn's run game has got to be over 100 yards now. 23 carries for 135. So yeah, that's almost 6 yards a carry, guys. I mean, that's pretty good. They're at 4.1, which is still good enough, but Auburn's even better than that. The problem, if you want to look at it that way, is that Carson Beck is currently 15 of 18, but only 125 yards, so they haven't really been stretching the field too much. Hornatius talking about Ben Tate, I'm sure. I don't know exactly that's what you're saying, but oh, yeah. Crocky Poo, of course. Crocky Poo's going to know this. Peyton had 3 carries for 25 on that drive. I'm going to give him I think we have a special sound for that one. We'll just take that one. That one's for Crocky Poo. For always coming through with some stats. 3 carries for 25, and he really kept that drive going. Stupep says Auburn's got something on those sweeps. It wasn't actually a sweep. It was just an outside zone concept because the power was going away from the run. It was just a really cool idea. That's a split zone concept right there. Auburn was lured out of position at the second level by the H
going the wrong, them going different directions. Good run. Good idea. Man, Georgia fans are not happy with this shit. I don't know what the Georgia stream sounds like right now, but I bet they're not happy. I wouldn't say they're scared or anything, but they're not happy. Looks like Auburn's rolling up Eugene. No, that's actually Caleb Harris. They leave it as a one-on-one on the outside there. And Kay and Lee makes the play. All right, 3rd and 2. Well, that was a nervy situation with Kay and Lee because he was in one-on-one with no safety help there. So if he misses that tackle, that's a gonzo right there. But he made the tackle. Auburn's tackling has been good today. Better than usual. 2nd and 3. My ball, I thought it was 3rd. Auburn loading up in the box right here. Oh, Jaron. Come on, bro. Jaron should have stopped that play for a 2-yard loss, and he fucking arm tackled it. Ah. All right, it was still a hold, though. It's going to be 3rd and 1. I wish Jaron was a little more physical, man. He gets a little finesse-ish sometimes, finessey, when he's playing downhill. I wish he was a little tougher. I don't think that's going to be a problem for Auburn in 2 years, but it is right now. Eric Winters would have killed a man right there, and I think a new boy would have killed a man right there too. That is, I think he might have got on the second effort. Auburn played that really well. No, they're going to mark that short. They may still feel like they can go for this, though. I mean, I would probably. That's like Tommy. Don't do a replay right now. It's like Tommy Toverly say, if I can't get an inch, then I don't deserve to win. Yeah, I think he got it, but not by much. I just think Beck was over the pile there. Yeah, Spicy P, thank you. I've noticed that before. He said, JG, you got to stop saying it's a hold. It's not a hold, it's a stop. You're absolutely right. I need to work on that. I've caught myself doing it before. It's a stop. You got to get a stop. I don't know why I say hold. It's because you're kind of holding them short, but yes, in football parlance, it doesn't work. Even in basketball, you call it a stop, too. I don't know what I'm thinking. That's a shitty throw. The right tackle was terrified of something there. I don't know what he was doing. He is so quick to gain depth on that pass rush, and I don't know what he was scared of. Because he had Bobby Jamison Travis on him. Sure, he should be terrified of him. Chris says, can't wait for Winters and the Thompson safety, a.k.a. New Boy Fagans. Those guys are dogs. They sure are, man. Those guys will absolutely bring it. Plus, if Naeem Alford comes with them, that gives you an upgrade at corner right away. You could probably play him next year, too. So, God, there's Jaron again missing a fucking tackle. That's 2. That's 2 on this drive. God, he's got to be more physical, man. He's got to be more physical. We're making a bunch of changes here, personnel-wise. Got DeMarcus in there playing that A-gap. DeMarcus trying to get him through the A-gap here. They're mugging him. They've got Keys. They got DeMarcus in an A-gap, and they've got Keys in a B-gap here. My guess is that Keys is going to back out. He's out of bounds. Oh, wow. Are they calling that a catch? I couldn't really tell. It was a great play, though. Oh, yeah, he's in bounds for sure. Nice play, man. Oh, no. Who missed that tackle, dadgummit? I can't tell who missed the tackle. It was absolutely awful. It's the worst missed tackle of the day right there. Just awful form, head down, didn't even get a hand on him. I don't know who the hell that was. Good golly, that was awful. Who was that? I still can't tell who it was. That missed tackle was so bad. Who was that? Did y'all see who that was? It was a safety. I don't know if that was Caleb Harris or... Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know about danger zone quite yet. I mean, for this drive, it sure is. 14, Sylvester Smith. All right, very good. Small time. Thank you. And also Spicy P saw that as well. That was atrocious. Like, absolute AP. Antonio Pierce would call that a business decision right there. Ah, man. The tackling from the safeties has been ass on this drive. 3 major misses. 2 from Jaron and 1 from Sylvester Smith. Just crucial, man. Oh, my word. Just brutal, man. Got to have more physicality at the safety position, period. Oh, man, that's a tough one. I don't think he got in there. You got a 3rd and goal again. Third and goal from the 1. Somebody's missing a shoe. That would be Isaiah Rakes. You'd really like him to be in there for this play, but I guess he's not going to get there. So you're going to have to go with Jason Jones. Who they got in there at those interior lines? Bleedy and Malik Blockton. I don't love Malik in this situation, but it is what it is. Yeah, I don't know, man. They're going to say short. 4th and goal. Somebody made a nice lick right there at the very last second. This is kind of fun right here. I like this. Wait, why are they showing a touchdown graphic? You guys got ahead of yourself on that one, y'all. I know y'all are pulling for Georgia and all that shit. Are they going to review this? The ruling on the field was no touchdown, so it's going to have to be pretty serious to give him a touchdown. Stallburn says, JG, it's 2nd and goal. I don't think he's in there, guys. You're not going to be able to see anything from there, I don't think. I don't think he's in there. And we wait. Spicy P says short. Hornatius says short. That's all I need to hear right there. That's short. Spicy P still saying this head ref is an Alabama grad. I would be shocked if that were true. Consider my Auburn friend who officiates in the SEC don't get to do Auburn games. And he's been doing it a long time, too. He's never been in trouble that I know of. You know, on that view, it did look like he might have gotten to the goal line. Oh, okay. Cassidy P. I didn't see anybody put their hands up. That's the thing. The stat broadcast, the official stats are ruling it a touchdown. So they must have seen something, but that's just the home cooking probably. All right, so they're going to call it a touchdown. Fine, whatever.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior, and I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
There we go.
BRT says, what BS? No way that ref saw anything. He just guessed. That's a tough one, man. But you got other problems on that drive, man. I mean, fuck, dude. You have opportunities to make stops there. It's a 12-play, 75-yard drive in almost 6 minutes. Get off the field, man. Get off the field. All right, let me get the score updated here real quick. They got to 21 now. And now Auburn's back in the danger zone. I'm not going to officially call it but until this next drive starts. But maybe they're not quite in the danger zone yet. But they have to get some points on this next drive. You can't afford to be down 11 and then give them the ball back. You don't want that on the road. For show. By the way, Carson Beck is now 17 of 21 for 159 in the touch. Has a passer rating of 160. Peyton is a 7 of 10 for 80, as you can see on your screen there, and he's a 137 rating right now. They've got 27 carries for 114. Auburn has 23 carries for 135. And they are now 6 of 11 on third down, which is going to give DJ, he's going to need some Pepto-Bismol after that one. It's just not good enough on third down, you guys. You want to see that 40% or less. Maybe even 35% or less. P-Pass says they're in the orange zone. All right, Galatians says it's officially
the danger zone. This is your redheads, your strippers, anyone named Tiffany. This is where your car gets keyed, you get a bunny in the pot, your tires get slashed, and you wind up in jail.
All right, there we go. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase this. Steve Marlowe, being an Alabama fan, he's a Bama graduate. He may actually be. You guys know more about this than I do. But this is an Alabama game. I keep thinking in my head it's an Alabama game because it's like arch rivalry. It's a Georgia game. Yeah. They probably don't let that guy do Alabama games, but he can do a Georgia game. I mean, my friend that's the Auburn graduate, he does Georgia games. He just doesn't do the Auburn-Georgia game. Just checking out what's going on here. Hornatius says, if we don't score here, Auburn will probably be marrying Tiffany. You spelled her name wrong. It's Tiffani is the one I think we're talking about. And Chris definitely knows. He knows where that's coming from. He knows that's the crazy Hot Matrix guy. Says he's a legend. He absolutely is. The matter-of-fact delivery on that whole video is amazing. And he's right. I mean, I can't say that I have had much experience in the last 30 years on the dating scene. Since it's been me and Cordy since 1992. But prior to that, I can understand that. I do feel like Courtney's in a special zone there. I've got a wife who does not spend money, who is even-keeled, who doesn't guilt-trip me ever. So, I mean, that's a plus. You're doing well there. I'm doing well there. You get a bunny in the pot. A lot of people don't get that reference either. That's to Fatal Attraction when Michael Douglas hooked up with Glenn Close in that movie, and she ended up being a crazy psycho beach. And she actually put the kid's bunny in the pot as a way of getting back at him. All right. Ball is coming out on, oh my goodness, yowzers. Jeremiah Cobb. When you end up on one leg, you're probably in trouble. All right, so 3 minutes and 43 seconds left in the third quarter. Auburn's got the ball, and we've got a block in the back on the Auburn Tigers. Good golly. Hornatius says, I have a wife named Tiffany. I wasn't going to out you, but that is true, according to Facebook. I have not met her. I would like to meet her. I have questions. I'd like to know. I would say, hey, when did you know this was your guy right here? Like this guy. When did you know? Although, I joke with you a lot, but I know you're a principled dude, so I understand. But it's more fun when I get to tease you. Cassidy Pieces' word is out from Birmingham. Can't let this remain close. Do not let them get closer. Find a way, guys. There we go. Nice little swing pass to Jarquez. Ball is right where it needs to be, so they let him. So Jarquez could kind of go full speed after the catch, and then he's able to get 10, 12, 15 yards on that bad boy. Brandon asks, why even bring it out? I think that's a fair question, honestly. I was surprised. At this point, I don't think you should be returning balls that are in the end zone, right? You should only be returning balls that are, I don't know, 5-yard line maybe and shorter. Shorter kick, you know what I mean? Other than that, I don't think there's any advantage there. I don't know. Alamo Tiger Grad says they can't tackle Hunter. He has definitely been getting some yards after contact today. He really wanted to throw that ball to the slot receiver, and he wasn't there. They should be able to get somebody open here. There's nobody open. Excuse me. Yeah, you Taxman says Horn's wife must be cool AF to put up with his crazy ass. We did have her on the line one time. We were glad to have her. But, yeah. Spicy just gives it a Peyton LMAO. Somebody should have been running to his side of the field, I think. One man's opinion. Shane H. jumps in again. We appreciate that, bro. Love him, but why does Jeremiah have to bring every kickoff out? It opens you up to so many problems. You're right. Well, Auburn's found a little something here. Malcolm Simmons with a nice, 15-yard gain on that little swing pass. And you got to give Peyton credit for. I like the play calls, first of all. And I like the yards after contact, second of all. But I really like the placement of the throw. It's giving them an opportunity to catch the ball moving forward so they don't have to accelerate. They're already at full speed. I really like it. And something, they're taking advantage of something here with Georgia. They're having a hard time accounting for that extra back right now. They got a lot of resources on the line of scrimmage here. You got 5 on the line of scrimmage. Well, actually, it's 4, I guess. It's a 4-1 box look. See, that's another situation. I'm not saying he walked into the pressure, but throw the ball. Like, you can throw the ball out of bounds. It's fine. I mean, it's not a big deal. No one's going to be mad at you. Super chat coming through from Pablito. My man. The talent gap seems to really be showing in this one. Haven't hated the game plan. Just don't have the dudes yet. That is pretty much exactly the way I see it, Pablito. Honestly, I would be interested to see what Chip thinks about that because he and I are both signed dudes and win games. Looks like Too Tall might be just kind of running out of steam here. If he's going to come off the field, they've got to be careful about what they do. They could put Ronan Chambers in there as a one-on-one plug and play, but I think they'd rather move D. Wade out to right tackle and play probably Braden Joyner at the guard spot. Thank you, Pablito. I agree with what you're saying. Toomer's Corner, formerly our parlay guy. We love it. Give it to Hunter 40 times, baby. Jarquez he's been a menace today. 10 carries for him. Also just has the 1 catch, so he's got 11 touches. But understand that Auburn's only run 37 plays, which is low for this time in the game. Georgia's at 48. So both teams are probably behind pace for a number of plays. It's been kind of that game. I want to update some of these numbers real quick while we're in a break. Peyton is 9 of 13 for 110. No picks, though. And really hasn't put the ball in jeopardy, I don't think. Jarquez still 10 of 8. Peyton, further, I don't have the numbers up there, but he's 10 carries for 24 yards is what he's looking at. And the third down numbers, I think, are still the same, yes. So all these stats are updated. For sure. Yeah, I don't know. You're not going to be able to get him to 40 times now. They haven't even run 40 plays yet. But I understand the sentiment. You're just saying this guy's been eating them up. Let him continue to eat up. Let him eat. Daniel says, I can't stand Peyton, but he had nowhere to go there. 7-man protection means they're going to go deep. We can't protect with 7, and we can't get open deep. Brilliant play call.
Yeah, it did get run down with 7. They should have had a little more time on that one. He just kind of turns his back and gets willingly hit sometimes is my criticism, but you might be right on there. Oh, my goodness. Let's see. Ed D says, how many passes has Peyton attempted down the field? One I could think of. He threw that really long one for Cam, who was open, but he overthrew him. Thought he let go of the ball a little too early. Yeah, I don't think there's been much else. But I will say, the way Georgia plays defense, that cover 3 match, it takes something kind of special to beat them on verts. You're better off trying to beat them at the 5-yard depth or shorter because it's just they're just set up to deal with verticals a lot better than most teams. And that comes at the expense of they're not as good underneath. Well, if you're forcing their apex defenders to become pass defenders, you would think that would put them at a disadvantage, but the apex guys they've got are really good. But with Mondon out, I mean, they're not as good, and I think Auburn's done okay there. Tripp says Thorne has no time, which is true on that one. Like, I don't want to blame him too much for this last one. I don't try to give him too much trouble here. I thought he's played a pretty good game. Cass DP jumps in again. Does talent acquisition jibe with Culture Council? Yes. They're going after a certain kind of player who likes a Culture Council. You know what I mean? 2nd and 17, guys, no big deal. 2nd and 17, very common. Inside zone handoff. He gets about 10, honestly. Maybe 8. It's going to be 3rd and long. 10-ish, 11-ish, somewhere in that range. Thank you, Cass DP. I know you've super chatted quite a bit today. Thank you. Let's see. Hornatius wants to know, why does my cat kill field mice and eat the ass off them? These are the questions that we get during the brain drain. We need an analysis on this. It's anyone's guess. 3rd and 8 for the Auburn Tigers. First down here sure would be sweet. Not a first down would suck. I mean, it's a catch to Malcolm Simmons, but he's like 2 yards short, so it's going to be 4th and 2. Do you just go ahead and go for it here? Thinking you're down 11. 3rd quarter's about to run out. Maybe you've got a play here you feel really good about. They've been able to run the ball pretty effectively. We'll have to see what kind of a look Georgia lines up with here. Looks like they got a 6-man or 6 or 7-man box, so he's going to have to make a throw in single coverage. Chris M is a fan of going for this. End of 3rd quarter. End of 3rd quarter, we go to 4th. I'm going to go take a super, super quick break. I'll be back in 38 seconds. All right, how'd I do? 38 seconds? Was it close? Multi Apples says, great, good show. Thank you. Or it could be good show for the Auburn Tigers just showing themselves out. I don't know. We shall see. Stu Pup says, here we go. Here we go. We could do a little GIF. Or GIF, depending on that. Me and B-Man have different agrees on that one.
Oh, here comes Ed D. Says, it's the same old question for Auburn. Can you score 21 or more in games? That is definitely when you can't score 21, you're putting a lot of pressure on your defense, and that's kind of the situation that they're in today. I think the defense has played reasonably well. Offense has played okay-ish. I don't understand. Solos, who's one of our pillars, says JDT literally live streaming right now. I don't know if somebody said something or what. Neil J coming over from across the pond says, smash the F out of that like button, folks. Helps the algorithm for JG. I guess it kind of does. It just makes me feel better when you guys like it. Spicy Pieces UGA is so beatable, it's insane. Anonymous says G stands for graphic. It does. Hard G. That's how I always felt about it. But the guy who actually made I normally call it GIF, says it's GIF. So I hate that. I really want to call it a GIF. But it is what it is. Maybe I'll just stick with the GIF, even though I'm wrong. Thank you for the extra thumbs up, guys. I got up from 44 to 58. Thank you, Neil. I feel like I got to sneeze, but I'm not going to do it. Mang says there's 200 in here and only 43 likes. Rude. Thank you, Mang. Hey, Mang. Peepaw says, appreciate the like reminder. Glad to have you here, G. Auburn fan 123 says this game has felt so quick. It really has. The fact that we're already in the fourth quarter here. I mean, hell, it's 5:15. I mean, it's been going 2.5 hours, right? It's just been a quick 2.5 hours, I guess. I feel like if I was a Georgia student, I would be looking for girls that dressed up like that at Georgia games. Like if she had shoulder pads on with spikes, like that's probably the kind of girl that I would be looking for at age 19, 20. My wife didn't do that, but we didn't go to school like that. Here we go, fourth and 1. Got to have this one. They're still communicating the play, which concerns me a little bit.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
There's just, I'm sorry, Hugh, you can get as mad as you want. And there's nothing you can say that's going to make me think you didn't fuck up that play call right there, because he can't hand the ball off. Jarquez has somebody literally standing in his lap. So it's got to be what is he? Why are you bitching at him? He can't hand the ball off. He can't do it. And Peyton's got 3 guys on him within 2 seconds. How is that Peyton's fault? Dan Webb says stupid call. I agree completely. I do not understand what you're doing there. And why are you bitching at him? I mean, there's probably a lot more going on that I don't know about on the headsets and shit, but I mean, that play is foobar from the minute they've started it. You got all that time to come up with a play, and that's what you got. Seriously. What in the fuck is that? Guys, that's straight ass, man. That's a bad play, man. Good golly, Miss Molly. Nice tackle by Keontae there. After our first down throw, though. Small time Republic. My man, this is hilarious, dude. You can't believe Derek Nix would call that. You knew that was coming, right? If it's a great call, Hugh called it. If it's a shitty call, D-Nix called that for sure. My man. I'm glad we can all enjoy that. Sam H. jumping in, one of our pillars, says Hugh sucks. There's a missed tackle. Auburn hadn't missed many today, but they missed one right there.
Boy, I'm going to have to play it again, but it's true.
The danger zone. This is your redheads, your strippers, anyone named Tiffany. This is where your car gets keyed, you get a bunny in the pot, your tires get slashed, and you wind up in jail.
Oh, yeah. You can't do that. Jalen's got it. That's yeah, you can't do that. Man, everything was going okay there for a second, and then it all just fucking went to hell. I don't know. Let's see. Josh C. says, JG, that's on Thorne. He adjusted right tackle outside, and right tackle got beat inside because of it. I have to look back at that. I'm missing what you're saying. He adjusted the right tackle outside, and then the right tackle got beat inside because of it. So you're saying he was making a pre-snap adjustment to move him out. I just got to be honest, I don't know enough about that. So you could definitely be right. It just seemed toast, dude, because it was... How about the right tackle not get beat, period? Is that a possibility? Second and goal from the 3. That's a great play, man. Great execution.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
It's J.C. Hart on the coverage there. I mean, he could have done better on that, but, like, I mean, I watched NFL and stuff. I mean, some really good cornerbacks and shit. That's just a really hard play, a hard route to beat when it's just one-on-one. And you got to play outside leverage. It's just tough, man. So I don't really blame JC on that. Stupup says, well, it was a good game for 3 quarters. Ryan says, I hate us. I love it. There they go. 28 points now. Here's the thing for me now. Here's kind of where I'm at in this game, okay? So the last time Auburn played in Athens, they lost the game. This would have been Harson's year. Was it 42-10, I think is what it was? I've got to have it smaller than that. Because I have changed in the last 48 hours. I have gone from seeing Harsin as a benign nuisance, a non-factor, a supremely overrated yet benign wart on a person's ass, that really doesn't matter. It's on your ass. Nobody sees it. Nobody cares. To now I consider him a malignant piece of dog shit who is the epitome of the twidiots that he used to rag on. He's the guy who can't get the job done but wants to sit on Twitter and rag on people, and you know what he's doing with that, who are not getting the job done. That is you. You're the reason Auburn's this fucked up. And it's a shame that he's getting paid a ton of money to go to Chargers games and pretend like he has friends. Dick. I'm so sick of that. I'm done with that guy. I might even just engage with him on Twitter. Of course, he'll block me. You guys know, those of you who followed me a long time, I don't play Twitter games. I don't fight with people on Twitter because I think it's stupid. But I might fight with that guy. And everybody's going to say, what a homer. What a homer. Man, at some point, it's not being a homer anymore. It's just, this guy's such a dick. Somebody's got to cause bullshit on that. I'm so sick of it. Cassidy Pieces, which Dr. Pepper character do you pick as OC for us? CJ's mom is hot. Oh, he's talking about the Fansville thing. And Boz knows D, but I'll go with the dad instead. Looks like he could draw up some ball plays. I mean, the mom is hot, for sure. Good idea, Cassidy P. I hadn't really thought of it that way. CB Addict says, welcome to the hate, JGT. My wife hated him and Green the first time she ever met him. Now I'm never going to hate Alan Green.
I will definitely accept you guys if you want to rag on him for being incompetent and making a bunch of bad decisions. I'm here for it, and I will never counteract you on that. But I'll go to my grave saying Alan Green is a good dude, and I like him. Just wasn't very good. Stoop Up says Harsin lost 42-10 at Georgia. I think it's what I said, right? Because, yeah, I was saying I really want them to lose by less than 42-10. But, I mean, I've really stayed out of the Brian Harsin thing. I mean, we've talked on the Brain Drain about I think he's a goofball just like y'all do. But, dude, it changed for me this week. Something about his little coffees for winners or whatever makes me want to fucking kick him in his face. Like, you're a loser. Like, he is a loser. He is a loser. It's a fact. It's a fact. It's not like I'm saying as a pejorative. He is a losing head coach at Auburn. He lost a lot of games. His recruiting was absolute dog shit. My daughter could have recruited better than him, and she doesn't even know how to play football. And, like, it was such an incredible disservice to Auburn, and he was in this for the money, and he didn't give a shit about doing a good job. The end. I'll never change my mind about this. You can show me anything you want. There's nothing you can tell me that's going to change my opinion that that guy's an asshole and he's a bad person. And he's the funny thing is that he spent all that time ragging on Twidiots. What are they saying on this play here? I'm curious. Another replay of the fourth down. I'm sorry. This is important to me. This is something that really bothers me about Hugh. I really have a problem with this, too. And I don't think Hugh's an asshole, but all the head shaking and it's just deflecting. It's always somebody else's fault. Like the perfect game plan and the beautiful play calls and shit. I mean, they do call some great plays, and some of them don't work out due to execution. But at the end of the day, whose job is it to get them to execute the play correctly? It's him. Like, stop shaking your head all the time and looking over at Peyton like he sucks. All right, he saw something here. That's pass interference. Come on now. Maybe not. Well, Charlie Cisa should have given it, dude. He literally had that crashing defensive end in his lap. He might have been able to make the guy miss, but I don't know. Fat Crack, my man, comes through. Says, pretty sure Peyton checked into that call. We're going to find out after this game. Appreciate the input, Fat Crack. That's definitely possible. And there's the pass interference call that I thought was coming. I want to know more about that, yeah. Stoop Up says, well, Peyton does suck. I don't think Peyton sucks. I think Peyton is not as good as he should be, but he doesn't suck. I just think he gets rattled too easily. And it doesn't help that he's got a head coach that's doing this shit all the time. Like, come on, man. Like, don't do that. Just be like Juan Pablo Montoya's spotter back in the day when he was on the NASCAR. Positive. Be positive. Have positive vibes. Like, it matters, man. If you tell somebody they can do something, then they're more likely to think they can do it. Then when you're shaking your head and giving them evil looks and shit, just stop, man. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be going off on this too far. See, and like Neil, I love Neil. He's kind of new. Well, I mean, he's kind of new to the family and all that, but he thinks that the body language over there is bad. It's bad. It's just bad, and he needs to do better. Kanuman, whose opinion I respect very much, says, how could anyone not think Peyton sucks? I don't think he sucks, man. He's not great, but sucks. I mean, dude, sucks is Clint Mosley at LSU. Now, that sucks. He's better than that. But he ain't. What blows me away, Kanuman, is that Hugh Freeze is someone whose opinion on football, specifically offense, I trust, tripled down on Peyton Thorne as the guy who can get them going. That is a terrible judgment, and it's going to cost him a lot. I mean, honestly. P-Pass says, Jay, I agree with Juan Pablo. I'm glad somebody got that reference. I used to listen to the 3rd and 9. Crushed for no gain. I used to listen to the the team communications. And Juan Pablo's people were always super positive, with him. And Juan Pablo would be really positive, and it was just like love and rainbows. And then I get on Dale Jr.'s communications, and it was just people bitching all the time. It was great. I love the duality. All right, 4th and 8, guys. This is, Auburn's in this situation. You got to go. I get it. But, what, 2% here? Oh, God, they're going to bring, 8 people? Throw the ball! First down? That's what I'm talking about. If you're going to throw the ball, then get it out quickly. Let's see, Crawdaddy. This is a complicated calculus here, but he says, no, Harson's a scapegoat. Auburn should have hired him in the first place. Freeze has recruited better, but Harsin coached better at Auburn so far. Wow. Guys, what do we think about that? So we all agree that Freeze has recruited much better than Harsin. But how do you guys feel like Harsin is a better coach than Hugh at this point, or the staff? I don't know, man. I don't. It's hard to defend Hugh at this point. Like from the coaching perspective, it's really hard for me to do that. I look back at Harsin and I'm just like, what the fuck? But you're right. The coaching wasn't necessarily atrocious. It was the recruiting that was like laughably bad. I feel like Harsin was like a D coach and an F recruiter. To me, Hugh is an A- recruiter and maybe a C or a C- coach. I don't think all those turnovers were his fault, But some of the stuff today has been very Hugh-ish. I don't know, man. Let's see, Mitch says he thinks Harsin is 100% a better game day coach, and I can't believe I'm saying that. He doesn't want to say it. Spicy Pieces, Harsin didn't coach. That's the thing. Interesting. I love that we can talk about this stuff. Burner 51 says Harsin was an F coach. I'd be tempted to say that, yeah. And just the way he's become the twittiot that he used to rag on people for being. It's just crazy to me. The self-awareness is fucking zero. Oh, my goodness. Malcolm, bro. I love that they sit here and Georgia players congratulate themselves because he dropped the ball. Get the fuck out of here. I'm getting salty, man. I don't know what's wrong with me. Oh, come on. I know he's a true freshman, guy. He's a true freshman. Brandon says, need a better pass. Oh, my God. He put the ball between the 2 ones on his chest, man. Come on. I know you might have been kidding, though. Look at fucking Dre. Dre ain't content with what's going on. Oh, we're going to get a late hit, too. We're going that way. Man, I'm getting salty as fuck right now. I'm not even drunk. I'm just pissed. I'm just annoyed. I know you guys are, too. A question about Coleman is if he's caught a pass today. He has not. 7 players have caught a pass, and he is not one of them. However, he may have been targeted. He definitely was targeted a couple times. The one I'm thinking of on the long pass, he had no chance to catch it. Taxman says, Hugh is really overthinking things on offense. These guys just do the smart, easy thing. I think that's true. I think it's true. He does overthink things. It's a complicated situation with him. He's a good dude, and I think he knows football, but he's overthinking it, and he's just. Thank you, Cleveland Brown. Gotta hydrate. Spicy P, I don't think that's true.
He says Perry and Cam are going to transfer. I don't think they will. All right. Chris M says TV says there's been 2 drops today, so I haven't seen them. I don't remember them, but we'll just go with that. Fuck it, I'm fine. That way I can play the soundbite twice. Drop. Drop. We'll take it, and I trust Chris M. He's not some goofer Yahoo. War Eagle 0008 says I'm so Wisconsin sober right now. My man. All right, I'm continuing to hydrate with my Owala, which has how dare you, my favorite gif of all time. We see that on the bunker every now and then with Greta Thunberg. And my daughter, I've told the story before, my daughter thought I was like celebrating her. She goes, wow, it's really cool that you're out here celebrating her. I go, Maddie, I'm completely mocking her. This chick is full of shit. What do you mean she's full of shit? I'm like, don't even start with me. Oh, God. A. Robinson, please rephrase that and please make it more satisfying. He said Vandy just sold. Please tell me it means Vandy just scored. Please tell me Vandy scored. By the way, Mang, of course I can do that for you, Mang. It's one of my favorite sound clips. You guys ready?
And how big a boy are you?
Well, it don't make no difference. Just bring her on down. You're tough as hell on this phone.
I need to get a few more Roy D. Mercer clips on here, man. I used to listen to Roy D. Mercer all the time. Cleveland Brown says, next long break, JG, you may want to refill your water jug. You're tough as hell on this phone. Hey, there's another one that's kind of similar. It's the one that I play. It's the Dabo one.
And I ain't going to let some smart-ass kid get on this phone and create this stuff. So if you got a problem with it, I don't care, all right?
Wait, what's the score here? You guys are trying to trick me, aren't you? Let's see. AU Taxman says, if Greta Thunberg were an Auburn coach, which would she be? I don't know. I don't know. Is it actually 23-21? You guys can't trick me anymore. Because I will actually go look it up. I'm tired of you guys being miscreants trying to mess with me. Auburn Tigers, 3rd and 1. Got to have this one. It's 23-21 Alabama. I'm sorry, Vanderbilt in the... He got it. No, he got it. Don't you start with that BS. And we got a penalty in there. Tell me it's a face mask. 23-21 Vanderbilt with 6 minutes to go in the third quarter is what we got. Kanuman says Harsin. She would be Harsin. I'm on board. I'm on board as someone who I just like. I'm going to put a couple pop knots in your head and shape them like the wishbone formation. You're the one that wrote the story that said my sister was at a bowling alley and she was drunk, got in a fight. I got a bone to pick with you. The fun thing for me about Roy Mercer is that fictional character's from Tulsa, and I went to high school in Tulsa, and so a lot of the little towns that he talks about, like Inola and Chandler and Shoto, I've been to those places, and I know where they're at. There ain't no bowling alley in Inola. I can guarantee you that. I played a game in Inola, and there ain't nothing there but maybe a Dollar General and one stoplight. That was kind of funny, though. I don't even know what the point was of that one. 1st and goal from the 10. I mean, we talked about this. Wait, what? We've talked about this before. It seems like every time Auburn gets a 1st and goal, it's at the 9 or the 10. Like, I swear, every time. Hey, I think I know that guy on the left. I think that's Buddy D's son. I think so. Looks like him. All right, 2nd and goal from the 10. Luke Deal's still in there. Looks like they got Jaden Muskrat in there as the de facto H. No, that's actually, I'm sorry. It was 84. It's Micah Riley Ducker. At least they got a few yards on that one. There's KJ Bolden, who picked Georgia over Auburn last year. He's a terrific young player. He's going to be a really good one for them. Chip thinks that Greta Thunberg is Tony Franklin. That's pretty good. Cass DP says a Sam Jackson package time. My man. Third and goal from the 8.5. A long 9. Oh, God. I wish they just kicked the field goal because I thought Auburn was going to get 13 points today. I thought it was going to be 24-13. If it was 28-13, that'd be pretty damn close. Russell says Auburn deciding to eat up the clock with 7 minutes left. Great idea. Oh, they are going to kick. Hell yeah, they are. Mitch JPAU just says sucks. Come on, Towns. Hit the field goal. Get me to 13, like I said. Atta boy. We'll take it. Hey, I can play the soundbite. There it is. Hornatius says, got to get the 3. Damn right. It's a numbers game. Hobby travels. I'm just going to give it a ... in the chat. Okay. A. Robinson had it as 38-10. Well, you're not going to make it, bro. AU Taxman says, more Tulsa content, please. Are you making fun of me? Thoughts on the race riots? Paul Smith takes. Sorry, Ed. I was just talking about Roy Mercer. I think it's funny. Rob Blackburn says, F up these Vegas odds. Oh, yes. Neil Jones says, long snapper doing a great job again. And also great hold, too. Daniel, I think, has had enough. Daniel says he's going outside to do some yard work. I hope that goes well for you, G. I hope those leaves don't give you too much hell. Stu Pup says, scored more than Harsin did. Coffee for the victors. God, I just want Auburn. I don't mind losing. It's just lose by less than 42-10. That's all I care about. And I guess at this point, they are going to get that done. So there you go. Run of 24 has done the math. 5 more 3-and-outs followed up by field goals, and then you win in overtime. That's it. It's that easy. I don't know what to do here. We're just kind of stuck in a hole here, right? Oh, yes, thank you. Not a mouse. Thank you. I get so caught up in talking sometimes I forget to change some of this stuff. Let's go ahead and get some of these numbers updated. Thank you, Anonymous, for coming up with that one. Shit, I've got this on the Alabama game, too. Peyton is now 13 of 20 for 155. All right. Jarquez is 13 for 91, which is pretty good, man. I know he had one run that was, kind of put him over the top, but still a solid game against Georgia. Oh, I said 91. My bad. And then Damari is he's still at 4 for 22. Why they haven't used him? Second half, I don't think. Dre has 6 catches for 75. All right. And then let's see the third downs. 4 of 11, 6 of 11. God, 0 for 3 on the last third downs is just a killer, dude. Yeah, true freshman can't ever help you in the league, right? Tennessee's guy is pretty good. Whatever, though. I'm not mad about it. It's fine. Whatever. Weigel 0008 says, squad, we played great. I mean, I know that you're kind of joking in a way because they're getting beat, but Auburn's played. I mean, they haven't turned the ball over.
You haven't seen a ton of like penalties. There's been a few, and they've been particularly nasty. You know, you had a penalty that elongated their first touchdown drive. Their second touchdown drive was affected by there's a penalty involved there too. I don't know, man. Oh, T-Roy's talking my language here. We got a hold on Georgia here. Hope so. T-Roy says, good news. Beef bulgogi and fried rice on the Blackstone just came off. Holy cow. We're going to give him an applause on that one. That sounds good as hell. I love bulgogi. I don't know how to make it myself. Illegal shift on those cheating Georgia Bulldogs. Shane jumps in again. Thank you, bro. I know you've been here a bunch today. Says, my boy Raymond dropped a 20-pound weight on his pet hamster Oh, I know what you're doing. I'm a pet hamster Liberace, and they squashed him. I was talking to Yaganitz, who was I think he worked in the like Marine Corps recruiting center or something. Yeah, my boy Raymond dropped a weight on him, squashed him. And I'm going to need you to pay for that. That's good stuff, Shane. I'm glad you like that stuff. I don't know. Maybe Taxman just doesn't know what I'm talking about, or he's kind of bored with it. I don't know. I try not to bring it up too much, but whatever. Cassidy Peace is considering we're trying to escape a historical nadir. Today's performance is not altogether vomit-inducing. We're a quarterback away from second tier. That's fair. I think that's fair. 3rd and 9. Let's get them off the field. Get another field goal, man. You make it 28-16, and you're right back in it, man. You're wrecking these Vegas odds. Get to the quarterback. Tackle him. Tackle him. Tackle him. Tackle him. God, they didn't tackle him. They didn't tackle him. No. DeMarcus. Oh, God. They're not even down yet. Well, I hope Keldrick's not actually hurt. The way he's kind of, doing this makes me think he got hit on the elbow or something and he's lost feeling in his hand or something. Legit says they need a name offered and Babalola, who could give you some help at tackle. And who else did you say? Caleb Cunningham, which I don't think they're going to get. They got definitely a shot at Babalola and definitely got a shot at Naeem Offord. That would be a really nice cap on this outstanding recruiting class, assuming they can keep it all together. Burner 51, my man, appreciate you. Says, great job today, Jay. Good things still to come from Auburn. Just have to be patient. I like what I have seen from Falk. Thank you for the. That's good. I like the positivity, and thank you for the super chat, G. I like what we've seen from Caleb. I'm sorry, Game Break. I don't care about that. What we've seen from Keldrick too. He was pretty good last year. For a freshman, he's really good. This year, he's a sophomore, and he's been a really reliable player. He's been a factor. Gives you a lot of pressure. The problem is that he's kind of almost by himself, right? Like, they don't have anybody else that brings. Oh, snap. Anonymous Mouse has got some good news. So does Hornatius. Of course, he's got the score wrong, but Vanderbilt has scored again. I will say that Denton's mom and dad, who are Alabama graduates, are at the game today up in Nashville. So it'd be kind of interesting if they had to sit through this and kind of sit in the poopy diaper and lose this game, because Alabama don't lose at Vandy very much. Fat Crack jumps in again, one of our pillars. Says, most points scored in the last 15 years in Athens. Hey, man, we'll take it. We're going to go for this. Please don't get it. Please don't get it. They got it. He's about half a yard over. Is that Keldrick again? No, that's Jalen.
Jalen looks like he's holding his left arm, shoulder, elbow, something like that. It's been a physical game, man. Oh, they're going to show the Vanderbilt touchdown. Oh, snap. I didn't realize that Alabama was number 1. I mean, it makes sense after they beat Georgia last week, but god dang. Auburn, let's see, still at this point, 51 total plays for 292. Georgia's at 58 plays for 317. So, I mean, that's pretty close, honestly. You know, the difference in this game, I mean, 4 of 11 on third down. Auburn has been unsuccessful on 3 straight third down conversions. They're 6 of 12. Penalties, 5 for 25 on Auburn, 5 for 55 on Georgia. So the penalties have been more painful for them, honestly. And again, 292 to 317 total yards is pretty close. Auburn's had better luck offensively against Arkansas and Oklahoma, as you would expect, because Georgia's defense is better than them. But, guys, I'm sorry. Defensively, 28 points is a little high, but 300 yards is not. See, Crocky was said, JGT, should we be worried about next year's offensive line? My answer to that is yes. And I haven't even thought about like what they've got, and I'm still worried about it. I don't like where they're at, particularly at tackle. You're going to lose D. Wade next year. You still have Connor Lew. Going to lose Jeremiah, who I think is their best lineman right now. Yeah, I don't love it. I mean, you still have 55 is going to play next year, and I like him. Split zone concept. They're going to pass out of it. Really nice throw, but not quite nice enough. Decent coverage. Well, actually, good coverage from Jaron. 3rd and 10. Let's get the stop here and get a field goal, and you cut it to 28-16, and you feel like you got the job done. Auburn fan 123, which we were talking about this earlier, not specifically this, but just about the lack of scoring. In our Power 4 games, we scored 14, 14, 21, and now have 13. That's never going to win you anything. I wouldn't say never, but it puts you at a disadvantage, huge, huge disadvantage. You've probably got a 25% chance of winning those games, if not less. And you just got to do better than that. SR71 Blackbird, a very reasoned take, says we just need to shut down the program. My man. Please hit him. Oh, I don't.
It's only a game. Why you have to be mad?
I don't know. Damon, come on, bro. He says he's not particularly impressed with Jake Thornton. I'd rather have Matt Luke. Yeah, I think you're. Yeah, I would too. Hugh Freeze offered him the job. Hugh Freeze wanted him to be here very much so when he didn't want to be here. He's at Clemson right now, playing for a better team. Oh, for fuck's sake. Playing for a better team, et cetera, et cetera. Cassidy Peace is not sure we have enough field goals in us to win this one. It's going to take quite a few now. Hugh's got the look of resignation on his face. It's time to have another press conference, therapy press conference. I don't even want to be part of this bullshit. God, not enough resistance anymore defensively. They've only defended 62 plays, although we said before the game 65 is usually the witching hour. Once they are defending 65 plays and they get above that, things tend to fall off. Although I could argue they've been falling off for the last 3 or 4 plays, and that was under 60. SR71 says, why do I allow Auburn football and Auburn sports in general to ruin my mental state? I'm right there with you, G, man. It happens to me, too. I mean, I'm just sitting here with you guys, just doing this show. And, you know, my emotions run the gamut, too. I get frustrated over different things than y'all do. But we're frustrated just the same. Different things piss me off and piss y'all off, and it's been that way, and I just kind of accept it. Their tight end's name is Delp. He may or may not be related to Brad Delp, the lead singer of the band Boston, who had a great voice, obviously a Hall of Fame band. He died by suicide after he was discovered to have been using surreptitious video cameras to watch his sister-in-law undress. I don't know what the fuck he was thinking with that. My sister-in-law was hot too, but I wouldn't have put cameras in her bedroom to watch her undress. Jeez. Just ask her straight up, like anybody else would have. Let's see. Spicy Pete just says Ryan Williams is an alien, and it worries me. Does that mean Alabama just scored? What's going on then? Galatian, we talked about this earlier, but you're so right. I'm glad you brought it up again. Turnovers rarely happen for us on defense anyway. Auburn doesn't create many turnovers. It seems like the offense has kind of turned the spigot off when it comes to giving the ball away all the time, but the defense has not gone the other way. And that was one of the things that was really great about the 2010 defense, which statistically was not very good, but had the turnover margin. They got the ball a bunch. And that makes a huge difference. That overcomes a lot of other issues. I guess Alabama just scored. 2-minute warning. Or as they call it, the 2-minute timeout. SR71 Blackbird says at least we have this gal to take our mind off it. Yes, this girl is so hot, dude. I didn't even know who she was until y'all told me on the show the other day. Because I didn't watch the TV shows she was on, whatever they were. But, yeah, wow. That's right. I mean, that is literally, like, right up my alley right there. That's like, yes. Yes. So thank you very much, SR71 Blackbird, for that. T-Roy Tiger says, how are we going to give up this third and blank? We don't even need – you just put whatever number you want there. 1, 5, 20, 40. Doesn't matter. What a pretty girl. Thank you guys for showing me that. I think it is Casa DP. I don't know that, but I think so. Let's see. Auburn fan 123 says Hugh Freeze just flat makes my blood boil. I don't know why. Well, I have a good answer for that. I mean, I could let's just put it together. Let's just kind of walk through it, okay? So here are the things that really piss me off about Hugh Freeze, and maybe it's some things that resonate with you. First of all, he never takes accountability for shit. Although he took a little bit last week, but still, even then, it's like 25%. He likes to blame everybody else, and we like to joke about it in the chat, but it's true. When it's a good play, he did it. When it's a bad play, D. Nix and Kent did it. He's an offensive guru, and then I feel like he kind of has this whole thing about, well, I don't know. Like, I'm not sure what's going on with the offense. If you're not sure, then who the fuck is? And then it's just the constant bitching at Peyton. He looks like he's about to cry on the sideline. Like, I mean, look, dude, I admit my biases. I love Will Muschamp, and that's what I like my football coaches to be like, is like fucking freaking out and get over here, I'm going to whoop your ass or whatever. Will has not been the head coach I thought he would be. I thought he'd be good at Florida. He wasn't. I thought he'd be good at South Carolina. He wasn't. Now he's gone from defensive coordinator to analyst because his son Witt's playing at Vanderbilt. Well, you know what I mean. He's on the team at Vanderbilt, and he's got enough money. Let's be real. And like, so it hasn't worked out, and maybe that's not the right way to do it. But this brooding bullshit just really wears on me, man. And I think it wears on you. If it's wearing on me, it's got to be wearing on y'all to some degree. And
I like my head coach to chew ass and live life with his emotions on his sleeve. But that's just a bias. That doesn't mean it's right. Hey, John Wooden was really good in basketball, and he didn't act like that. And honestly, BP, he's two different guys. In practice, he chews ass. In games, he don't do as much. He does chew ass on the rest, but on his own players, he don't do much in the games. BP don't overthink things. He just kind of takes it as it comes, and he's really intense in practice, but he's intense in the games more at the refs and more into the game rather than his own players. I would like to see more of that myself. Here comes the Ryan Williams play, I guess. My God, what a body control play that was. Holy shit. We told you guys, not that you guys disagreed or anything, but like we talked about this repeatedly. That guy is a generational talent. I was really hoping he's going to go to Auburn. It didn't happen. Mega Tiger says a fluke TD pass and a BS TD call. That is what UGA did at home. Better days ahead. We are going to close the Gus Harsin gap quickly, Wardam Eagle. I love the positivity, bro. I'll give you an applause for that. Absolutely love the positivity on that. Love the positivity. Got to have some, man. Fat Crack jumps in, says, God damn. So you're saying he's the new Jimbo?
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Yeah, Jimbo's going to get back, man. I think he's trying to get that Florida job. I don't really believe that. SR71 Blackbird jumps into the super chat. I want my coaches to be at risk of getting us 15-yard sideline penalties, not these OG's shucks coaches. I don't know that he was an OG's shucks guy, but yeah, I'm cool with 15-yard penalties every now and then. I mean, Kirby's pretty fiery, and he's a damn good coach, obviously. He's doing a hell of a job at Georgia. And Georgia was kind of ass before he got there. It was just kind of like Auburn, where it's like just kind of you're like in sailing terms, we would call it being in irons. You're okay, but you're just kind of moving along. You're not really doing anything. And my God, that kick was really high. Fuckers. 31-13. Still not as bad as Harsin. And believe me, I'm going to make a point of this on Twitter tomorrow. So I'm fucking done with this. Spicy Pieces, has Kirby ever lost to Auburn? Yeah, he did. When Carry-On had that big game. I'm trying to remember, but I think that's the only time. I think so. When Carry-On, when the ultimate play of that game was the screenplay to Carry-On that he went all the way in for as like 45-yard touchdown. It was amazing. It was early, though. What was that, 17, maybe 18? Something like that. I don't know if you guys have a friend like this, but I have a friend like this who gets in the group chat, and he's like basically AI. He's like ChatGPT, and he regurgitates like whatever facts that you knew 3 months ago. Like they're talking about the Alabama game. They're like, well, this quarterback for Vanderbilt played in New Mexico State last year, and he was really good, and he's been really good at Vanderbilt. I'm just like, dude, welcome to fucking last, you know what I mean, like 5 weeks ago. And he's not being a dick at all, and I would never say anything about it, but it's just like he's literally ChatGPT, you know what I mean? EPW says Kirby is 13-1 against Auburn. Hell, he hadn't been the coach at Georgia that long, but he's talking about including Alabama. Man, it's going to be one of these post games, isn't it? There you go, Malcolm getting a little catch. That was a tough catch. You like to see Malcolm playing a little bit of X receiver. Playing alongside Dre. Two studs right there. I like them both. I need points here, man. Just to like significantly like drive home the point that they're better than they were when Harsin showed up here and laid a fucking egg. Throw the ball, Peyton. There you go. Good catch by Malcolm. Got laid out by that safety, but he's all right. Josh C., my man, jumping in again. Here's something to ponder. Vanderbilt hangs on and has more SEC wins than Auburn. Oh, man. I hate that you brought that up, but you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
What?
And then I have this to say about it.
Yeah, on Monday, I won't make it on Monday because I got someone calls on Monday.
Just babbling. Hey, man, they got two nice long passes down the right side. One to Malcolm and another one to Dre. So they're now in field goal range again. Hopefully they can get a three-pointer out of this. I really want to see a touchdown here, guys. Jesus, 20 points at Georgia. I'll take it all day long at this point. Rob asks, who's the quarterback next year? It's somebody who's playing somewhere else right now. I can almost guarantee it. 85% chance. Poppy Clown says, Jay Stultz can now go in the presser and ask Hugh the tough questions without fear of backlash. Others probably feel they can't. Reasonably tough questions. Here we go. First of all, Poppy Clan's a great chatter, and I love this guy. I'm going to be hard on him here, but I love him. I've met him, and I like him a lot. Second of all, stop with the fucking bullshit that all the reporters have to shove up and ask a bunch of tough-ass questions all the time. Why don't you guys give us hell when it's fucking August and we're not asking these questions? It's only when they're losing when you guys say, oh, the questions aren't harsh enough or whatever. I don't even care about the questions. I care about what's written. Stultzy was harsh against him last week, and I thought he gave – and I got to tell Stultzy, I say, I'm watching your shit now. Don't be giving him free pass. And so he's tough on him. The column that he wrote last week after the game, he was hard on Hugh. And he was tough on him in the weeks during the week in print. SR71, I don't even know where you're going with this. Who's the coach next year? Are you talking about Auburn? Or who are you talking about? Because if you're talking about Auburn, it's 100% Hugh Freeze. Unless he has some like cancer diagnosis that nobody knows about and only you know about. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Bill says who's quoting Pat Dye this week. I'm not even going to touch that, man, because everybody on Twitter turns into some like, knowledgeable person like, well, that's a great question. I'm like, it's not even a question. It's not even a question. But, like, Poppy, I wasn't trying to give you hell, man, because you're not the only one doing this. In fact, you're not even like, there's other people that come at us really hard. You don't ask hard enough questions. Oh, Perry, good effort, man, to try to catch that ball on the guy's back. My neck and my back. Hey, we were asking for targets on Perry. He finally got one right there. Boy, Russell, you're not joking about this. Pat Dye seems like George Washington ago. It's amazing that that's true. I mean, I've been doing this show exclusively since 2018. So the last time I would have talked to Pat Dye would have been 17. But talking to him at games in 16, 17, he was old and stuff, but you could talk to him and stuff, and he felt very real to me then. Now he's been gone a while, and he hadn't coached since 92. Is that right? That really does feel like a long time ago. For fuck's sake, man. Fuck. Catch the ball. I'm going to blow a gasket, man. I mean, you guys have never seen me blow a gasket on the show. I've never blown a gasket on the show, but I'm about to do it. Catch the ball, man. Come on, man. Throw the ball, 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 throw the fucking ball. Incomplete pass. Was Perry, I guess he was out of bounds. Hey, Mike put Harold Joyner in. I thought I saw Harold Joyner playing for SMU earlier today. They definitely had somebody named Joyner playing for him, and I started laughing. Made me think about him.
I don't even know what to say, man. I mean, I talk for a living, and I'll keep talking, but God bless, man. I'm this close, man. I'm just losing my freaking mind, man. Still beating the spread, Tumor's Corner says. Thank you, man. You're my guy. I'll definitely trust you on that. Good God. Charlie, they weren't going to hire Kirby Smart. It just wasn't going to happen. They were going to talk to him or whatever, but he probably knew what was coming at Georgia, and I think he's in the right place for him. 31-13. God dang it, man. So the line on this was 24.5, right? And I got my wish insofar as Harsin lost, what we would say, 41-10 last time. 31-13 is progress. I mean, fart. Horn Nation says he'll be back in 40 minutes. Got to go take some homecoming pics. All right, bro. That's okay. I'm not doing this. I'm not watching Carson Beck. I'm fucking done with it. I'm done with it. Neil J says commentators saying they think Thorne played fine today. Let's take a look at the numbers. I mean, I have them up here. 16 of 27, 200 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 picks, a rating of 121.5, which is pretty good for an Auburn quarterback. I mean, anything over 100 I think would be good for Auburn at this point. Carson Beck was 23 of 29, 240, 2 touches, 0 interceptions, 171.6. So for me, this is just me talking. The lack of turnovers for the offense today is good. That's a good thing. You feel like if they come into this game, don't turn the ball over, they've got a shot. They didn't turn the ball over, and they don't got a shot. Defensively, they give up 381 yards on 66 plays. But at the end of the day, Auburn has 337 on 58, so yards per play is 5.8 each team. Auburn has 5 penalties for 25. They have 7 penalties for 85. So, I mean, Georgia, plus 60 on, or minus 60, however you want to look at it, on penalties. Oh, RB, come on, bro. Or RR Big Cat, come on. It says ride with Hank the rest of the year and just sling it. Dude, what went wrong today ain't on Peyton Thorne, man. I thought he played fine. Was he great? No. But he wasn't dog shit. What's going on there? One fly. I mean, I understand why you're saying that. The numbers aren't sucky, but they're not good enough. And 13 points is not good enough. And the head coach is being paid a shitload of money. He's supposed to be an offensive guru. And it's 13 points. And somebody tell me again what all the scores are in the fucking the important games, like the Power 4 games. They scored in the in the Cal game, 14 fucking points at home against Cal, 14 points in the Arkansas loss, 21 in the Oklahoma loss, and now 13 today. Like, it just ain't enough. It just ain't enough. I don't understand why we just have to keep playing this game. It's silly. He's supposed to be an offensive guru. Period. He's being paid to be an offensive guru. He went out and got his guy. He got D. Nix. He's got his quarterbacks coach. Galatians says he thinks it's a coaching issue. I tend to agree with you on that. There's a shortage of talent at offensive tackle that is definitely a problem. I think wideouts were fine today. I don't think the wideouts were particularly shitty or anything like that. Final numbers, Dre had 7 catches for 95. Go ahead and add that. Even though we're about to switch off of this page. So what were the big things today? What are the big things? Malcolm had 4 catches, by the way. Freeze says we don't seem to have a strategic advantage on offense, which I would agree with. Yes. Although, honestly, like, is strategic, is that a big part of what happens in the SEC? Usually it's the guys, like the teams with the best players usually are the ones that win. Now, Vanderbilt ahead of Alabama in the fourth quarter is a little different, but
in general, the teams with the best players are the ones that win the most. And we know that Auburn doesn't have the best players right now. Kevin B, great question. Why do Auburn receivers drop the ball? Why did Rivaldo drop a ball at the fucking the boundary, the first down marker right there? Catch the ball, dude. Take some pride in the game. Josh thinks I should turn on the Vandy game. Fuck it, we'll do it. I mean, what else are we going to talk about? I mean, like, what else are we going to talk about? I'll talk about Auburn all day if you guys want to, and I will. I'm here. I ain't leaving. What channel's it on? I don't care about Alabama. I don't know what channel they're on. Probably on ESPN or something. Clemson, Florida State. Are they on ESPN2? What channel are they on? I just don't know. I'm going to wait for y'all to answer that. They're probably on SEC Network, aren't they? Because they're playing Vanderbilt and everybody thought the game was going to suck, right? That's exactly what it was. Yeah. Looks like Vanderbilt just got a nice catch. God, I've fucking had enough of this bullshit. I'm ready for an off week, guys. You guys probably are too. Let me go ahead and get Skype turned on here in the event that we're going to do that. And let me switch over to our main page over here. And I do have the schedule updated. I will pull that thing over right freaking now. Three losses in a row. 2 of them at home. Although probably nobody in this chat was expecting Auburn to win this game. And Auburn was relatively credible today. Not hugely credible, but relatively credible. Who had our last super chat on here? Yes, it was Josh C., who I just called out. JG, then on to the Vanderbilt game. Vanderbilt, again, up 33-28, 6:43 to go. They're inside the red zone. A little pitch, little triple option pitch. They're going to get to, 2nd and 3-ish? Of course, we all love seeing Alabama lose. That would be great. That would be amazeballs. Kevin B says, I expected them to win. Talking about the Auburn Tigers. CHF says, Hugh pisses me off so bad for not getting Pavia. He is balling. He is, but they never even talked to him, dude. Like, that there's no reason to even get mad about that. Like, I mean, there was a lot of dudes they talked to, and he wasn't one of them, and shit, a lot of teams. I mean, Notre Dame's probably wishing they would have gotten this kid. They certainly could have gotten him in school. Should have he gotten to Vanderbilt. 2nd and 1. I'm about to go on a rant here. Poppy Clan's kind of pushing me on here, but I'm just tired of it, man. I'm just tired. I wish that we, all of us, could watch the post game together, because I would want to give you like critiques on not the questions, but on the answers, because I don't care about the questions. I care about the answers. Is he going to take credit for this? Is he going to say, hey, man, I don't know. When people say, hey, man, what the fuck were you thinking about on that 4th and 1? Remember the one at midfield where it was like the handoff read and like they were both going to die and like. And we're going to find a way to. There's going to be a way. They're going to find a way to put that on Peyton. I promise you. And you can do it, and you can say it all fucking day long. And we've been doing it all year. I am not on board with this Peyton hate. He is average. He's not great. He is not horrible. And I'm sick of Hugh just always doing this bullshit to him. Take some accountability and figure the fucking problem out instead of blaming him all the time. And by the way, that's your guy that you tripled down on, and you kept him here, and you said that was your guy, and we weren't going to pay Cam Ward whatever the fuck he wanted because it was going to be divisive. But Peyton isn't divisive. Like, I don't understand. Charlie C, 100%. He was riding or dying with Thorne. It's true. It's 100% true. And you know, Sam, when you say Peyton's horrible, okay, let's talk about this. You're definitely not alone in thinking that. Okay, but he finishes the game. I forgot the numbers right off the top of my head. I'll pull them up here in a second. He finishes 16 of 27 for 200, 0 touches, 0 interceptions. So that's what, 60% completion percentage. Doesn't turn the ball over. Carries 13 times for 22 yards. Not really much, not very effective there, but you guys know what I'm talking about. He had a really nice – they had a good drive there, a touchdown drive early in the third quarter that he ran the ball a bunch and scrambled, I guess, really is what we should say. He's a player, man. He's not great. He's just, to me, he's average. And I think the problem is that tackle's bad, coaching is sometimes atrocious. And I'm sick of the fucking dirty looks and hands in the air. Just, you guys are on the same team. You're responsible for him. You tripled down on him. That is your guy. And if you thought he wasn't good enough, you should have gone out and gotten Cam Ward, Riley Leonard, Grayson McCall, who the fuck ever, Diego Pavia, somebody. So stop sitting there and shaking your head at him. It's stupid. It makes him look like an idiot. Charlie C has another one here. He says he thinks that Jarquez needs to carry the ball more. I think I agree with that completely. Let's see what he had. 13 carries. They threw the ball 27 times, 31 runs, so pretty balanced as far as play call. Yardage 200 passing, 137 rushing, but that, I don't know, that number doesn't really mean much to me. 337 total offense. They had 381. But again, as I mentioned, yards per play was 5.8 for Auburn and 5.8 for Georgia, so pretty even there. You'd just like to see Auburn get off the field a little bit better on third down. Vanderbilt. Do we do a touchdown celebration for them? What do we do? I don't know. We're kind of happy, but we're not really happy because it's not the Auburn Tigers doing that shit, but whatever. Here we go. We'll give this one.
Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
So, Charlie, I'm with you, bro. I don't think that's enough touches for Jarquez, and I thought he was really good today. And I don't think that Damari had a touch after halftime. I think he had 4 carries in the first half and finished with 4 carries. So he didn't do jack shit in the second half. And didn't have any touches. I'm trying to look at some statistics in the second half. Total yards in the second half: Auburn 190, Georgia 188. Vanderbilt in trouble. Alabama in trouble here. I mean, they've given up 40 points. Wow. That's pretty big right there. All right, as I pour over some stats, the man who is our favorite stats head is Crocky Poo, and he's on the line now. What's up, Crocky?
What's up, Jay? How are you?
It is great to have you on the air today.
Yeah, I haven't called in for a while, but I've been listening and hanging out in chat.
I thought that you had called in like maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. I don't know.
It's been a while, maybe 3 weeks.
Anyway, dude, what do you think about this one, man?
I don't know. It feels like our drives are boom or bust, and the margin of error is so small that whenever we make a mistake, it just feels insurmountable, you know?
Mm-hmm. You're right, and I hate it. Fucking hate it.
Yeah, it's awful to watch because you're on the edge the whole time, and then when they make a mistake, you just got to throw your hands up and just kind of give in, you know?
I know. How are we going to get this fixed?
Yeah. Skip forward to next season?
We can't do that. I mean, we got basketball season in like 3 weeks, so that's good.
Yeah, I'm ready. I got tickets to Houston, so I'll be headed to that game.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I've got season tickets too, so
how much?
I'm ready. I'm ready for basketball.
How pissed are you about this Georgia game? Like, honestly, like at the end, with all the things that happened and didn't happen, what are you thinking?
I don't know. My expectations were really low, so I'm getting kind of apathetic towards the Georgia series.
Respect.
Like, I had zero expectations coming into this game. I don't know. Like, I'm kind of hopeful about Missouri because we get a bye week before it, right? So maybe they can save the season off that one, but this game, I didn't think we had a chance in.
Yeah. I mean, 13-31, the numbers don't really look that way to me. I mean, because total yards or yards per play were the exact same. So they were kind of even in that sense, but they got 31, and that's a lot.
Yeah, there's a stat called points per opportunity, which is how many points you get when you get inside the opponent 40-yard line, and I'd be interested to see that because it feels like every time we flub inside the 40-yard line, it's just painful.
Yes. It really bogs
You're supposed
down.
to average, like the good SEC offenses get like a little over 4 points, and it feels like we get 2 maybe because we get a field goal or we turn it over on downs, you know?
And I think part of that is they overthink it, man. Like the 4th and 1 where they had just hand the ball off to Jarquez. Like
Yeah.
They overthink it.
And like the deep passes, like Malcolm should have had a touchdown, but it feels like if we get a big pass and play, it's like, please just go for the end zone because if they go down before, like if they just go down in the red zone, I just feel like we're not going to get it, you know?
How far away do you think we are? Do you think Auburn can be good next year? At least pretty good next year?
I am very concerned about our offensive line, especially in recruiting out of the portal, because we've had one good hit, and that was Wade, right?
Yeah, he's been pretty good.
Maybe I'll give him Gunnar Britton too, because I think he was pretty good last year.
Yeah, he's solid.
But we picked up like 10 under Ephraim, maybe 11, and only 2 have been good. And it feels like the ones that we wanted to be good are not. They never pan out. I don't know.
I know, man.
So I think what's going to end up happening is we play like 2 young kids that maybe aren't ready on the offensive line, and we get maybe one in the portal that we're relying on.
Yeah.
And if that one guy is bad, then it might be rough.
Well, there's got to be there'll be 2 new quarterbacks in the fray next year. I mean, you got a portal guy and you got Deuce, and so that's just the way it's going to be.
I mean, on offensive line next year, we're losing Miller, Wright, maybe. I think Wright might have another year.
I don't know,
but he probably will be gone just because he's through with college. Some guys, when they're like in their 8th year, they're just like, I got to get out, you know. I feel like Wright will be like that, and so we'll return like Connor Lew and I guess Joyner, and then maybe Tyler Johnson plays left tackle, and then you've got 2 spots to fill. That's what it feels like to me.
About that, yeah. So that's kind of the situation. It ain't great.
Before I go, your thoughts on basketball. The crucial player for me seems like it's got to be point guard. Have you heard good things about JP Pegues? How's he looking, and can we rely on him?
I like him. He's a very technical point guard. Like, he kind of goes by the book, if that makes sense. I'm trying to think of another player like that, like Ronnie Johnson. He's better than Ronnie Johnson, but like, he has good vision, but he's not creative. So he needs other people to kind of do their job for him to be good. Does that make sense? Whereas Tahad is more of a creator, and Denver's kind of in the middle. He's both. He has a little bit of creativity, and he's a little bit technical. So I like the array they've got at point guard, but I don't think Pegues is a take over the team kind of player, no. But that's okay. They got other people that can do that.
When I was watching him when we were first looking at him, the one thing that stood out is like when it gets to crunch time, when you need a play, he'll hit a clutch basket, and maybe that doesn't come across in practice as much.
Yeah, that's true. When I'm watching in practice, Miles Kelly is the guy who gets buckets, him and Janai.
Yeah.
Miles Kelly's a player, man. He can play 2 and 3, and he's a dead-eye three-point shooter. And I think the fact that when he was at Tech, Crocky, he was kind of like the number 1 option. I don't think he feels comfortable being the number 1 option. So when he comes to Auburn, he'll be the 2 or the 3 option, and I think he's going to be an absolute badass. He's going to be the Ontario McCaleb of this basketball team. He's going to be really, really helpful.
So we'll need multiple threats just to get him some space, because Janai's going to be pull some gravity from the defense. That's
For
going to leave
sure.
some holes open
Oh,
for
yeah.
players.
And then I think Chad can do that too. When Chad's under control and confident, he's a mad guy too. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just a little worried about point guard. If we can just figure out that position, I think we'll be pretty good.
I mean, you got Pegues, you got Tahad, and you've got Denver. So, I mean, you've got 3 guys there, and I think they'll be able to make it work. That's my thought.
Yeah. Just need one to pan out.
Yes. All right, G.
All right. Thanks, Jay.
Thanks for being on here, Crocky. Love you, man.
See you later, man.
See you, bro.
Love you.
There he is. Bye. We love Crocky Poo. I love that guy. I'm glad he's part of our site, part of our community. I love him calling in. And, yeah, we can talk about basketball. I just want to make sure that people who want to talk about football had a chance to do that. J-Head, I communicated with him just a minute ago, and he said he's good to go. So let's go ahead and get J-Head on the horn. This is great to have Crocky Poo and J-Head back-to-back. Those are 2 absolute Hall of Fame callers. And we'll see what J-Head has to say about this. Of course, you guys know he's always very rational and calm like I am. So you should know what you're dealing with when you get him on the horn.
JGT, what's going on, brother?
Oh, man, what's up, J-Head?
How you doing, man?
Average. This game ended up being about what I thought it would be, but I was hoping for, secretly hoping for better. But, it is what it is.
Sure. Well, I think we all hoped for better, right?
Yeah.
It was tough. Auburn hung tough. Maybe Georgia was playing with their food a little bit. It's hard for me to really say, but I thought that, I thought that Auburn played spirited, and I was wondering about from an emotional investment standpoint, where would they be? Because I thought they kind of emptied the tank against Oklahoma the week before. But I felt like they came out, they fought, they competed. Jarquez Hunter, obviously, he's just a warrior, man. I mean, he shows up week in, week out, regardless of the amount of touches he gets. You would like to see him be rewarded a little bit more, but I understand that you have to take what the defense gives you as well. So all in all, I mean, I think, like you said, it went about how you thought it would, and then the table in front of you is about still what we thought it could be.
Yeah. I really wanted Jarquez to get more touches, but they didn't get a lot of plays tonight. I mean, honestly, just plays on both sides were not plentiful. And they I don't know if you know this, but they finished with the same yards per play, 5.8 for both teams. Yeah.
They did. Ball control was really utilized heavily by both sides. Both wanted to kind of grind the clock somewhat. Obviously, I think Hugh utilized some of the same game plan he had last week against Oklahoma, because he thought shortening the game gave him an opportunity to more or less put his team in the best position to win. And I agree with that strategy. I don't think that was the wrong tactic to go about things. But when that is your game plan and things kind of start to get away from you in the second half and you have to switch gears in the way that they needed to be able to score points, they just never could turn it on in that way. And maybe if they had played differently, maybe the game would have gotten more out of control. Maybe it would have been closer. It's hard to say, but I think the game plan that he utilized going into the game was the right strategy.
I agree. They were, again, like you said, ball control was important, possession was important, field position was important in this game, and the numbers don't look like a 31-13 loss. It looks more like a 21-13 loss, but it is what it is. Defense capitulated there badly right before the half. I thought that was a stinger right there.
Big time.
Yeah.
Big time stinger. If you're able to hold them on that one. And I know a lot of people fault Hugh for taking that shot to Cam Coleman. He had him on a one-on-one. You weren't going to be able to run the clock out regardless, even if you'd run the ball 3 straight times. So I understood the shot play. It was one of those where they got a max protect on, so they felt comfortable about not giving up the safety. You had Cam in a one-on-one. You just got to be able to put that one on him. And for whatever the reason, I don't know if it was Cam ran a different route or if Peyton just overthrew it. I'm not exactly sure what transpired on that, but I don't fault him for the play call there. I know there was some uproar with regard to needing to run the ball on 3 straight downs, but for those that would have understood clock management on that one, they weren't going to be able to run the clock out anyway. Georgia was going to get the ball back. Yeah. And so it was an understandable call.
What was your view on the 4th and 1? I think it was in the third quarter when Peyton ended up getting kind of sacked or stopped for a loss.
I didn't understand what was going on that play. He was really mad. What was your view on that one?
Busted zone read. I mean, Peyton decided, I think he predetermined to pull on that situation. And the reality of it is he probably should have changed his protection, ran it to the other side. I don't think you should have gotten out the play call. I like the play call in that situation. You give two options on the handoff. I think Peyton just made a bad read, and he should have switched protections and run it to the other side.
Okay.
But overall, because I felt like they overloaded on that side. But Georgia's tough, man. Let's call it what it is. Georgia is one of the top 5 teams in the country. They shouldn't have lost to Alabama last weekend. Georgia was the better team, in my honest opinion. Auburn came out there. Hugh had a good game plan. We didn't execute certain plays that we could have to make it closer. In the end, would have been enough to beat Georgia? I don't know. I would have liked to have seen it, and I'm with you. That box score, when you look at it, reads a lot more like 21-13 or 24-14 than 31-14. It's 31-13, excuse me.
I mean, they're dead even on yards per play, so.
Yeah. No, we just didn't capitalize on our opportunities. Like you said, that 4th and 1, you get that one, maybe you have a little bit more momentum, and maybe you put one in the end zone or at least another field goal.
Yeah.
But you just did not capitalize when you needed to, and that's part of the maturation of the team. And can you continuously get better? I don't think Auburn got worse today by any means. I don't know that they necessarily got better today either. It kind of was just a carryover from the Oklahoma game. Now, the good thing is you don't have to play Georgia the rest of the way. You have games that are much more manageable. Obviously, I think you and I had talked about Missouri being beatable.
Yes.
Everybody saw that happen today. And I think they have more losses coming to them. Is Auburn one of those? I don't know. But you get a bye week to go in, figure some things out, put a good game plan together, and make sure that you're ready to go into a very winnable game. And then you got to go on the road to Kentucky, which won't be easy. But Kentucky is not – they're not a team that Auburn – they're not Georgia. Auburn can compete with Kentucky. Can they win that game? I don't know. You know what I mean? But I think they can go up there and give it a good game. And look, Vanderbilt, say what you want about them, they're a quality opponent, and they're taking it to Alabama right now. So we'll see how that game wraps up. But never in my lifetime would I have marked it down for Kalen DeBoer get his first loss in Tuscaloosa.
Hey, man, don't jinx it, bro.
Vanderbilt.
He's still got 2:38 left here. I don't want to jinx it. I mean, I'm just being honest,
I hear
man.
You, dude.
Yeah.
I hear you. Yeah.
Hey, I was talking early on the show about how much Brian Harsin pisses me off with the bullshit he's been saying on social media about how he cheers to the winners and all this bullshit when he didn't win shit here. Do you really want to yell at him too? Because I really want to yell at him.
Dude, you got to be relevant for me to want to yell at you.
Okay.
I don't even care what Harsin has to say. And realistically, if anybody is annoyed with him, the only thing somebody needs to tweet back is, where's your employment? Because if you were the coach that you think you are, if you were the coach that you pretended to be, you'd have another job. And I'm not just talking about in the Mountain West. You'd have another Power 4 type job. But you don't. You're sitting on a beach in Mexico tweeting and, sorting through things in your personal life. So just, it is what it is, big dog. Like, you got to be relevant for me to give a damn.
All right, I appreciate that view. I really want to text something or tweet something really nasty at him, but I just call him the pink-slipped potato, and I don't know if that's the right thing to do, but I'm tired of it.
I mean, I think that's fair.
And
he is the pink-slipped potato.
He doesn't have a job.
He doesn't. No. He's like Craig from Friday, man. How you going to get fired on your day off?
Your day off, man. Damn. Let's talk about Deuce Knight a little bit. Committed to Auburn. We've been talking about this for a while. I felt pretty confident about it. You felt pretty confident about it. What is Auburn getting in this young man?
So you're getting an explosive athlete, dual threat, has the potential to be just a very dynamic playmaker at the quarterback position. He's a little raw in certain areas, and he's going to have to continue to mature in the passing game. But as far as pure arm talent is concerned, and that dual threat ability, he's the most complete package he will have on the roster next year from just raw ability standpoint. Now, is he going to be ready to play right away? No, I don't think so, not even close. But he doesn't necessarily need to be ready to play next year. Auburn needs to go in the transfer portal, and they need to find a veteran leader to be able to come in and capitalize on the talent that you've already cultivated on this roster, plus whatever you're going to augment yourself in the transfer portal in this recruiting class this year. So, but it's for someone of that magnitude, someone of that pedigree to jump into your class right now, what it does more than anything, Jay, is it kind of calms the waters to a degree. And it lets other big-time recruits know that Auburn is still a relevant program and that you can be a part of this. You know what I mean? When you have a quarterback to build around, specifically one that's a top 50 player in the country, it's an easier sell for Hugh now than it ever was for wide receivers or offensive linemen to come in and say, hey, this is the guy that we're going to build around, and he's going to be a guy you're going to be able to compete for championships with. So a huge piece.
I wanted to update you. Freeze is in his press conference right now. He said that was the play we talked about, the 4th and 1, where the quarterback got where Peyton got stopped or knocked for a loss. That was supposed to be a handoff to Jarquez. But here's the thing, J-Head. He had somebody in his lap. Like, he wasn't going anywhere. Your argument was it's supposed to go the other way anyway. Like he
should have flipped he should have flipped the protection and ran it the other direction.
Gotcha. That's fair.
But no, you're right. I mean, he had somebody in his dish right when he went to go hand it off. So what was he going to do, right?
Yeah, that kid was. I mean, he would have been cooked in that situation. But your argument was audible that to go the other side, away from the strength of the defense, and then maybe you got a shot. I got you.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Deuce Knight comes in. He's an absolute stud. I love what he brings, too. He's kind of a dual threat, truly. He can run the football. He can throw the football. Do you think they need to go out and get a portal quarterback to give him 1 year to kind of get his feet wet? Will he be okay with that? Is that what you think ought to happen?
I think that he's prepared to compete, but he would expect, like any competitor, yes, to have another probably portal quarterback to come in. And I think he's been pretty transparent with everybody, letting him know that he's going to build competition at each and every position. So, yes, I think he's going to be okay with it. Depending on, if he went out and got somebody that had 2 or 3 years left to play, that might not necessarily sit well. But, a 1-year bridge, most quarterbacks are smart enough when they realize they have a redshirt year that very few kids are, the Raiola kid that's at Nebraska, that are ready to play as true freshmen. There's just not a lot of that from the quarterback position. But having a year to be able to get into the system, learn, and to be on a similar playing field as, say, like Walker White or Hank Brown or the other guys, from a knowledge-based standpoint, I think plays to Deuce's favor there, because then he will be, at least from a knowledge-based standpoint, on the same jump-off or same platform, and then he can allow his athleticism to kind of take over, and it would give him a better advantage moving into the following year. But no, I think he's going to be okay with a 1-year bridge, and it really depends on who Hugh can go get right now. And if it were me, and I think they probably feel the same way, they just can't say it, your ass better be in the pre-portal phase pretty heavily on identifying a quarterback right now.
For sure. I agree with you. There was a question from the chat that said, do you feel like Deuce is a significantly better player or a recruit or prospect, you know what I mean, compared to Walker White? Can you compare those two?
I think they're different styles of quarterback. Both have very live arms. Deuce at this point is not asked to do as much in the passing game as Walker was. I think as a senior, I would say the competition level is better with what Deuce is seeing down at Lucedale by comparison to some of the private schools that Walker was playing against in Northern Arkansas. Deuce is probably a little bit better athlete, both very mobile. I would compare Walker White probably, if you're putting him on like a raw athleticism type situation, he kind of compares favorably to like a Dak Prescott, just from athletically, not necessarily playing the quarterback position. But if you're looking for a combination of a power runner with a live arm, that's kind of what you're looking at with him. Deuce Knight has freak show type capability. I mean, he can chuck it 70 yards in the air, runs a 4.5 40. I mean, he's just kind of an elite athlete. That I don't necessarily have a comp for, because the tough part with him is I think he's just scratching the surface of what he can be. I don't know that Walker is not a little bit more defined, but both fit what he was trying to do. Both are going to take time, though. Neither one of these guys, and I think you've seen this with Walker right now, he's still swimming. He's not necessarily ready from a mental standpoint to handle the load in the SEC. And he's not as accurate as you would like him to be, but some of those things are correctable. some of the arm angles with which he throws it, the consistency of where his release point. Some of those things will come, and he can be coached up. Auburn's got a really good quarterbacks coach in Ken Austin. And so as they continue to develop, I think he'll be fine. I haven't seen it's hard for me to say what Deuce is going to be until I see him probably in the orange and blue and what he's like, kind of tossing at 8A or at least get my eyes on him. But from his highlight reel, he's something special, that's for sure. But I think both of them have high upside. They just have to be developed. They're just not where they need to be from a passing game standpoint or a mental acuity standpoint to play in the SEC and handle the load. Because Hughes' offense it's run, all of it's run through the quarterback, every bit of it, and all the checks, the RPO aspect or the RPO overlays to into various option routes, like it's all on the quarterback to make decisions, and you have to be able to make quick decisions, almost similar to a point guard in Bruce Pearl's system.
Got to. J-Head, you're an absolute stud, dude. Everybody loves having you on. I love having you on. You're such a voice of reason and a voice of intelligence. We love having you here. Thanks for giving us some time, G.
No, thank you, brother. As always, I always appreciate you giving me the opportunity to be on this platform and to speak to you and everybody else in the chat. And I hope you and the administrative assistant have a wonderful night. Okay, buddy?
See you, brother. Thank you for coming on, seriously.
No, thank you, Jay.
See you, man.
Bye.
I like to hold J-Head. I don't like him to be on more than 15 minutes. He was on 15 minutes and 4 seconds, so right where I wanted him to be. Great stuff there. Talking about Deuce, talking about the quarterback situation here. Currently, talking about the team in general. A lot of really reasoned and thoughtful takes. I also loved his quote, Georgia played with their food a little bit. That's great. I have not heard that idiom, but I love it. I'm going to be using that again in my lifetime. So, yeah, I love that. J-Head, what a absolute stud. Glad to have him. Wow. Since we had J-Head on the horn, looks like Vanderbilt's got this one wrapped up. What a win, man. Vanderbilt takes down number 1 Alabama. Something that I don't think Saban would have done when he had the talent. You know what I mean? Like his first year he did, but lost at home to Monroe. But I mean, this Alabama team's got players, man, and for them to lose at Vanderbilt really has. I'm sure that's going to erode some trust among the Alabama faithful about Kalen DeBoer. But we kind of secretly, like those of us from the Auburn perspective, probably felt like this was going to happen. Not necessarily this game, but that Alabama was going to do things that would make it very clear they weren't Saban coached anymore, right? And I mean, you give up 40 points to Vanderbilt. I just can't imagine Saban would have ever allowed that to happen. Not my problem. Let's see. Crockett talking about that fourth down play. I mentioned this to J-Head that Hugh said in his press conference, and I'm quoting Ed D here, who's very reliable, so I'm assuming he's right, that was supposed to be a handoff to Jarquez, and it ended up being a keeper for the quarterback. But, I mean, like, I need more than that because Jarquez was going to get killed on that play. J-Head or Allen was of the opinion that should have been reversed to send it to the left side instead of the right side. Probably going to need more information on that. Vanderbilt students, all 200 of them, are going to run on the field now. They've lost 23 games in a row to Alabama. Holy shit. That is really something. I'm happy for them. War Eagle 0008 is now on the line. What's up, bro?
Hey, Jay. What's up, man?
I'm so glad to have you on at this very moment because Alabama just lost.
Yeah, it's spectacular, really.
It feels good,
there's
doesn't
just no
it?
other way to say it.
It feels so good. We're just happy for the Vanderbilt kids, you know?
You know, I'm a Birmingham guy, also known as Bamerham, so it's going to be a real shame to see them all sad.
Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it, yeah.
You hate to see it, you know. It's tough. Well, hey, man, I just called in to talk about the game today. I feel like we were on different wavelengths, honestly. I thought we played great. I thought there were some coaching mistakes and some execution mistakes that you'd obviously like to see cleaned up, but I thought our kids just fought their tails off. And I don't think the final score was indicative of the dogfight that game was.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm proud of our team. I thought coming off, I don't think 2-4 or 2-3 going into the game was indicative of who we were. I think we really, for all intents and purposes, should have been 5-0. And the different framing of this game, if we would have gone into Athens going, we got nothing to lose, where, as opposed to we have a season to save, which is kind of how this felt.
Yeah.
And but I just thought, my wife's from Georgia. Her parents live over in the Lake Oconee area. I'm in Georgia a lot. I was proud of our team tonight, man. For a bunch of guys, for somebody who hates UGA, and I hate UGA, I thought we played our tails off. I really did.
Yeah, that's my big thing. I hate Georgia more than Alabama by far. So this one sucks. But I agree. I thought they played a credible game. Statistically, man, same exact yards per play. The statistics look like a 21-13 loss, and it ends up being 31-13. But at least it's better than what Harsin did, because fuck Harsin.
Well, yeah, and I don't even – that's over. But you look at us, and the minute we had that fourth down we gave up for the 12 men on the field at the beginning of the game, I was like, that's going to be a touchdown. And it's a touchdown. Should have got off the field. And then the referee who's staring at the play marks the guy short. And then for some reason, the guy behind play can't see anything, decides that ETN got in the end zone. I don't know how that can how he can overrule him. I don't know how that works. And I'm not a referee, and I'm not claiming to be one. And I'm not saying they wouldn't have scored on 4th and an inch. I mean, Georgia, great football team. They probably scored it. Can't blame it on that. But I just thought our team played their guts out. And I thought, all the things you've said about Hugh riding with Peyton, you and I have talked about. And I agree with. I think it was a mistake. I think Peyton is average at best. He's turnover prone. He makes mistakes. He doesn't read defenses well enough for somebody who's played college football as long as he has.
I agree.
But I thought we played really well, man. I really did. I'm not leaving this game going, well, we got smoked in Athens. And I don't think they are either. I don't think they're going, well, we just beat the shit out of this team. They're like, the score might look like that was pretty comfortable. Was it?
No,
not sure about that.
Not really.
And I'm just proud of our guys. And I guess I'm saying all of that to say, I think Hugh's the right guy. As I've said before, calling in, Hugh has the faith of our boosters, whether the majority of our fans want to admit that or not, that matters a ton. Because the people who make actual decisions love Hugh Freeze. The recruits love Hugh Freeze. And Hugh Freeze just put up a credible performance in Athens on a game that they're coming off losing in Tuscaloosa. They got to win if they want to keep. They lose this game against Auburn, their playoff hopes look pretty bad, man. Done. Because they got to go to Athens. They got to go to Austin, and they have to go to Oxford, and they're hosting Tennessee. Buddy, you better beat Auburn. And I just thought we played a heck of a game. And I don't want to get lost in the fact that we made some coaching mistakes and we didn't execute. Yeah, I know all that. But we came off 2 years of Brian Harsin. We came off a lot of Gus under-recruiting performances. We're basically 4 years in the hole. We're in a huge rebuild. And I thought Hugh's guys played their butts off. And I'm proud of them. And I just think we should have some perspective on where we are.
I agree. But you're gonna get hammered in the chat, I promise you.
Yeah, and I don't really care about that. So whatever, But I think it's the truth. I think, what are you going to do? You're going to get mad at Hugh Freeze for losing to a team that's better than you on the road, where you didn't get some calls and you didn't make some fourth downs you needed to get, and you should have got off the field and you didn't, and all the things that Auburn needed to have happen. They didn't turn the ball over. You need to win the turnover battle to win this game.
Yeah.
Didn't do it. They didn't turn the ball over, and you didn't either. Good for you.
Yeah.
You did everything you can. You didn't win. Okay. But you fought hard. And if the chat doesn't want to hear it, too bad. Like, it's the truth. We put our balls on the line, and it wasn't good enough. But that's okay. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
And anyway, I'm just proud of our guys. But thanks for the show, Jay.
Hell
Always
yeah.
appreciate all the things you do, man, and keep it going.
Thank you for your support, G. You're a badass.
I think you said AA's out of town, so let's drink some bourbon tonight.
Yeah, let's do it.
Celebrate the Bama loss.
All right, man. See you, bro.
All right, buddy. See ya.
I don't want to challenge him too much because I love 00008, and generally he and I are on the same team of just being calm and rational, I guess. And I'm not talking bad about him after he's off the air because I'm probably more on his team than I'm not on his team. But like, there's a lot of stuff in the chat. And I kind of told him this. People are going to be pissed. When you're down 30, when you lose 31-13 to your rival like this. And even though I think Auburn has statistically put up a pretty good performance tonight, it's still I don't think you're in a situation to. And he didn't really say that. He didn't say moral victory. He didn't, to his credit. But like, I don't think you walk away from this feeling good. I don't. To me, it's kind of neutral. They didn't get shit on. Auburn did not get shit on tonight, so that's good. And they did get shit on the last time they went over there in 22 with Harsin because Harsin sucks and he should fucking shut up and get off social media. But like 31-13, like nobody on the Auburn side's good with that. I mean, and I'm not saying that War Eagle 0008 is good with it. I don't think he's good with it, but he's just happy they're not getting just flattened. And like I kind of see that. Like, let me put it this way. So, like, my friend Neil, who's been in the chat, he may not be there anymore, but who's the Welsh guy from Scotland. He's kind of new to the Auburn scene. And he knew that Georgia was going to, Georgia's won 2 national titles recently. They're very good. 24-point favorites in this game. He looks at 31-13, and he's like, hey, man, credible performance. It's fucking Georgia, man. Like this to me, this is the fucking this is a big game. Who gave me a thumbs down? I'm tired of this bullshit. This is a huge game. And for me, what matters a lot is that Pat Dye is a Georgia guy. He resurrects Auburn at a time when things are not going well at all for Auburn and brings Auburn back into the fray. And gets leverage in the series against Alabama, finally, in the 80s. Like, Georgia means a lot to me, personally. More than Alabama, to me personally, and I could be wrong. You guys may not feel that way. If you can't consistently fuck with Georgia, you're not doing shit. And I don't care. Hold on, MWD. I love you, but just give me a minute here. If you can't consistently fuck with Georgia, then Auburn's not where it should be. And I think we would all agree that Auburn's not where it should be. I blame Harsin. You guys can blame Hugh and Harsin. I don't think anyone's leaving Harsin blameless in this, but 31-13 to me is not good enough. I watched the game. Y'all did too. I mean, yeah, statistically, I don't think they were way behind. I feel like it should be closer than that. But the bottom line is 31-13 is scoreboard business. And One Fly says it right here. This is what happens when you don't get a quarterback. I completely agree. He tripled down on Peyton Thorne. And this decision, this fucked up decision, resonates the whole year. You see the Auburn 24 schedule right there. It's going to resonate through the last 6 games of the season plus the bowl game. And it's going to resonate the whole way through. And I say that without shitting on Peyton. I like Peyton. I do like Peyton. I do not think he's a very good quarterback, but I like him. And I'm starting to wonder a little bit about how much of this is on Peyton. Because I used to think a lot of it was on Peyton. And as we move along, I think less of it is on Peyton because I'm tired. I don't want to go into this too much anymore, but I've already done this twice. But I'm tired of the head coach putting his hands up and shaking his head. Fix the fucking problem. And stop blaming him. He's the guy. Peyton is the guy you tripled down on, so fucking fix your face.
Stop blaming him for everything. Stop putting your hands up. Stop shaking your head. Stop bitching at him and figure out how to fucking fix the problem. Work the problem. It reminds me of the movie Apollo 13 when those guys were stuck up in that capsule and the guy said, the guy who was on ground control at Houston, work the problem. You fucking figure it out. Okay? Tired of it. I'm tired of all this deflection and all this hands up and, oh, he won't do the right things. Fuck that. I'm sorry to cuss. If you guys are young, and I'm sorry, don't use that language. Joko says, I like angry JGT. I'm just trying to be real, man. I've been covering Auburn since 98. I've seen a lot of shit. And a lot of you guys have been Auburn fans as long as I've been doing Auburn. Hold on, Hornatius. I love you, bro. Hold on. I've been here since 98 doing this. You guys, some of you guys have been fans even longer than that. I'm not trying to talk down to you guys or to anybody. Just fucking fix your problem. I want to show up to the press conference. Probably not Monday because he won't do it on Monday. You don't have a game on next Saturday, but at the next press conference. Shut up. Nobody cares. Be better. That's what I want to say. Like, nobody wants to hear your excuses. Just fix the fucking problem. If Peyton can't run this stuff, which is your problem because you tripled down on him, then figure out what he can run and do it. Win games. Stop this 31-13 bullshit. And I know it's Georgia, and I know Georgia's better than Auburn. Y'all know that too. But, I mean, damn. The good news is that I thought Auburn, statistically have put up decent numbers against Arkansas, Oklahoma, and now Georgia. So it's not a complete loss here. But the problem we talked about on the rundown last week is that this team doesn't know how to win. You guys know this. I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know. They didn't fix that problem today. At Missouri, I think it's a winnable game-ish. At Kentucky, it's a winnable game-ish. Those are not two opponents that you're terrified of. I know you're sitting there thinking, well, my Auburn Tigers, they don't win a lot of games. Fair criticism, but I think statistically they put up good numbers, decent numbers anyway. Stop shaking your head at the quarterback. Fix your fucking problem. Chip is on the line. What's up, Chip?
Hey, what's going on?
I'm in my feelings a little bit tonight.
Yeah, I can tell. That's just another Saturday in the SEC for Auburn.
I know, man. I know, Chip. I know. We've been doing this, me and you, for 20 years together.
Yeah, we just want those W's, and
I know,
we're not.
Man. Me and you are on the exact same page. Get dudes and fucking win games, and they don't win enough.
Let's find some dudes. Dude, hey, but he's busting his ass to get the dudes. I can't deny he's doing that.
Yeah.
Is he going to sign them all this fall? I damn sure hope so, because we need them and about 25 more of them.
I know.
But hey, he's working on that part. What the hell is he going to do with them when he gets them? I don't know. But is he going to call a dive play on 4th and 1 that their quarterback can't execute? I don't know. I guess so. That's his MO at this point.
I know. I need more
data on
that.
Just call a play the quarterback can't execute or won't execute, or just a bad play in general. The quarterback thinks it's crap and he runs his own shit. So I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on with that.
I didn't like that play call at all.
No, I didn't either. But that's kind of what I expected anyway. So it didn't surprise me in the least. And that's what's so bad about it. And then I flip and then I turn over to the end of the Bama game and see Diego Pavia running quarterback reads and shit for 10 yards. And hell, I see Alabama get down there on their last drive, call a timeout, regroup, and run a kind of a speed sweep play, kind of not really trick play, but, a speed sweep play with some motion to kind of get things moving the wrong direction to Ryan Williams for a touchdown. That's the kind of shit he needs to be running. I mean, he's got Malcolm Simmons. I mean, maybe he's not as good as Ryan Williams, but hell, the kid's faster. He's a great athlete. He can run those kind of plays. I mean, what the hell's going on? You know, you can call those plays, but it's like he doesn't have that in his arsenal anymore. I don't know what's going on with that. I see other teams do it, but he gets up there and it's 4th and 1 or 4th and 2, and it's a complete shit show. I don't get it.
I know.
And
I
he's
feel
the
the
one,
same way.
And it's not like last year where you're having to signal stuff in off the sidelines. He could talk to Peyton. There's a speaker in Peyton's helmet in case people didn't know that this year. Until 15 seconds, you can talk to the guy and say, "Run this play." Period. Run this play, or call timeout. I don't like it. Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Regroup, and then call him to the sideline, tell him what play to run, and send him back in, or give him the 2 options that you want him to check to. But he just doesn't have confidence in Peyton's ability to check to any of that stuff. It's a hot mess between you and his quarterback right now. You can see it on the sidelines when he goes after Peyton, and Peyton sitting there arguing back. You can see it. They're both frustrated. Hell, they both want to win. I get it. I like that. They both want to win, but the disconnect is there, and something's not going on right with that. But hell, who do you go to now? You put Hank back in there? That's not feasible at this point to me.
No.
You're
Walker White.
You're kind of stuck with Peyton.
I know you're not a Walker White. I mean, you like Walker White, but you don't think he's the solution here. So.
Yeah, he can come in and win the Heisman in 3 years for all I care. He's not ready to go right now.
No, he's on the scout team, bro.
That's obvious. He would be in there. I deferred to you on all this. You know, you're saying, hell, he's on the scout team for a reason. I totally agree. He's not the solution to any of this. He's a extra problem that you don't need right now. Let the kid do what he's going to do, compete with Deuce, and the transfer that comes in next year. Peyton will be gone. Griner will be gone. Who the hell else do we have? Hank. He may or may not stick around. We'll see. My guess is Hank probably won't stick around. What do you think?
Probably not, but we'll see. But I don't know how great he is. I mean, how good is he? He's gonna need some time, bro. I don't know that he's a top level guy.
Yeah, but he could go to a South Alabama or UL Monroe.
Oh yeah. After
this year, and probably have a chance to play either next year or the year after. Have a good season or two, and end up back in a SEC team or a Big 12 team or somebody like that, and then get a chance to pros if he's a legit player. So I think he's got a path. I'd love to see it too. I like for all these guys to hit the NFL and get that big paycheck.
Hell yeah.
For a couple of years. I hope that happens to every freaking one of them. But hey, what the hell are we going to do when Vandy comes rolling into town with Podgy again?
Dude, what? I know they got a big W, man. Fuck, they're a problem now too.
You just love it. He's so damn good.
I know.
He makes plays that Peyton could make once a season. He makes 3 of them in a drive.
I know.
And then goes back to the huddle and man, so what? They got to make the next one.
Didn't even talk to him.
He's a baller.
Didn't even talk to him, Chip.
Hey, after he beat that ass last year, I probably wouldn't have talked to him either.
That's fair.
I wouldn't want to revisit that. Not even in a phone conversation. He was probably afraid he'd kick his ass in the phone conversation. I don't know.
That's funny, bro.
All right, everybody. Well, hey.
All right, man.
Anybody out there that wants to do the Kentucky Watch Party, hit me up on the bunker DM. I've sent out some invites and stuff, but it's open to whoever wants to come down there. I've got about 10 or 12 or so responded, so we hope to see you there. And administrative assistant and Cuz and Denton's mom and whoever else, if you feel like, I mean, hell, if you're going to ever try a brain drain on the road, why the hell not this year?
Yeah. No, I agree. I think we're going to try to do that. So.
Who wants to watch that shit anyway?
I know. With the season kind of in the toilet, I think we're good to go. I think we'll probably make that happen.
Yeah.
So we can at least party and get drunk together.
But it's all good. Yeah, we'll win the party every day. All right.
See you, Chipper.
Peace out. War Eagle, everyone.
Bye. There he is, Chip. How do I rate the quality of this call? 5 fucking stars. Absolutely.
Love having Chipper on again. He's gonna have a watch party down at his spot in Orange Beach, which is on the inlet. We have a bunker event there every spring where we party and just kind of get crazy, and we had a really good time in the spring. He also had a watch party in the fall last year, which I didn't go to because I'm like scared to leave here headquarters because I know I got my computer, I got my great internet, like all that kind of stuff. But I think I'm going to try to get down there for the Kentucky game. We got MW Adeve on the line now. What's up, brother?
What's up, man?
Well, I'm kind of pissed off more so than normally. I mean, normally I'm just kind of chill, but I don't know. I'm just getting sick of this.
Well, yeah, I hear you, but I do owe somebody an apology. I better go ahead and throw it out there.
All right.
Because when I called in after New Mexico State last year, I said, well, Diego Pavia, he had a Brett Favre-like day, but he's no Brett Favre. He's not going to turn around and beat Bama next year. Well, I didn't know he was going to beat Bama, but, hey.
Hey, man, I'm glad you keep receipts on yourself because I wouldn't have remembered that.
No, I do remember being like, Brett Favre, he took Southern Miss and he beat Auburn one year and he beat Bama the next. Diego Pavia's not going to do that, but today he played like it. Well, here we are.
I'm happy for him because he beat Alabama, and I'm not against it.
I flipped over to that game after ours was over, and I'm just going to tell you, it was just something else to watch the offensive play calling that Vanderbilt did. They got Tim, I can't even think of his last name. He's a 60-year-old offensive coordinator. He was at a D2 school for a while, won national championships as a head coach. Then he was at New Mexico State last year, and he's at Vanderbilt this year. And the guy's just he's out of nowhere, phenomenal play caller. And it's just that's what makes college football fun, is watching a coach like that, a quarterback like that, come out of nowhere and just make a name for themselves.
Yeah, that's great. It's one of the great stories about sports.
But what's different watching it, though, is you can tell that this is a brilliant concept. They've adapted what they do offensively to the talent that they have. They call plays, and they have a scheme that plays into the strength of the talent they have. It's probably not what they have run when they've had other kinds of players.
Yeah. I'm happy they beat Alabama, though. Fuck them.
That's not what we do, though.
Nope. Not right now.
We run the same thing
time.
No matter what talent we have.
It's been a long time. It's probably since Tubb, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate it, but what do you think about Hugh always over there hollering at Peyton and putting his hands up and shaking his head? Does that bother you, or is it just me?
That particular, I guess it was fourth down play today.
Yeah.
I actually think what he was yelling at there wasn't like the other times of you made the wrong read in the play. He probably was supposed to check out of that pre-snap. But, I mean, I don't know if we had any timeouts at that point. Coaches should call timeout if he doesn't. I mean, they lined up. You're trying to run a read option, and they lined up stacked three guys on the outside. It's not going to work. And you saw Peyton's face after that. He does what he does every time after he gets an ass chewing. He kind of buried his head in his shell. I mean, the game was over at that point.
Yeah.
And what drives me crazy with Freeze is, yeah, the game probably was over. I mean, statistically, but we were within two scores. You're before the 2-minute warning. It's not unheard of for a team to score two scores with 3 minutes left in the game. And Freeze had that look of total dejection on his face on the sideline again. Just quitting. It's over. Give it up. He didn't call the timeout before the 2-minute warning. And that's not even on the top 10 of the problems of this game, but it just reflects something with him to me.
I think so, too.
And what's going to happen when we do get all this talent in and they have a game where somehow, some way, a defensive coordinator schemes something, a guy has a bad day, like a Brandon Cox, Georgia 2006 type of bad day, and we need to do something different than what the game plan is against a team to stay in contention for a championship that season. Is he going to be any different than he is right now?
Probably not.
Is he going to come up with something? Is he going to scheme something different at halftime? Is he going to make adjustments? Or is he going to get behind and just throw his hands in the air?
Probably get behind and throw his hands in the air. I feel like he's more comfortable doing that, honestly.
I think in his mind, it's, as I said last year, it's like, this isn't my team to be responsible for yet. If they can't get it done running my system, oh well, we'll just wait till we get the guys who can. There's no sense of, I got to find a way to make these guys win. I've got to find something that works for these guys to win.
He don't think like that.
No. And I feel like that even when he does have the players he thinks he's going to get, it's not going to go your way every week.
What's the solution here, G?
Just got to stick with the recruiting, and it's we've had coaches like that before that were great recruit. I mean, Tubbs, he lucked up in 2004. We won them all. Should have won a national title. But every one of those other years that we had just loaded rosters and outmatched nearly everybody we played, with a couple exceptions, he lost some games he shouldn't have because he got outcoached or out-schemed or a guy had a bad day. And I kind of see that's where we're probably going to be with Freeze. Now, can he make adjustments to himself and learn how to change his approach? Yeah, he can. But I don't know that he really has that awareness of, in his mind, it's not him, it's everybody else. We're not there yet. It's not his team to be responsible for.
Damn. That's weird. I mean, to me it is.
Now, a couple good things. I did think we had a little bit more focus on the run game today than we had.
Yes.
But that probably looks like Georgia and Alabama did last year, the best game plan for these good teams. The question is, where's that against your Cals and Arkansas and teams like that? Defensively, people were kind of down on the defense. They were a bit fatigued, but you can see the talent on that side of the ball with some of these young guys. And for the first time in probably 6 or 7 years, I feel like we've got two outside edge rushers that can be on the field at the same time.
Yeah, they're good. Getting better.
They're young, but they're there.
Well,
so you just got to bring the talent in.
I know. Just keep at. They got to keep this class together and bring in another stack another class, and then I guess we just go into next year and hope for the best. That's really all we can do.
I do have one question for you.
Yes, sir. I'm here to answer it, bro.
Does the play calling look any different to you than it was last year?
No.
I mean, you'd have to get really into the nitty gritty and figure out if it's different schemes and stuff, but the results and the sequencing certainly isn't different.
No, but I do like the fact that I felt like the statistics show they were better at gap running and they've been gap running more. So that's a little bit of an adjustment that they didn't make last year.
That's reacting to what you do well, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. And I thought they got a little piece in the running game today. I just wish they would have hit it more, which we keep fucking saying every week.
I would have told you before the game when he plays Georgia or Alabama, he's going to do that. I'm anxious to see what he does against Missouri and Kentucky. Do they go to it more, or does he get back to we've got to be balanced?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You do what works. Just do what works and win the fucking game, right? Instead of trying to have a statistical profile that you really like, win the game. You know what I mean?
I mean, we keep talking about talent, how we're behind on talent, we're talent deficient, and of course, quarterback's a huge part of that. We don't have the talent to run what Freeze wants to run, but we do have enough talent to run some things that can work.
And why not hit it?
Yeah. All right, man.
All right, brother. Appreciate you calling in. You're a badass.
Ditto. See you, man.
See you, man. Bye. There he is, MWD Dave. I love it. What I love about MWD Dave, he always gets me thinking a little bit more, It's because he's very bright. He's also very tall, but he's very bright as well. MWD. We had some great callers tonight so far. Crocky was kicking ass. J-Head 0008. Chip and MWD. Wow. Some good ones tonight. I've been so close to freaking out a few times, but I'm glad you guys have kind of rolled me in. Addison, what's up, bro? He says, maybe you'll beat ULM. I love it, man. Hey, we got Hornatius up in here. What's up, Hornatius? How you doing, bro? Hornatius, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Mr. Tate. How are you doing?
Well, hello. It's great to have you on the air, sir.
Yes. After reviewing last week's brain drain, I regret my improper use of the English language my son turned to me after the call and said, "I've never heard so many cuss words."
Yeah, why were you
such a short
cussing so much, sir?
I will endeavor not to have any cuss words cross my lips while we are speaking today.
Wow. Okay. Not a single cuss word?
Not one damn cuss word.
You already did it. What did you think about Hughes' play
I
calling?
was talking about like the Hoover Dam.
What did you think about the play calling?
I think for like 2 quarters, they put us in a position to win. Not necessarily the first, not necessarily the last, or maybe not the second or third either. But I'm sure somewhere in there, if you add up the time, they added up to 2 quarters.
Okay.
But no, here's the thing though. Like, I mean, so like I have a question. Like we come out first drive of the game.
Yeah.
All right. So is he like trying to like reverse the? I mean, does he think Georgia's so stupid? They're going to be like, he's like, yeah, man, we're so bad at passing this year that they won't ever think we're going to pass on the first play, and let's do that. You know, and I'm like, why would you do that and get a sack? Why wouldn't you just feed them right off the bat? Feed your running backs. I mean, because you see what he did when he got the ball. I don't think he touched the ball enough.
Yeah.
I mean, give Hunter the ball 7 or 8 more times.
I agree.
You know, but I'm not really upset about the game because, I mean, say 4 days ago, what would you expect the outcome to be? I mean, really, you can't be disappointed. Now, if we'd have had been a 97% chance to win in the fourth quarter like we were last week and we lost to Georgia that way, I would be like, man, I'd be like breaking windows and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's man, I still believe give him time, he'll get players in. But man, I'm telling you, if Hugh doesn't make it, his downfall was last year because now what he's gambling on is he can even excuse away, hey, next year. He can excuse away next year by saying, look, this is, we just got a transfer quarterback in this year, and, that's it. But then next year we'll have Deuce. Well, what happens in year 4 if he trots Deuce out there and he goes all Jeremy Johnson? Hugh's gone.
Yeah.
He is gone.
That's a wrap.
I mean, he is, and where if he could have had multiple opportunities to correct it if he'd have started correcting the quarterback position last year,
You're right.
And so he shortened his time frame by not doing that and rolling the dice on signing somebody this year that's a highly rated good player this year, sitting him and then bringing in a transfer to mind the gap. And then the next year the dude's got to pay off because if not, he's run. He's gone.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's 1 year away. I agree with you.
He's boxed himself in, and by not giving himself more options, by addressing it, the QB situation, and then we bring in to fix the offensive line. We bring a 500-pound dude. If we were playing Where's Waldo, and he was Waldo, man, he'd lose in like 30 seconds.
Yeah, he would.
I mean,
Hornacious, what do you call a female dog?
My best friend.
What's it called when you put a 1 and a 0, like with a guy and a girl? What do you call it?
Well, I mean, I like bitches, all kinds of bitches. Well, never mind. I mean, no ghetto boys right now.
Oh, damn. Damn, it
Gangster
feels good
love.
to be a gangster.
Mm-hmm. Gangster boogie.
Would
Man,
you have
I'm sort of, I don't feel any kind of way about this game. I mean, because, like I said, what do we expect? What did we expect was going to happen? But I will say SR71 Blackbird made a good comment a while ago when he said Banty didn't have to stack 3 or 4 years worth of recruiting to beat
right.
Alabama.
No, he's right. He's right.
They've got like trashy Tommy Minshew. If you could be trashier than that, and them not Tommy Minshew. Shit. Well, yeah, I guess whatever Minshew's name is. Shit, man.
Gardner Minshew.
Oh, dude, yeah, I guess that's him. I don't.
He plays for my Raiders.
I'm so. My brain's so damn frazzled right
Wait,
now,
did
man.
you go to
But-
homecoming? Like what? Or did you just take pictures?
No,
before
I had to go
homecoming?
take pictures with my daughter and all their little friends and all that heading out, going to homecoming and
Is this-
dressed up and all that
Was this
stuff.
at your estate or was this somewhere else?
Well, it was actually at 2 doors down at my mother-in-law's. She got a big yard, a big nice yard too, and pool and all that stuff. So they were. No, she does. No, for real.
She has
Though.
a
We
big
bought
yard,
our property
okay.
off of them.
Big yard. Yeah.
No, I mean like somewhere decent, like you could take pictures. A nice
So
little
it
setup.
was just your daughter and her girlfriends, like basically hanging out, and you took pictures, like they were looking pretty
correct.
and stuff.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
okay.
Yo, look at Michael A. Yes, Coach Fanazik was the best football coach I've ever had. He would dog cuss you. He made a kid crawl 100 yards down the field and kiss a goalpost in front of all the parents and players watching him practice.
Damn. What did he do wrong?
He was he knew the dude. I mean, I guess he just showed up. I mean, that's number one.
Is this in Pleasant Grove?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. But, dude, we went 6-1 my freshman year. Kurt Fanazik, who he was talking about, Michael A.'s talking about, was the head coach, and he put the fear of God in you. You talking about, Cole talks about, what's his name, Trickett or whoever, dog cussing people. Well, that's all. That's one thing when you're a college-age kid. When you're 13 years old and you're getting called everything in the book in front of your parents, and, you sort of produced or like, you didn't want to hear that shit.
Hey.
And we beat the shit out of a bunch of unathletic white kids, spoiled white kids that he motivated, and we beat the shit out of everybody. Lost one game on the last fucking play.
Hey, man.
God, I said it.
Hugh Null called me the biggest pussy he'd ever met in his life. I mean, me.
I wouldn't
JG.
disagree. I've met you a couple times. Is you know in Mensa or something?
Maybe.
Because he sounds smart as hell.
I regret writing the column that he was mad about, to be fair, but I don't know if I'm the biggest.
Well, I mean, it was probably something about some bullshit offense he ran. I mean, you're about to have to write something about you about that, too.
Hey, you just said a bad word, Hornatius.
I said fucking while ago, and you missed it.
You said bullshit.
Bullshit. Wait a minute. Let me get Jay, hold on. My bad. Let me get my phone voice back. Hi, Jay. How are you today?
Hey,
Would you like to buy some SEC head coaching insurance?
I would like
is
to.
Is your SEC head coaching warranty, is it almost expired?
Thank you. Please come again.
Thank you. Please come again. Come again. Come again.
Hey,
Oh,
there's
yes,
people out
bye.
there that think me and you go at it. Like,
We do. We do.
Not
That's
for
the first
real,
time I
though.
met you about punching the face, but I missed and fell down, and you helped me back up, and after that, we were buds.
I know you all right, man. You good people, man. I know that.
No, I thank you. I mean, people know. People know it's a bit. You know, they know. I mean, the real people know. I mean, some randoms don't know, but everybody knows. Everybody knows. But no, I like cutting up with you, man. I like picking on nerds. I love it.
Me too.
I love it. I love it. Well, all right, man. Well, I mean, like I said, I'm not really pissed about this game because I didn't expect otherwise. If it would have been 70-0, I'd be out here kicking trees, or something. But it's about what I expected. Because we were a couple penalties away, one or two bad calls away from actually having a chance in the fourth quarter. Like, say we stop them, don't get the penalty on that substitution in the first half, on the first quarter. We go down there and score a touchdown. All right. And then it starts changing a little bit. The game does. And then we come out after halftime and stop them, on a drive, and then go down and score again and running the ball and limiting the clock for how much they can have it. But, man, if we let one more white boy tight end or wide receiver run free with nobody around him in the defensive backfield, man, I'm going to pull my hair out.
Well, you don't have a lot of hair left to pull out, but yeah, fair enough.
Oh, my God. Well, I'll pull your wife's hair out. How about that?
She don't have as much either.
We got to wait for you to leave first, and then we'll do it. But, yeah, man. Well, all right, man. I'll holler at you later, dude.
All right, bro.
Just figure out that I'd give you a call and rag on your ass.
I deserve it.
More damn Eagle. We're going to be the best 2-win team in the country by the end of the year.
All right, Hornacious, see you, bro.
Shit, fuck, damn, shit, cuss, damn.
Oh, I cut him off there. I didn't want him to get in more trouble. Great call from Hornacious, who I really like. Some of y'all think that we actually are going head to head, but we're not. I'm just having fun with that guy. I think he's hilarious. I wish I would have met him when I was a teenager because we would have been BFF. I love that guy. He's hilarious. The best 2-win team in America was pretty funny. That is absolutely true. A couple super chats. I don't know how far behind I am here. Let's see. I feel like I've missed a bunch here. Cassidy P says, at this point, I just want to be bowl eligible, finish the season after Iron Bowl, recruit your portal quarterback, hold on to the high school class and move on, right? Yeah, I think that's probably where you're looking at. I mean, realistically, at 2-4 right now, I'm not sure that 6-6 is doable. I mean, I think they can win one of Missouri, Kentucky. You know, Vanderbilt, obviously, inside Jordan Hare is going to be tough because they're pretty good, but they're not as good away. ULM, you think you could beat them. A&M's been playing pretty good football. At Alabama's tough. Like, shit, 6 wins. I don't necessarily see 6 wins at this point. So, yeah, I mean, what Cassidy P's laying out, I think, is what you're hoping for. Just keep the class together and move on to the next year. I hate to say that. It's fucking October 5th, but, I mean, it is what it is. Fat Crack says Hugh said the call was a dive to Quez on the 4th and 1. So, I'm trying to think of that play again. So, Quez went right. Or, no, Quez actually had to block because he didn't get the ball. There was a little bit of a crease, I think, if he had gone inside the way you're talking about, but there's too much there for me to process. IU Taxman with us on the line. What's up, brother?
Dude, I know you've met Horn in person.
Yeah.
And so there's no way that's an act. Like he's exactly like that in person, like he is on the bunker.
I know,
like
but
he's on the
he
calls.
shits on me on the calls, and he don't really actually hate me.
Yeah. No, Horn's the man. I love him. He's hilarious. He truly is like one of the funniest people I've ever met.
He is extremely funny.
Like dude.
What have you been drinking tonight,
man,
G? What's been your bourbon of choice?
I got some store pick, not a store pick, but a from a few years ago that I've been sipping on. It's pretty good. I've literally never had a bad one.
Which one was it again? We lost you there for just like half a second.
Maker's Mark barrel pick.
Yes, good choice.
Yeah, they're all good. They're all good. Like I've never had one that wasn't good.
They do good stuff.
Yeah. But I'm kind of bummed out, man. Like I know you're upset about the Georgia thing, but like everybody's so negative on this team, and I get it. I mean, we want to win big games and that sort of thing. And
they're 2-4.
I know, but we've got some deficiencies that we just cannot overcome, and we're not going to overcome them this year.
What are the deficiencies? The head coach being a fucking brooding little person?
Yeah. I mean, I mean that's starting to weigh on me a little bit too. Like he doesn't seem to appreciate that his tenor on the sideline matters. Like I'd rather him just sit there and be stoic all game, like Mike Tomlin or something, and just not be emotional at all than have a frown on his face. Like he can't do anything about
games, brother. Just win some games.
Yeah. I agree. But you know, the scheme is okay. I feel like he's got a lot of guts in him in that he doesn't really change his scheme. But the bigger issue, I mean, like you can nitpick his play calling all night long, and there are certain plays, and like I totally did. Like if you've got it 4th and 1, like and you're gashing them for 6 or 7 yards of carry, just run a power with your running back and get the first down. Like don't even like make Peyton Thorne make a decision. There's no read. Like you just like run it up the middle and get the first down. Like even Gus could figure that out because he ran it up the middle like 15 straight times one game.
No doubt.
Glad you remembered that, you tax man.
Right. But I mean, and I posted a few times. Like he just seems to overthink things, and he's stuck to his system so much. Like I wish he would just break out of it occasionally and just say like, "Hey man, like I know we normally run the read or I don't know the jargon and stuff, but like this is simple. You just line up and put a pat on the hat and beat your man, head on." And that's the odds of that being successful are much greater than against Georgia, running some read play where they've got linebackers who are all going to be in the NFL, who are outrunning your blockers and your quarterback.
Yes.
And it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Happened a bunch today.
But overall, yeah, it happened a bunch. But on the positive side, which I always try to be positive.
Yes.
He didn't put Peyton in a lot of positions to throw picks, right?
Correct.
Like he didn't he put him in a position to succeed today, and he largely succeeded. Like his numbers were pretty decent. They weren't great. I mean, they weren't mind blowing or whatever, but they're pretty decent. But I just feel like he's doing what he can. He's not going to be perfect. He's going to make some stupid calls because I just don't think he's a very good game day coach. But I mean, we've got a pretty severe talent deficiency against Georgia, and it showed today.
Yeah.
And there's nothing he can do about that. I mean, he's doing the best that he can. And I know he's trying to win every game, and he knows every game's important, and especially the Georgia game and LSU and Alabama. But and I'll keep this call shorter than last week, but like things are getting better. I mean, they were competent today, and they played really well on defense until they ran out of gas.
Yeah.
And they're shorthanded on defense. I mean, they're not great on defense. They don't have great players on defense, but they're playing well on defense. They're playing okay on offense. The coaching is okay. And they're going to get better. I mean, we just live in this friggin' TikTok world of, 30-second clips, and we want immediate success and immediate gratification, but we've been in a hole for a long time, and Gus started it, and Harsin made it worse, and, Hugh and his successor is going to have to dig out of it. And frankly, at this point, like, I don't think we're ever going to win championships with Hugh, but we are going to recruit well. And, maybe Hugh is just setting the table for the next guy to stock the team with talent and turn it over to somebody who actually has some modern X's and O's wherewithal and can actually win some football games that matter.
Tough. I hate to hear it, but I think you might be onto something there, G.
Yeah. But we got a talent deficiency. It's getting better. It'll be better next year. We get a decent quarterback in. We'll probably win 7 or 8 games, go to a bowl game. And then in 2 years, we'll have a stock roster and an electric quarterback.
That'd be great. That's a long time.
So
from now.
anyway,
I don't want to wait.
I know. I don't either, but that's probably reality, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know. There's nothing we can do about it. And I know everybody's, Bama got beat today by Vanderbilt, and so we're going to compare ourselves to them. And we wish we had, 5'6" Diego Pavia, and he worked us last year, and he's talented, and he's got some skills and stuff. But again, like I don't, if we had him, I mean, we might be a little bit better. I don't know how much marginally better he would be than Peyton Thorne.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's all speculation, but. That's kind of the fun part about talking about all this stuff. But then on the other side of things, like, I don't know how much difference it would really make. Anyway. Well, dude, I'm looking forward to the end of the year. I do think we're improving every single week. I think we're going to beat Vanderbilt. I think we'll beat Kentucky. I think we'll beat Missouri. And by the end of the year, like, I don't know if we'll make it to a bowl game or not, but things will be in a better position than they were 12 months ago. And, we'll just have to look forward to the start of the next season. And I hate to say that, but that's just how it is. And, we're a hole that we've got to dig out of, and that's just part of it. It doesn't happen overnight.
Don't happen overnight.
Anyway, all right, man.
Enjoy that Maker's Mark, G.
All right. Thank you. See ya.
See ya. Bye. There he is, AU Taxman. Guy knows his bourbon. Guy knows his Auburn Tigers. So stoked he called in. He's been in the chat all night, and we love that guy. He's one of the really, really good folks, part of our community for sure. Fat Crack, thank you for the super chat. Stu Pup also jumped in, so this call makes no sense at all. He was talking about some stuff earlier. Thank you, Stu Pups, for jumping in. Cass DP says, Jay, we don't play or coach winning football, which I hate to say that I don't agree, but I don't agree. SR71 jumps in to say, Vandy didn't need a top 5 recruiting class to beat Bama. Do I have a soundbite for that? I feel like I should have a soundbite for that. No. I didn't see one like that. No. I don't have one that really strikes a nerve for me. Also, SR71 jumps in again. Who will Hugh blame when we lose on the bye week? Also, I can give a laugh on that one. That's funny, dude. And Runner24 jumps in to say, who am I going to hang with in Missouri? I hope we have some folks from the show, some chatters, some super chatters, some legends who are going to be at the Missouri game in 2 weeks. I went to Missouri in 16 or 17, whenever that was. I had a great time. Stayed in St. Charles, Missouri, which is outside of St. Louis, and then, wait, did I? Yes. And then I drove over to Columbia, which is about an hour, maybe hour and a half. Had a good time. Saw a really hot chick in the airport. Yeah, she was a hottie. I actually took a picture of her. Yeah, I did. I'm not ashamed of it either. I'm trying to figure out when that was, though. See if I can find it. I might be able to find the picture. We're definitely gonna get B-Matt on the horn. We need to get Stultz on the horn too. We're definitely gonna do that at some point. Where in the world are my pictures? God dang it! My goodness gracious! I don't understand. I was looking for some pictures. I have to do it another time. This is what happens when you do live TV, so to speak. All right, let's get B-Matt on the horn. We had B-Matt on at halftime, but we're going to definitely get him back on here for postgame. Let's see what he thinks about this.
Hey, what's up?
What up, B-Matt? How you doing?
I'm a little bit out of breath. We're taking the goalpost to Broadway, baby.
Here it comes. In general, what are your thoughts about this one, B-Matt?
Good.
31-13, statistically, it don't look that bad, but at the end of the day, 31-13 is bad.
It is, but it is exactly what I expected, right? They're 22-point favorites or underdogs who lost by 18. But I think if you look back on what's going on right now, Freeze being 2-4, this Auburn team being 2-4, Freeze is 8-11 in his second season, halfway through it. This is not good at all, right?
Is he 8-11?
His best win was Arkansas on the road, and he's had a whole bunch of bad losses and blown leads, right? I mean, a whole bunch of them. They're starting to pile up. New Mexico at home was one of the worst losses in Auburn history. Not just losing the game, but getting blown out. What was it, 31-10 or something like that?
Yeah.
Really bad. That embarrassment in the bowl game against Maryland was awful. Blowing the lead against Alabama, the way they lost that game, awful. California, Arkansas at home, really bad. Blowing another lead against Oklahoma, bad. And I'm sure I've forgotten some from last year.
Wait, he's 8-11, really?
Yeah, he was 6-7, right? And he's 2-4. Is that right? Yeah. So 8-11.
8-11, dude. What the fuck, dude?
And you would think midway through his second season he would be starting to turn the corner.
I know.
And that just hasn't happened. right? I know Auburn was way behind talent-wise and had a long way to go. But this is also a different era of football when you have the transfer portal. And you're able to go out and get immediate help.
8-11,
right?
dude.
And
8-11. He's gonna have to win 3 in a row just to get back to 500, bro.
Yeah, and you also have to balance that out with him putting together the best recruiting class in Auburn history.
No, that's true. That's true. Gotta give him credit.
We got to remember that too.
Yeah.
So it's not like everything's falling to pieces right now, and it's not like he's lost those guys. He just got the maybe the most important player in that class just a few days ago. So it's not the end of the world, but it's disheartening that you're not seeing that turnaround yet. And maybe that happens in 2 weeks at Missouri. That is certainly capable, but it needs to happen soon.
Yeah.
This program, this coaching staff, this team needs to start winning some games.
At Missouri, at Kentucky, and then Vanderbilt, which beat Alabama. Now that's looking like a tough game,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they need to start winning now or, they're going to go 4-8 this season. I don't know. They better start winning or they're going to.
Joko says that Brian Harsin was 9-12 before he got shit canned.
That sounds about right, yeah.
And Hughes 8-11.
But again, Brian Harsin was terrible at every part of his job.
True.
Right.
But why is he talking that shit on social media,
not just
man?
bad, but it was trash. What?
He talks that shit on social media, though. I'm sick of it.
What about social media?
He's out there talking about cheers to the winners and all that bullshit. He does that when Auburn loses.
Oh, fuck. Screw that guy. He's a turd. I mean, that's just who he is, right? He was bad at his job in every aspect, and now he's a little whiny bitch on social media.
Yes.
I don't think Auburn fans should pay any attention to him.
But I
It's
do.
not even worth it.
I get pissed off about his bullshit. I do, man. It gets me going, man. I'm sick of it.
Yeah.
All right, well.
He is the man most responsible for what's happening to Auburn right now, but that doesn't mean that Hugh Freeze doesn't deserve responsibility, and plenty of it too.
Yeah,
this team should have a better record this season. They should be better this season. And you can even look at this game, which Auburn was going to lose anyway. But again, you get that fourth down, which I thought to myself, let's just go ahead and punt, right? But anyway, even if you're going to go for it there, what was it, around in your 40 or 39, wherever it was, Hugh Freeze is mad because Peyton changed the play or changed the wrong play or changed it and executed it wrong. I don't know what exactly happened. But why does he have that option? Why don't you have a better play for first down? Why are you running that particular play at that time? Or when you saw it messing up, why didn't you call a timeout? Why aren't you managing this game better? Why don't you understand what your players can and cannot do by now and not put them in position to fail like that? Because that play did not work. It failed completely. It was a -4 loss. It totally blew up in their face.
I know.
It had absolutely zero chance of working. None.
But Hugh found a way to blame
Georgia
fucking
had
Peyton
two
for that
unblocked
shit.
guys over there. What?
Hugh in his post game tried to blame it on Peyton.
I know, but he keeps doing this. But if you put a player that can't execute those plays in those positions over and over again and they fail you, whose fault is that?
Exactly. It's the fucking head coach's, isn't it?
Exactly. Now, he's had some plays on 3rd and short or 4th down that have worked, right? That it didn't look like Peyton necessarily had those options. That was not it. And the thing is, I think that was coming out of the quarter, right? So we had all the time in the world to get ready for that. Was that the first play of the fourth quarter?
Yes.
I know it was the first play of the fourth quarter, wasn't it? Go back and look real quick.
He had so much time,
yeah,
dude.
First play of the fourth quarter.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, that was just terrible. That is not on Peyton. That is on Hugh Freeze for putting him in that position.
I know. And he's going to blame Peyton, but it's like we've seen this before.
Yeah. So he has got a long way to go, right? He's recruiting his ass off. This team has shown some improvement from a few weeks ago. I'll give them that. They should have beat Oklahoma, but they didn't. They played decently against Georgia. They didn't turn the ball over. I want to say that's the first time this season, but I cannot remember if they turned it over against New Mexico or not. So But it's definitely one of the cleanest games they play, because I don't remember them even putting the ball on the ground, and I'm pretty sure they at least put it on the ground against Mexico. They did turn it over.
Yeah. They did a great job today, like you said. But 31-13, bottom line. Got absolutely fucking railed.
Yep.
But
and
not
now
as
they're
bad
in
as
position
Harsin.
if they want to. No. And now they're in position that they've got to beat Missouri. They got to beat Kentucky. They got to beat ULM, and then they got to beat Vanderbilt just to have 6 wins. That's just to get to 6.
That's crazy.
And then they have to beat Texas A&M or Alabama to get to 7.
And
this team is capable of doing that, but it's just hard to believe they're going to do it until I see them get on a run and start winning these games.
B-Man, I don't know where we're going from here, but we're definitely going to write about it. And you're going to do a great job with it, because you always do.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. No, I got to get this. I got to get this goalpost down Broadway, though. We're gonna party it out. I'm gonna have some hot chicken. I'm gonna sing some country music. I'm gonna have a good time tonight.
All right, bro. We'll see you, man.
All right, peace out.
See you. Bye. You know, B-Matt's gonna sing. He's gonna sing "Miami, Miami" by Keith Whitley. Is what he's gonna sing, bro. We can't do a show without Stultz being on the air. By the way, B-Matt kicked ass. I love that B-Matt. He's just, we got to have B-Matt all the time. Let's go ahead and call Stultz. We're going to call Stultz right now and see what's going on with him. I texted him like 45 minutes ago.
Hello.
Stultz, what up, bro?
Not much. How are you?
Another day in paradise. What's going on with you?
Just getting back to my car.
Damn, it's taking that long, huh?
Yeah. Had to write a story, and
is that a beer?
Then I got a little bit lost on the way back to the car.
Oh, wow. It does take a while. Are you over there by the train tracks?
I was earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm really frustrated because I feel like Hugh was like shitting on Peyton the whole fucking game. What did you hear after the game?
Peyton ran the wrong play.
You really believe that?
Yes, I do. Jarquez admitted as much.
Wow. Okay.
And Peyton's answer was very, as another writer kind of said, turdish.
Turdish. Okay. What?
Yes.
Like, tell me, like, what do you think happened there on that 4th down?
I think Peyton checked into another play, an RPO call, instead of running the dive left that they had called. And he saw the edge coming and just panicked.
Damn.
And I think if he's going to do that, he's not Peyton Manning.
Yeah, he's Peyton Thorne, not Peyton Manning.
No.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why he has, one, the right to do that, and why he feels the need to do that. The call was the call.
Damn.
And Jarquez was beating them down all game.
Yeah, he was. He was good.
And I just got to say, I don't think he will be happy when he hears what Peyton had to say. I don't think the entire offensive coaching staff will be happy. And, yeah, I think it was a major mistake.
What? So Peyton just said, fuck him, I just ran the play that I thought I had to run? Or, like, what? Why would they be mad?
Because they told him, dive left, that's the play we're running.
Okay.
Simple as that. It's just insane. When this team looks like they're going to do something good or stay in a game against the top 5 team, they mess it up. They shoot themselves in the foot. Percy Lewis was basically a...
Yeah? He didn't play great.
And no, he was not. And they made stupid penalties. And you just can't beat a team like that. You can't settle for field goals when you get in the red zone. And, yeah, so I thought they played hard for the most part until the very end.
Yeah.
I think some players played hard. I think Cam Coleman loafed on some blocks. Just let the guy go.
Yeah, there was a run there where Peyton was trying to cut under him, and he just didn't even block. He didn't even try.
No, he did not. I don't understand his reasoning behind it. I don't understand a lot of this team. This team is very, very frustrating to cover and watch because you know they're more talented than 2 and
I agree
4.
completely. 2 and 4.
2 and fucking 4.
They're better than that. I agree.
They are. And it's just insane that they can't put together a game against a Power 5 school where they look 80% great. They can't even put that together.
I know. Crazy.
And now you got at Missouri, who just got their asses handed to them. And you got a Kentucky team whose defense is maybe better than Georgia's.
Whoa, I don't know about that.
And you got
they're
then
gonna
you
be a
have
problem.
Vanderbilt coming in with
the
Hugh Killer, who just took down the biggest upset in college football in a long time.
Yeah, that's a big one.
So I just don't. I've run out of words to say about this team.
What about Hugh?
When the quarterback is not calling the play, is not running the play that it's called, you have to wonder about his leadership and what his goals are.
So you think it's time for Hank, or what do you think?
I don't know. I really don't. I mean, Peyton didn't play that bad.
I agree.
I think Hank would have not have been able to scramble for some of those first yards or first down. Sorry.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But at the time, when the game's on the line, when they need to play on 4th and 1, you've got to hand it off to Jarquez. You can't put that in your hands.
Why?
You're a good scrambler, but you're not going to out-scramble Georgia all day.
Why did Peyton change the play? Did he say that?
He said he had the wrong pass option, which was not true. Jarquez said that play was called for me.
Damn. So maybe it is time for Hank again.
Maybe so. I mean, you can't stick with him if he continues to do that crap.
Yeah.
I mean,
dude, this is gonna be
I mean,
a rough.
plain and simple.
It's gonna be a rough 2 weeks for Hugh, dude. I know he's not good with this. He doesn't like losing.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I mean, I wrote a column. I was trying to be a little positive because I thought for the first time in 5 or 6 games in Athens, Auburn actually looked like they gave a crap.
Yeah, for sure. A lot better than what Harsin put up 2 years ago.
Or even Malzahn with the 216 yards in 2020.
Yeah. I mean, they had the same yards per play. Auburn and Georgia did it today.
Yeah. Just Georgia made the plays when they had to. Auburn didn't.
And this is a recurring theme. Yeah.
It is. It is. So I don't know how you fix it. I don't know if it's fixable this year. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't.
AU88 in the chat says you're about to cry. I do not think you're about to cry.
No, I'm not. I'm not about to cry at all.
I know.
Why would somebody think that? I'm so immune to Auburn losses right now. It's not even funny.
I know. That's what I'm trying to tell them, and they don't believe me.
I mean, it hurts.
Yeah.
I mean, but at the same time, it's not my coaching job. I'm not the one coaching these kids. I'm not the one playing. I'm the one reporting on it.
Yeah. You're doing a hell of a job,
Besides that,
Stultz.
thank you, buddy.
All
Anyway,
right, well, my number one goal, I want you to get home safely. Please drive safely, all right?
Well, I'm staying in Duluth tonight, so I only got a short drive.
Are you going to the egg explanation or whatever it is?
No, not after the 5 guys that were sitting at the bar yesterday that were talking about it like it was freaking Woodstock 69.
Yeah, what the hell, man? That's crazy.
I've never met so many fucking losers. Going to a festival over a fucking green egg? Those are the same people who go Comic-Con and are dressed up.
Yeah. All right, Stultzy, please be safe.
I will.
See you, brother.
All right, see ya. Bye.
There he is, Stultzy. He gave him hell. He was talking about the egg. They're doing a big green. Courtney, you're gonna love this. They're doing a big green egg expo in Duluth, Georgia this weekend. So big green egg enthusiasts all hang out and they cook on the big green egg, or maybe they just talk about cooking on the big green egg. If you know how to cook on a big green egg, which I don't, and a lot of people who think they do don't, then that's probably a great thing. But for me, I'd rather be at the Blackstone off or whatever you call it. There's been some funny stuff let me get the super chats here. Running 24 asking earlier who am I going to hang with in Missouri. I wish it was me. Donnie, you're way over your element, Donnie. You're way out of your element. Says, what is our playoff chances if we go 8-4? That's pretty funny right there. AU, thanks, Donnie, for jumping in, even though you're way out of your element. People are saying that AU88 is a troll. Let's see. AU88 says, hold on. I want to read this. Donnie, thanks for the super chat, G. AU88 says, that's what happens, Stultz, when you brag about being friends with the head coach you cover. You're too emotionally invested and look quite silly. So, I think Stultz has really given Hugh hell the past couple weeks, which he deserves. I don't think Stultzy's been soft on him at all. I totally don't. I just don't agree. Just my opinion. Is it the cat? Does he want to get in here? Maybe he ought to come in here then. AU88 is praising MWD, who I typically praise, but I haven't seen him post anything. Oh, here he is. MWD says, Stultz has unfortunately put himself in a hole that it's hard to give credence to him if he's making the argument that deflects blame from Hugh to anyone else. Oh, so he's saying that it was he was trying to say, Stultz was saying it's more Peyton's fault. Interesting. Interesting. Kevin says he could go harder. How about that? Is that fair? I feel like he's gone about as hard as I would have gone, as hard as I've gone. So yeah, I think he's done a good job, in my opinion. As far as he's a lot closer to Hugh than I am, but he'll give Hugh hell. He actually Stultz actually took some shit from some corners of the Auburn Sphere on some of the stuff he wrote last week. So, one man's opinion. Steven says, what was everyone's overall thoughts on the gameplay from Auburn? Gameplay, I like that. So, offense, let's go through some, I'm just shooting from the hip here, but offense, C, defense, for me, probably B-, B-ish. I thought the defense was fine. I don't feel like Georgia got away from them. I just think the offense wasn't quite as good. And when you finish with 13 points, like Ed D, who's long gone now, but we love him when the games are actually going. You look at the games: 14 points against Cal, 14 against Arkansas, 21 against Oklahoma, and 13 against Georgia. It's not enough points. Period. It's too small of a margin to give your defense against these high-powered SEC attacks. GW said the Big Orange is struggling with the Bacons, which I called earlier. I thought Tennessee was going to have some trouble in there tonight, and they certainly have. I've got administrative assistant with me here. What's up? Is it going to be that time, Courtney? It's going to be about that time, Jay. Maybe we should probably wrap it up, even though we're doing good on viewers and stuff. I just don't know where else we can go with this. 2-4. Played a decent game at Georgia, but lost. Fuck. And you guys who have been here the whole day, Taxman certainly would be one. GW would be one. Chip Chip's been with us. Galatian. A lot of you guys have been here all day. I'm living and dying just like you guys are, and I'm just tired of so many fucking plays. You're like, hey, this is a key play, and they don't get it done. It just happens over and over again. Happened in the Cal game, happened in the Oklahoma game, happened in the Arkansas game, happened in the Georgia game, over and over. Eugene says start gathering that $22 million, presumably to buy Hugh out. I completely disagree with that. No doubt about it. GW says, JGT, you just called AA Corey. Courtney, did I call you Cordy? Well, so my name for her is Cordy. Courtie. Cordy. Sounds like Corey, kind of.
but it's Cordy or Courtney. Or Coco. A lot of people call her Coco. Alamo Tiger Grad says we won't lose next weekend. We're giving them applause for that one because Auburn's off. That's the joke. I got him. Yeah, I think we'll probably wrap it up there, guys. I think we've done all the damage we could probably do. Yeah, I think so. We're a little short of 6 hours, which I don't like. But Blake says, hey, Courtney. Hey. Blake R., one of our legends who's part of our bourbon crew when we do have a bourbon show, right, Courtney? It's been a minute. But, yeah, I had to sell my mom's house and had to get the fuck out. It happens sometimes. Charlie says, thanks, JGT. I need this therapy session. I'm here for you, bro. I am definitely here for you. No doubt about it. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to wrap it up here. We got the game against Missouri in 2 weeks, right? And then we're talking. I'm leaning more, Courtney, toward the GW says AA, Courtney, has the sultry, silky, smooth voice we haven't heard this year. Snorting Eddie. So we were thinking about doing the show down in Orange Beach for the Kentucky game. Is that doable, Courtney?
Listen, that's up to you, buddy.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to talk about that. Okay. Kentucky, of course, a big game for sure. I think Auburn can beat Missouri, but got to get their shit together if they're going to do that. Let's see. Show says, I love you, Jay. Your soothing game commentary kept me from having a heart attack. We're glad to have you, Schofeld Kid. What a legend. I love this guy. So glad he's here. AU Taxman says we'll beat Mizzou. I bet JG's ticket stub on it. You just watch your mouth, buddy. That is worth thousands of dollars. Auburn beat Missouri in overtime in a game that was literally the worst football game that's ever been played. And they offered me, everybody, to have their ticket immortalized in plastic. And I said, hell yes. That is absolutely section 69, row 5, seat 19. Damn right. Mad B says, can Auburn not beat Auburn, though?
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
That's what I'm talking about right there. I do want to give a shout out to our callers. Crocky Poo. I don't know what to say about that guy. He's amazing. J-Head. I mean, come on now. It's J-Head. 0008. We love you, bro. Chip, amazing. MWD, stud. Hornatius. What a great call. I love having him on the air. A Taxman, bourbon connoisseur, and maybe some people think you're a little too much of a homer, but I still love you, bro. And I don't really feel that way. And B. Matt and Stultz, of course. We love having you guys. And Caleb is out in Western North Carolina, like, trying to help people. Literally, like, on his kayak or whatever the fuck it's called. He's out, like, swimming to get people supplies and stuff. So be thinking about him for sure. Love you guys. It's been amazing having you guys here with me tonight. We'll check you guys in a couple weeks. Until then, keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. Make great decisions. And let's have some fun in the next 2 weeks because we may not have fun in the next game. Okay? Love you guys. Peace.